Following a historic day unfolding in our nation's capital.
You're about to see now, there it is, a live look at Capitol Hill this hour, where the House will vote today on the impeachment of President Trump. Now, the president set to become the first president to be impeached twice. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Monica Alba. She's at the White House right now. Monica, how's the president reacting to all this?
Well, it's a pretty surreal sentence to be saying, Savannah and Joe, but we don't actually know. And that's because among several reasons, the president's Twitter megaphone has been cut off, essentially. We haven't been able to hear from him in that respect since his account was permanently suspended on Friday evening. And yesterday, when he traveled to Texas, he did express the fact that he thought the 25th Amendment was of no risk to him. In fact, he tried to paint it as something that could come back and haunt President-elect Joe Biden and his administration. And we know that because Vice President Mike Pence had not been inclined to support invoking the 25th Amendment in order to remove the president, that's exactly what he spelled out in a letter. He put it formally in writing last night to Speaker Nancy Pelosi, but we simply don't have a good sense of where the president is at this morning. And that's also in large part because the aides who once really populated the West Wing, or his communication staff that would come out and speak and defend him, are simply just not there in the numbers that they used to be. It's in effect a ghost town over at the White House behind me. So it's unclear how we're going to hear any kind of a reaction from the president or this White House in the coming hours on the fact that he is likely set to become, as you pointed out, the first U.S. president to be impeached twice during his term, Savannah.
Monica, obviously, by their very nature, impeachment proceedings are dramatic. But let's be clear, in some ways, there isn't a lot of drama. We can pretty much assume that a Democratic-controlled House is going to vote to impeach the president. Really, the question is, at this point, how many Republicans are going to actually leave the president's side, join the Democrats, and vote for impeachment? I mean, that's really one of the most, I guess, one of the key things that we're looking for today to really get a measure of what President Trump's support is within the Republican Party after everything that's unfolded in the last week, right?
Precisely, Joe. And that's why yesterday, when you saw Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney come out and say that she was going to support impeaching the president, she's the third House Republican. She holds a lot of power. And in some ways, by announcing that, it could potentially open up the doors for other of her Republican colleagues to do the same. We have now heard from a couple of others who intend to join the Democrats. So this is a bipartisan effort. But yes, since it is already controlled by Democrats in the House, we believe they would have enough votes. And that's what leadership in the Democratic Party has indicated they believe they have. But now that you're going to see these other Republicans, that's exactly the question. How many of them are going to cross over and support this impeachment? But I really was thinking back to a year ago when the president's first impeachment inquiry was unfolding, and just how long and drawn out of a process that was, with so many witnesses, with all of this testimony and exhibits. It stretched on for weeks, as we all remember. This is very, very different. It was only a week ago today, of course, that the siege happened and that attack on the Capitol. And if we're talking about very historic Wednesdays recently, today, of course, will be that. And then a week from today, of course, set to be the inauguration for President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, which is already going to be incredibly scaled back, not just because of the coronavirus pandemic, but because the potential for these other violent incidents or other mass demonstrations or people seeking to do harm to lawmakers who might be coming to the nation's capital. And I have to tell you guys, it's a really eerie security posture here in Washington. Around the White House behind me, it's blocks and blocks of street closures, not just around, of course, this building, but the Capitol itself. Much of downtown Washington right now is in effect in a lockdown posture like I've never experienced in the years that I've lived here, guys.
Monica, you mentioned just a moment ago the fact that this is much different than the last time that we saw this impeachment with this president. Soon the House is going to gavel into session for the impeachment debate today. Tell us what we can expect today. It will look different than last time. What does this time look like?
So essentially, you're going to be seeing them gavel in. Last night, of course, there were very late votes on the resolution, which had been in order to try to ask Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment. And if he didn't do that, they were going to proceed with impeachment. Of course, we know Pence said he wasn't going to go that route. But that's what you saw last night, and that passed overwhelmingly with mostly Democrats supporting that resolution. Today, this is the actual article of impeachment that would be moving along and moving forward. They're expected to have a couple of hours of debate. It's unclear exactly how long that's going to take, with then, once we clear those hurdles, those legislative sort of, it's kind of a more technical, and it just takes a couple of hours to get there procedurally. Once we get to that point, then you're going to expect to see the actual vote on the impeachment, potentially as early as this afternoon to mid-afternoon. Now, remember, back in other times, sometimes these things do drag out so long that it's a middle of the night vote, and it's unclear how many people are necessarily watching. If Democrats have their way of doing things today, it's going to actually be happening in the middle of the day, and it comes on a day when the president has absolutely nothing on his public schedule, no scheduled travel, no events, no speeches, and there's no indication he would come out and necessarily speak in response. But normally, at least, we'd have a sense of when we would see the president next. We don't have that at all, Savannah and Joe, and that in and of itself is pretty unusual. We had been told by White House officials that maybe he was contemplating a couple final speeches or some kind of events, again, reflecting on his own perceived successes of the last 4 years. But the main story in Washington today is, of course, his impeachment, and we may not see or hear from the president at all.
Especially without Twitter or any of his favorite ways of communicating with folks. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos, who's keeping a close eye on things. Danny, I guess you could argue today is more of a political situation, more of a political procedure that's going on, and then assuming that the House does vote to impeach, we move to something that's perhaps a little more like a trial, the trial in the Senate. What are you keeping an eye on today, and what are you watching for as we move forward with this process, assuming President Trump is impeached a second time?
Today is about procedure. And if you look back at history, the shortest impeachment ever from impeachment to conviction was still over a month. So it'll be fascinating today to see how the House and the Senate truncates their procedures in order to rush this impeachment through, if it goes through and if it heads to the Senate. But keep in mind as you're watching that impeachment is a trial, as it says in the Constitution, but only cosmetically. It is nothing like a trial in the sense of what we see on court television shows or in the movies. It's nothing like that. The president has no due process rights. It only appears to look somewhat kind of like a trial. But because there are no hard and fast rules about procedure, the House can shorten its procedures, and so can the Senate. The president, unlike a criminal defendant, doesn't have the rights or the rules of evidence to protect him. This is ultimately, because the Senate has the sole power to try impeachments, whatever procedurally the Senate wants it to be if they get the case before them.
Danny, one of the big things that we're, of course, hearing about here as far as what President Trump's wrongdoing was this idea of the incitement of violence. But I'm wondering, I've been reading a little bit about this, and I, of course, want your legal expertise here on this, that the term incitement in and of itself could really spark some First Amendment debates here, and that the bigger, sort of broader picture of wrongdoing was this encouragement of overturning the election that led to this incitement. I'm just wondering here what you think about that. What is it exactly that should be focused on as the wrongdoing here when it does go to that, cosmetic, as you called it, trial?
It's interesting because the stronger case in the impeachment articles might be the Raffensperger call, the Secretary of State from Georgia, where the president is over the phone making these encouragements that really some folks say were illegal, other folks say were warranted. Interesting that if you look at last year's impeachment, these two pieces that we're looking at, the alleged incitement to riot and the Raffensperger call, almost all of them are pure speech by the president. No corresponding act. They're phone calls for the most part, or speeches. They are just language alone. And for that reason, he has potential First Amendment protections if this were a criminal case in normal court, but it's not. And so it's up to the Senate to the degree to which it wants to consider court precedent for First Amendment protections. And one of those traditionally has been that to incite a riot, there must be imminent lawful action. It is legal and protected by the First Amendment to actually advocate for even arguably violent activity, to say, let's, throw the bums out of office, something like that. That kind of speech, especially political speech, is protected by the First Amendment. It's only when it crosses over to directing, to intentionally directing folks to engage in imminent unlawful action. Now, a lot of folks may say, well, hey, there was unlawful action. There you go. They match up. But that's not enough. It has to show that just because a bunch of nudniks in a crowd react poorly or violently to a speech, that doesn't alone make the speech unlawful. There must be the intent in the speaker and reasonably the imminent lawful conduct as a result of that specific speech.
Danny, let's take people back to 2019. First of all, it was 2 articles of impeachment back then, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. We had witnesses deposed in October. We had committee hearings in November. The vote didn't even happen till December. It was a long, drawn-out process, maybe fast, actually, by most impeachment standards, but still took several weeks. Why is it that we're seeing it move so quickly, and how is that happening, and why is it allowed for it to happen so quickly this time around?
Because the House and the Senate have so much control over their own procedure. It's not the same in courts, where an accused has certain due process rights. And for that reason, we've also developed a large body of procedural rules, the rules of civil procedure, the rules of evidence. All of these, when applied, can add time onto the way a trial is conducted. Even jury selection alone can add weeks onto a trial. But again, this is not an ordinary trial that you would see an Article 3 trial before a federal court. It is an impeachment trial. And the interesting thing is that even if President Trump wanted to take this to the courts, to even the Supreme Court, it might be the case that the Supreme Court might conclude that his speech was lawful. But the Supreme Court might also conclude that it doesn't matter what we think, because the Constitution clearly says the Senate shall have the sole power to try impeachments. That may mean to a court, including the Supreme Court, that irrespective of what we may think of procedure, we must stay our hand. This is what's called a political question, and it must be decided by the Senate without interference from the judicial branch.
Monica, I want to bring you back into this conversation before I think we might lose you pretty soon here, just to go back to talking about President Trump and his reaction to all this. In just a moment, I'm going to ask Danny what potential defense routes the president would have if this does, in fact, get through the House and go into a Senate trial. Do we have any indication about how the president would be preparing for that as far as the legal team goes, or what they would try to use as a defense?
Well, we've reached out to several members who were a part of the president's first impeachment defense team, like Alan Dershowitz, for example, and he actually tells us that nobody from the White House has touched base with him, neither has the president, to ask him to join any kind of formal round 2 team. And what Alan Dershowitz also pointed out was that he doesn't think necessarily that there might be time in order to have a full-on Senate trial, as you were just discussing there with Danny, and how that would work given the president only has 1 week left in office. And so he's not even sure you would need a team of lawyers or how that might work. But the fact that the White House hasn't come out and given us any indication about what the defense plan would be, I think tells you a lot. In fact, what we heard from the president yesterday before he left Washington for Texas, he tried to argue in an excellent question posed by our own Kelly O'Donnell about his personal responsibility. He told reporters that he thinks that what he said in that rally before the violence on the Hill in terms of urging his supporters to go to the Capitol was, in his words, quote, totally appropriate, which may remind some people of some other defense the president tried to argue about his call with the Ukrainian leader, which he tried to call a perfect call. And of course, that's what got him impeached the first time. So it gives you a little bit of an insight into how the president might be trying to defend himself. But at this point, Savannah and Joe, we don't have any good indication about what a team of defense and lawyers would look like. The other person, though, who plays a big role in this, or could, is Rudy Giuliani, of course, the president's longtime personal attorney, who has told our team if there was a second impeachment defense group, he would be poised to lead it. But complicating that is the fact that now the New York Bar Association is looking into whether to disbar him and revoke his license, and what that would mean for practicing, which I'm sure Danny can speak to much more eloquently. But that just really gives you a flavor of how complicated and intense intense this process would be, because the president doesn't seem to have a long list of lawyers coming to his defense or his aid at all as he faces this potential Senate impeachment trial, guys.
Monica, is this really the ultimate crossroads for the Republican Party, which has been obviously torn apart internally by President Trump for so long? But now you have the New York Times reporting that Mitch McConnell privately backs impeachment. You have Liz Cheney speaking out. But we know within the House and certainly within parts of the Senate, the president still has support. I mean, is this the straw that breaks the camel's back as we try to figure out where the Republican Party moves going forward after President Trump leaves office?
It's an excellent question, and we can look to the behavior of some Republican senators like Lindsey Graham, for example, who a week ago said, "Count me out. I'm done. I've had enough," in terms of trying to defend the president. And then you look at this trip yesterday to the border, and Senator Graham was traveling with the president on board Air Force One and was with him all day long and has spent time with him in the last few days, according to reports. So they are trying to walk a very fine line. And exactly to your question, they're trying to determine what role, if any, the president will play in terms of being a potential kingmaker or still having some kind of a grip on the Republican Party. I think we're seeing that change dramatically because of the events of last week, and with somebody like Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, in effect, saying that he's okay completely moving on from the relationship he has with the president, even though he had been a close ally, over the chaos and the violence and the role the president played in that. I think you're going to expect to hear that from some other senators. Of course, there are Republicans like Maine's Susan Collins, Alaska's Lisa Murkowski, who have frequently come out and spoken against the president. And so that's not as much of a surprise. But for some of the senators who were planning and did object to the tabulation of Electoral College votes certifying Joe Biden's victory last week, like Senators Ted Cruz or Josh Hawley, there's a huge existential crisis for them in terms of how they want to continue and what kind of re-election challenges they will face. And also an open question for many of these Republican lawmakers is what kind of primary challenges they do encounter in the next 2 to 4 years. But this president has said when he leaves office, his intention is to help the Republicans who he perceives as loyal to him and to work against the ones who are not. The dynamic of that, though, shifts quite intensely today and over the next few days if you see more and more Republicans really taking a stand and coming out against him, voting to impeach him. But there will probably be some loyalists who remain who are trying to think about how to navigate the more than 75 million voters who did support the president in this election, of course, before all of the horrific baseless claims of voter fraud that led to this tragic scene and violence on the Hill, how they decide what message to send to those voters and how to really thread the needle on this is going to be a question we're trying to answer for sure for the months and maybe years to come, guys.
Monica, staying in that lane, I just want to ask you something we've been talking about this morning. The New York Times reporting that Mitch McConnell is said to be pleased that Democrats are moving forward with impeaching the president. I'm just wondering now this morning if we have any idea of any shockwaves that sent through the White House or a reaction on that. You know, we also heard that he does feel that there were impeachable offenses there, but to hear that he's actually pleased with it, I'm wondering what we think the White House has to say about that.
Yeah, and Savannah, it's a great point. They haven't talked about this at all. Again, normally you would see a flood of surrogates of the president's greatest defenders, his press secretary, even sometimes his children coming on Fox News or on other outlets to try to defend the president and try to push against this narrative from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. We haven't seen that at all. There has been so little reaction to that point. But the fact that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump also haven't spoken in nearly a month tells you a lot about their very frayed relationship. And this is something that sort of was seemingly going in this direction. And for years, McConnell had tried to really execute the president's legislative priorities, and their partnership was founded in that. But then he very clearly said, McConnell did last week on the floor, that this was a moment in which he needed to break with the president because otherwise we'd be going into some kind of death spiral. And then you also have McConnell's wife, Elaine Chao, the transportation secretary up until a couple days ago, who tendered her resignation over what the president said and did in terms of urging supporters to go to the Capitol. And after those Trump rioters breached the grounds and caused the chaos that they did, that led her to that decision. So you can see here clearly from the two of them, both Elaine Chao and Mitch McConnell, that this is a really major, this was so important to them to take a stand on this and break with the president. We saw a couple of other people in the president's orbit do that as well. But from the White House point of view and from the president, he continues to be completely defiant, though we're told by some sources close to him, he is a little more sullen and starting to accept the gravity that is confronting him. But he has all but accepted what is likely to come in the next couple of hours, which is that he will be impeached and he'll be leaving office. That's another question that's an open area. Does the president stay in Washington even for the next week? We know he's not attending Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's inauguration. Is he going to leave before then? Will he head to Florida or elsewhere and simply escape all of this and try to be done with it? Or is he going to stay here and continue to govern for the next few days? We don't have any kind of guidance on that from White House officials, remarkable as that is.
Monica Alba, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to head to the House floor right now where the procedures are finally getting underway. A reminder, it's going to be a lot of procedural rules discussion with the vote expected perhaps this afternoon. Let's listen in.
Then Donald Trump told the crowd, we're going to have to fight much harder. You will never take back our country with weakness. Even though, according to his own administration, that this election was the most secure in our history, Donald Trump repeated his big lie that this election was an egregious assault on democracy. Vice President Pence, he said, was going to have to come through for us. Trump then told this mob to walk down to the Capitol. The signal was unmistakable. These thugs should stage a coup so Donald Trump can hang on to power. The people's will be damned. This beacon of democracy became the site of a vicious attack. Rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as a noose and gallows were built a stone's throw from the Capitol steps. Capitol police officers were beaten and sprayed with pepper spray. Attackers hunted down lawmakers to hold them hostage or worse. Staff barricaded doors. People sent text messages to their families to tell them they loved them. They thought they were saying goodbye, Mr. Speaker. This was not a protest. This was an insurrection. This was a well-organized attack on our country that was incited by Donald Trump. Domestic terrorists broke into the United States Capitol that day, and it's a miracle more people didn't die. As my colleagues and I were being evacuated to safety, I never, ever will forget what I saw when I looked into the eyes of those attackers right in the Speaker's lobby there. I saw evil, Mr. Speaker. Our country came under attack, not from a foreign nation, but from within. These were not protesters. These were not patriots. These were traitors. These were domestic terrorists, Mr. Speaker. And they were acting under the orders of Donald Trump. Now, some of my colleagues on the other side have suggested that we just move on from this horror. But to gloss over it would be an abdication of our duty. Others on the Republican side have talked about unity. But we can't have unity without truth and without accountability. And I'm not about to be lectured by people who just voted to overturn the results of a free and fair election. America was attacked, and we must respond, even when the cause of this violence resides at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Each of us took an oath last week. It wasn't to a party, and it wasn't to a person. We vowed to defend the Constitution. The actions of Donald Trump have called each of us to fulfill that oath today. I pray that we rise to this responsibility, because every moment Donald Trump is in the White House, our nation, our freedom is in danger. He must be held to account for the attack on our Capitol that he organized and he incited. I solemnly urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying article. The damage this building sustained can be repaired, Mr. Speaker. But if we don't hold Donald Trump accountable, the damage done to our nation could be irreversible. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my formal remarks, I want to ask for God's blessing and protection on you, for my friend, Mr. McGovern, for all who come to this chamber today to speak and to vote, for our wonderful staff that makes this possible, and most especially for the men and women of the Capitol Police and the other affiliated law enforcement agencies that are here to protect everybody and to make sure that this proceeding can go forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, today is a sad day for all of us. For me personally, for the Rules Committee, for the entire House of Representatives, and most certainly for the American people. For the second time in 13 months, we're meeting to discuss the impeachment of the President of the United States. Our meeting today does not arise in a vacuum and comes at what I hope and pray is the end of a tumultuous period for our country. Less than 1 week ago, Congress met to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. What started out as peaceful protest turned into a riot as an untold number of individuals stormed the Capitol building. 6 people died as a result of this mob. And it's only by the grace of God and the brave acts of the U.S. Capitol Police, the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, the FBI, the ATF, and other responding agencies that there was not more bloodshed. Violent acts such as these have no place in our republic. These shocking and sobering events rest high on our minds today, as well they should. Certainly January 6, 2021 will live in my memory as the darkest day during my time of service as a member of this House. After these grave events, we as a nation and as an institution have an opportunity to come together. President Trump has conceded the 2020 election. Congress has certified the results of the election. And next Wednesday, President-elect Biden will be sworn in as the President of the United States. Congress and the nation can move forward knowing that the political process was completed as designed and the constitutional framework that has governed our republic since 1789 held firm. But instead of moving forward as a unifying force, the majority in the House is choosing to divide us further. With only a week to go in his term, the majority is asking us to consider a resolution impeaching President Trump. And they do so knowing full well that even if the House passes this resolution, the Senate will not be able to begin considering these charges until after President Trump's term ends. Mr. Speaker, I can think of no action the House can take that's more likely to further divide the American people than the action we are contemplating today. Emotions are clearly running high, and political divisions have never been more apparent in my lifetime. We desperately need to seek a path forward, healing for the American people. So it's unfortunate that a path to support healing is not the path the majority's chosen today. Instead, the House is moving forward erratically with a truncated process that does not comport with the modern practice and that will give members no time to contemplate the serious course of action before us. In every modern impeachment inquiry, an investigation and committee action has preceded bringing an impeachment resolution to the floor. In part, this is to ensure that members have the full facts, the opportunity to engage expert witnesses, and have a chance to be heard. It also provides due process to the President of the United States. And again, in every modern impeachment inquiry, the President has been given an opportunity to be heard in some form or another. This is necessary in order to ensure that the American people have confidence in the procedures the House is following. It's also necessary, not because of the President's inappropriate and reckless words are deserving of defense, but because the presidency itself demands due process in the impeachment proceedings. Unfortunately, the majority's chosen to race to the floor with a new article of impeachment, foregoing any investigation, any committee process, or any chance for members to fully contemplate this course of action before proceeding. Professor Jonathan Turley is correct when he called this a, quote, dangerous snap impeachment, an impeachment that effectively would go to a vote without the deliberation or inquiries of the traditional hearing. Professor Turley also noted that, quote, the damage caused by the rioters this week was enormous. However, it will pale in comparison to the damage from a new precedent of a snap impeachment, unquote. If the majority is seeking consensus, this is hardly the way to create it. The majority is failing to provide the House with an opportunity to review all the facts, which are still coming to light, to discuss all the evidence, to listen to scholars, to examine the witnesses, and to consider precedents. This is not the type of robust process we have followed for every modern impeachment, and the failure to do so does a great disservice to this institution and to this country. Mr. Speaker, I can think of nothing that will cause further division more than the path the majority is now taking. Rather than looking ahead to a new administration, the majority is again seeking to settle scores against the old one. Rather than seeking to heal America, they are seeking to divide us more deeply. And rather than following the appropriate processes the House has used in every modern impeachment, the majority is rushing to the floor, tripping all over themselves in their rush to impeach the president a second time. What's worse, though the majority seems to believe that this course of action is self-evident, and that's simply not the case. I have to tell them it's not. Members that have reviewed the same conduct and have come to dramatically different conclusions. Legal scholars like Professor Turley and Professor Alan Dershowitz, both of whom condemned the president's statements, believe that his statements are not impeachable. I know other scholars have different points of view. Given this difference of opinion, shouldn't we have a better process than this? Shouldn't we have a chance to examine witnesses, discuss the matter with legal scholars, and consider this in committee? On a matter as grave and consequential as impeachment, shouldn't we follow the same process we have used in every modern impeachment rather than rushing to the floor? On behalf of generations of Americans to come, we need to think more clearly about the consequences of our actions today. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason to rush forward like this, other than the very obvious fact that there are only 7 days left until a new president takes office. But what's worse, as Professor Dershowitz has pointed out, because of the Senate's rules, the case cannot come to trial in the Senate until 1 p.m. on January the 20th, 1 hour after President Trump leaves office. This is an ill-advised course, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Even Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat, agrees. Senator Manchin is quoted this week as having said, quote, "I think this is so ill-advised for Joe Biden to be coming in, trying to heal the country, trying to be the president of all the people when we're going to be so divided and fighting again. Let the judicial system do its job," unquote. So what then is the point of the rush to impeach? We are coming off a horrific event that resulted in 6 deaths. We have an opportunity to move forward, but we cannot if the majority insists on bringing the country through the trauma of another impeachment. It will carry forward into the next president's term, ensuring that he will struggle to organize his administration. What's worse, it will continue to generate the bitterness so many of us have opposed. Why put us through that when we can't actually resolve this before the end of the president's term? Mr. Speaker, I think my colleagues in the majority need to think about this more soberly. We need to recognize we are following a flawed process. We need to recognize that people of goodwill can differ. We need to recognize that while the House may be done with this matter after today's vote, it will not be done for the country, it will not be done for the Senate, and it will not be done for the incoming Biden administration. The House's action today will only extend the division longer than necessary. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would note that there are other remedies that can be pursued. The President is expected to face litigation over his role in last Wednesday's events. There will be criminal proceedings against the perpetrators, and I hope all of those who stormed the Capitol will be brought to justice. And some members have proposed an alternative procedure, censuring the president, which could garner significant bipartisan support in the House. I do not think impeachment is a wise course, Mr. Speaker. I would urge my friends in the majority to reconsider. There's still time to choose a different path, one that leads to reconciliation and hope for a better and brighter days. With that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the powerful statement by Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who is the chair of the House Republican Caucus, entitled, "I will vote to impeach the president."
Without objection.
And I just want to be clear about one thing. If we vote to impeach the president today and we send it over to the Senate, there is nothing to prevent the Senate from taking it up immediately if Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell decides that he wants to proceed, number one. Number two, we all want to talk about unity. I can't think of anything that would unify this country more if there was a big bipartisan vote in favor of impeachment. Every second that this president remains in office is a danger to this country and to the world. We have no idea what he is capable of doing, whether he will pardon these terrorists, whether he will go to war. So I would urge all my colleagues on both sides to support this rule and the impeachment resolution. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
He's recognized for 1 minute.
Last week, I hid in an office for hours, terrified to open the door because I did not know if a rioter was on the other side ready to attack, kidnap, or murder me. But my experiences were just the tip of the iceberg. The U.S. Capitol was targeted, besieged, and ransacked on January 6th by a murderous mob holding a noose for Vice President Pence and targeting Speaker Pelosi. Their rampage resulted in destruction and 5 people dead. We were attacked by terrorists, but this time the terrorists were radicalized right here in the United States. Worse, they were radicalized by the president, who intentionally lied to his supporters that the election was stolen and then told them when to come to D.C., where to protest, and who to direct their anger at. The need to remove this president could not be more urgent. He is too dangerous to remain in office. Donald Trump must be held accountable. He must be impeached.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to immediately bring up a resolution establishing a bipartisan national commission on the domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. This proposed bipartisan commission will be tasked with examining and reporting upon the terror attack on our Capitol that occurred last Wednesday. The commission will be bipartisan in nature, modeled after the 9/11 Commission, and will fully be empowered to undertake a full investigation and make recommendations to the President and to Congress. I can think of no more appropriate path for Congress to follow than by ensuring a bipartisan commission reviews all evidence and reports back to us on this horrific event. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, I
Without
urge...
objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I urge a no vote on the previous question. I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Davis of Illinois, the ranking Republican member on House Administration, for a further explanation of this amendment.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank the U.S. Capitol Police and the Sergeant-at-Arms employees who were here on the front lines protecting this Capitol last week during the unprecedented attack. It is imperative that we focus on ensuring a safe inauguration day, protecting members and staff during this time of increased threats, and making sure that our Capitol Police officers have the support that they need. We need to ensure that what we saw happen a week ago today never happens again. Yesterday, I introduced, along with Representatives Katko and Comer, a bill that would create a national commission on the domestic terrorist attack upon the United States Capitol. The bipartisan commission would consist of 10 members, 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, appointed by the next president and by House and Senate leadership. This commission would be tasked with investigating the domestic terrorist attack that occurred in this building just a week ago. And it will provide us recommendations to prevent similar attacks from happening in the future. What we saw last week scared all of us who were here, but it also showed adversaries what it takes to take out a branch of government. When this commission is done with this investigation, it will submit a report to the President and to Congress detailing its findings and recommendations to ensure that no foreign or domestic adversary could accomplish what was done on January 6th. We need to ensure that we fully understand what took place last week and any and all issues that occurred during our response. Republicans and Democrats need to work together. We must unite to prevent any attacks like this from happening in the future, and we must protect this institution, not just for us, for the American people. That's why we should defeat the previous question so that we can establish this bipartisan commission to equip us with the information that we need to support our Capitol Police and the men and women who work in these buildings. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman of the Rules Committee for yielding. I congratulate him for his efforts and that of the Rules Committee in acting swiftly. I appreciate the remarks of Mr. Cole, for whom I have great respect, but I disagree with his sense of a lack of urgency in action. I do agree with him of the consequences of our action. There are consequences to actions, and the actions of the President of the United States demand urgent, clear action by the Congress of the United States. The chairman of the committee introduced the remarks and put them in the record. But I want to reference the remarks of the chair of the Republican Conference, which is the analog to the Democratic Caucus. It is all the Republicans elected to the Congress of the United States in the House of Representatives. And they elected Liz Cheney, the daughter of the Vice President of the United States. The former whip of this House, Dick Cheney, with whom I served in the 80s. Representative Cheney from Wyoming, a conservative Republican, said this: the President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. That is not some irresponsible new member of the Congress of the United States. This is the daughter of the former Republican whip and former Vice President of the United States of America. She knows of what she speaks. And she said this as well: there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath of Constitution, to the Constitution. This is not, as Liz Cheney says, just some action. She characterizes it as the biggest betrayal of any President of the United States in our history. Mr. John Katko, not a backbench Republican who just got here and doesn't know what's going on. Mr. John Katko, who is the ranking Republican on the Homeland Security Committee, says this: to allow the President of the United States to incite this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of democracy. This is not some backbencher on your side of the aisle, on their side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. It reflects the sense of outrage, the sense of historic dissimilarity from the actions of any previous president. And then Mr. Adam Kinzinger, member to the NG Commerce Committee, a senior member from Illinois. So I have a member from Wyoming, a member from Illinois, and a member from New York. There will be others on this vote who will join them. And Mr. Kinzinger said this: if these actions, he hasn't had any hearings, he hasn't had any He doesn't need any long, drawn-out consideration. If these actions are not worthy of impeachment, then what is an impeachable offense? There is no doubt in my mind that the President of the United States broke his oath and incited this insurrection. I tell my friend, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman for whom I have great respect, he is my friend, and I say that honestly, not just as rhetoric, as we say on this floor, because there's some that I don't consider friends, whose values I do not share. That is not Mr. Cole. We have a difference. Liz Cheney, John Katko, Adam Kinzinger, and other Republicans whom I have talked to within the last 24 hours believe this action is required. Now, let me say, I see the gentleman from Ohio is on the floor. He likes to say that we Democrats were elected and the first thing we wanted to do was impeach this president. And he's shaking his head in agreement because, like the President of the United States, he denies the facts. Trump-like. Fake news. December 6, 2017, Mr. Green, whom I'm going to refer to, offered a motion because he saw the danger that confronted our country. And he filed a resolution of impeachment. And on December 6, 2017, we had a vote on that. And the majority of Democrats voted no. Actually, they voted yes to table, so that we did not proceed in 2017. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, thought, however, the next year that there was still a danger to our country. Some of us shared that view, but we were not confident that the case could be made or that the transactions that had proceeded would lead to conviction. So on January 19th of 2018, we had a motion to table Mr. Green's resolution. And the majority of Democrats voted to table that resolution. What a rush to judgment. And then on July 17th, 2019, 9 days before the call to Ukraine to get the Ukrainian leader to act on the political behalf of the President of the United States and withheld money to defend the Ukrainian people from Russian involvement and offered that as a bribe. And on July 17th, the majority of Democrats voted to table that resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, there was no rush to judgment. And then that call to which I just referred was on July 26th, 9 days later. I call that the aha moment. Yes, I knew what I thought, but that was proof. And the gentleman, some gentlemen have lamented that we didn't know the whistleblower, because after all, if we knew the whistleblower, we could intimidate everybody else from coming forward. And this president has done everything he can to intimidate whistleblowers, people who came forward and told the truth. And we had witness after witness after witness who confirmed what the whistleblower brought to our attention. So the reason I rise today, and I'm going to speak on the resolution itself at some later time, is to recognize the contributions that Al Green of Texas has made to getting us to this place. And I just want to, I'm not going to read all the resolution, but I want to read some excerpts from the resolution he has introduced. We won't be considering his resolution. We'll be considering Mr. Cicilline and over 200 others who have signed on to the resolution. Mr. Green had a resolution when introduced, resolved that Donald Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and the following articles of impeachment be exhibited in the Senate. Article 1 says, in his conduct with the President of the, in his conduct while President of the United States, unmindful of the high duties of his high office and dignity and proprieties thereof, and of the harmony and courtesies necessary for stability, to which my friend spoke, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Donald John Trump, in violation of his constitutional and oath faithfully to execute the office of president, has harmed the society of the United States, brought shame and dishonor to the office of the President of the United States, sowing discord among the people of the United States by weaponizing hate for political gain. He went on to say on January 6, 2021, in a speech at the National Mall, President Donald Trump weaponized the hate and that resulted in violence, the deaths of multiple people, an assault on democracy, and an insurrection against the Capitol of the United States of America by inciting a mob. Who said that? Liz Cheney said it, and Al Green said it. Infected with white supremacists, carrying a rebel flag, erecting a gallows structure with a noose, wearing shirts and hateful messages, such as Camp Auschwitz, work brings freedom, and MAGA Civil War, January 6, 2021. MAGA Civil War. They had the hats on of the army of MAGA, which I refer to as Make America Grieve Again. We grieved at Fort Sumter. We grieved on December 7th, 1941, and we grieved on 9/11. And yes, we grieved on January 6th of this year. He goes on to say, what the president told this mob that Liz Cheney said was recruited by the President of the United States. And I quote, this is the president talking to this mob. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by a bold and radical left Democrats, like the Secretary of State in Georgia and the governor of Georgia, which is what they are doing, and stolen by the fake news media, inciting, riling up, creating anger with the fake news and lies that the President of the United States said to these folks. That is what they have done and what they are doing, the President continued. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And so what did they do? Incited by this president, as Liz Cheney said, as John Katko said, as Adam Kinzinger said, and frankly, what Secretary Chao acted upon, and what the Secretary of Homeland Security acted upon, and what so many others in the administration have acted upon. Disgusted, dismayed, and disheartened by what their president had done. They got out. They quit. The president further emboldened them, saying, this is the Green resolution. We're not considering it, but it is the Green resolution. The president further emboldened them, saying, you will never take back our country with weakness. We had a display of non-weakness, criminal, insurrection-like conduct. Recruited by and deployed by the President of the United States to come to this Capitol and stop the steal. The steal, of course, was we assembled accepting what all the courts that considered it said was a fair and accurate election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as President and Vice President of the United States. After his National Mall speech, a mob of his supporters proceeded to the Capitol complex. We know that. And so Mr. Green's resolution ends with, wherefore, to prevent national harm to our society, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, warrants immediate impeachment trial and removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States Constitution and the 14th Amendment. So in conclusion, Mr. Green is going to speak after me, but in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me tell my friend, Mr. Cole, I've been here some time. He has as well. I've served with Ronald Reagan, with George H.W. Bush, and George Bush. I had respect for all of those presidents. They cared about our country, they honored our Constitution, and they executed the duties of their office consistent with the Constitution and laws of our country. That is not true of this president. And therefore, he ought to be removed. And we have that opportunity to do so. Is there little time left? Yes. But it is never too late to do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, at this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, my good friend, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had tears to well in my eyes as I heard Mr. Hoyer, and I know that hearts are hurting. It's a very sad time in the history of our country. No one is celebrating. No one wants to see this occur. I was at the Rules Committee by way of Zoom. I was there for the entire hearing. Those members on the other side, this is something that they understand and they take seriously. Regardless as to what's said, I could sense that they're hurting too. So I just want to thank everyone for all that has happened and the appreciation that's been shown. And I want to say that the healing that we talk about, that has to begin. May I have just 30 seconds?
I yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
Gentleman has additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. The healing, it has to start with some of these people who were there initially, who helped to lay this foundation, 110 people. I want to recognize Maxine Waters, Congresswoman. A lot of them were threatened. Their lives were disrupted. And if I may, with unanimous consent, I'd just like to insert their names in the record.
Without objection.
I thank you, and may God bless our country as we go forward.
Gentleman from Texas yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished Republican member, our leader of the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith of Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, we will amend the rule to immediately bring up the bill establishing a bipartisan national commission on the domestic terror attack of the United States Capitol. This has been a devastating week for our nation. Just last week, we stood right here in this very chamber while a violent mob laid siege to the seat of American democracy. It is vital we get the facts on what went wrong last week, why the security apparatus failed, and how we can ensure it never happens again. Less than 50 feet from where we stand in this room, a young lady lost her life through those doors. Through those doors. I was in this chamber when those gunshots rang. That is real stuff. That should never happen in the people's house. For the first time, can the House Democrats and the Speaker of the House put the people before politics? Please put the people before politics. At a time when our nation is more divided than ever before, let's put people before politics. President Trump will be leaving in 7 days. Let's try to heal this nation. Let's listen to the American people. This is the people's house. Let's operate for the people. This country is hurting. The people are hurting. Our colleagues are hurting. This is a reckless impeachment. This will only bring up the hate and fire more than ever before. Have a conscience. Put the people before politics.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Unify
Gentleman from
this
Oklahoma
country.
is recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind all of my colleagues that what happened on Wednesday would not have happened if it weren't for the occupant in the White House. And if we want to put the people first, we all ought to vote to impeach him and remove him from office as soon as possible. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today is a defining moment in our history. Congress was attacked by a mob directed by the President of the United States. It was a horrible, terrifying situation, but we all know deep in our hearts that it could have been much, much worse. We simply cannot let it stand. We cannot let it stand for the very soul of our democracy. We cannot let the President of the United States leave office without acting. We are the oldest constitutional republic in the world, and our Capitol is the sacred symbol of our great democracy. To my colleagues across the aisle, I appeal to your sense of service and duty to our nation and to the oath we all swore to uphold. Before we are Democrats and Republicans, we are Americans. Let us come together to fulfill our oath by voting for the resolution before us and by defending, preserving, and honoring our democracy. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to one of our new members, distinguished gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, and note that this is her first speech on the House floor.
Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is not the reason why I wanted to give my first speech in our chambers, in our hallowed halls. This is not what I wanted to do in my first week in office. But after the violent events of last week, watching and witnessing how heartbreaking this was, thank God I sent my kids home on Monday morning because I was worried about the rhetoric leading up to the events and to the rally on January 6th, the violence that could transpire. Not only were our lives in danger, but if my kids were here, their lives would have been in danger too, the two most precious people in my life. Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, the U.S. House of Representatives has every right to impeach the President of the United States. But what we're doing today, rushing this impeachment in an hour or 2 hour long debate on the floor of this chamber, bypassing judiciary, poses great questions about the constitutionality of this process. I believe we need to hold the President accountable. I hold him accountable for the events that transpired, for the attack on our Capitol last Wednesday. I also believe that we need to hold accountable every single person, even members of Congress, if they contributed to the violence that transpired here. But today I'm asking my colleagues to remember the words of the legendary, the great leader in this country, Dr. Martin Luther King, who once said the time is always right to do what is right. And if we're serious about healing the divisions in this country, Republicans and Democrats need to acknowledge this is not the first day of violence we've seen. We've seen violence across our country for the last 9 months. And we need to recognize, number one, that our words have consequences, that there is violence on both sides of the aisle. We've contributed to it. We need to take responsibility for our words and our actions. We need to acknowledge there is a problem, take responsibility for it, and stop being part of the problem and start being part of the solution. God bless every member in the chamber today, and God bless the United States of America. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma Reserve, gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh.
Gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, our government is founded on the principle all power flows from the people. Donald Trump challenged this principle in 2 ways: deceit and violence. The deceit is repeated and baseless assertion of an electoral fraud. The violence, the attack on the United States Capitol on January 6th. The mob was assembled by Donald Trump, incited by Donald Trump, and in service of Donald Trump's effort to overturn, through violence, what he lost at the voting booth. The violent mob breached the Capitol, killed and injured Capitol Police, destroyed property, threatened the Vice President, members of Congress, and staff, all to obstruct the peaceful transfer of power. If we want unity, we must have accountability. So the question before this Congress: will Congress condone through acquiescence or condemn through impeachment Donald Trump's violent acts to overturn the election?
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts is reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished Republican leader of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, in his opening remarks, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee said that Republicans last week voted to overturn the results of an election. Guess who the first objector was on January 6, 2017? First objector, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee. And guess which state he objected to? Alabama. The very first state called, Alabama. President Trump, I think, won Alabama by like 80 points. Actually, he won it by 30 points. They can object to Alabama in 2017, but tell us we can't object to Pennsylvania in 2021? Pennsylvania, where the state Supreme Court just unilaterally extended the election to Friday? Pennsylvania, where the Secretary of State unilaterally changed the rules, went around the legislature in unconstitutional fashion. Pennsylvania, where county clerks in some counties, and you can imagine which counties they were, let people fix their ballots against the law, cure their ballots, their mail-in ballots, direct violation of the law. And they tell us we tried to overturn the election. Guess who the second objector was in 2017? The individual managing the impeachment for the Democrats. Americans are tired of the double standard. They are so tired of it. Democrats object to more states in 2017 than Republicans did last week, but somehow we're wrong. Democrats can raise bail for rioters and looters this summer, but somehow when Republicans condemn all the violence this summer, the violence last week, somehow we're wrong. And Democrats can investigate the President of the United States, as Mr. Hoyer went through, try to impeach him, investigate him for 4 years, but will not look at an election that 80 million Americans, half the electorate, 80 million, Republicans and Democrats have their doubts about. I said this last night. I do not know where all this goes, and this is frightening for the country. We should defeat this rule, and we should defeat the impeachment resolution when it comes up.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma Reserve, gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, some of us objected 4 years ago as a protest vote to raise concerns about what all of our intelligence agencies had stated clearly, that Russia interfered in our election. But what the gentleman fails to acknowledge is that we all acknowledge that Donald Trump was the president the day after the election. Hillary Clinton conceded the day after the election. None of us push conspiracy theories like some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have been doing, and this president, that somehow the president won in a landslide. Give me a break. You know, yesterday in the Rules Committee, I asked the gentleman from Ohio if he would just say 5 simple words. And if he was talking about healing. I said the 5 simple words that you could say that would help heal this nation are that the election was not stolen. That's it, 5 simple words. He refused. He said he never said the election was stolen. Well, the evidence shows otherwise. And let me quote from this Dana Milbank piece entitled, "5 pesky little words keep stumping Jim Jordan." And Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. This Capitol was stormed. People died because of the big lies that were being told by this president and by too many people on the other side of the aisle. Enough. People should be outraged as to what happened. It was unforgivable, unconscionable. And coming up on this floor and talking about whataboutism and trying to make these false equivalencies, give me a break. The President of the United States instigated an attempted coup in this country. People died. Everybody should be outraged, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. If this is not an impeachable offense, I don't know what the hell is. This president is not fit to remain in office. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. This was not a one-off. It was a long time coming. It was a part of a plan to perpetuate Trump in office. Trump's campaign strategy was the election, the only way we can lose is if it's stolen. If it's stolen, it's fake, it's stolen, repeated by many of his fellow travelers on that side more than 150 times by Trump over the summer. Then they litigated to disqualify voters. That didn't work. Then they litigated to throw out ballots. Well, that didn't work. Then they attempted to delay the count and flip state legislatures. Well, that didn't work. Last ditch, the president called down to Georgia and said, "Can't you find me more votes?" And then one last desperate plea: stop the January 6th certification. And the president talked about that on September 26th. He said, "You know, if it goes to Congress, there's 1 vote per state, and we have an advantage." So I think this was part of a plan to disrupt the Electoral College of the United States. Giuliani, trial by combat. Trump, never take back our country with weakness.
Time's expired.
You have to show strength. You have to be strong.
Reserves.
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country
recognized. The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman is no longer recognized. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler, new member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm deeply troubled by last week's attack on our Capitol, and I pray for the families of Officer Sicknick and Officer Liebengood. As I have been saying all summer long, violence and rioting has no place in America, and the criminals responsible for last week's rioting must be brought to justice. At a time when our nation is still healing, we must seek out issues to work on that unite us, rather than issues that further divide us. I was greatly encouraged to see our country unite in condemnation of last week's lawlessness and the rioting. I am further encouraged that despite my Democrat colleagues' claims to the contrary, President Trump is committed to a peaceful and uninterrupted transfer of power. But that's not good enough for my colleagues across the aisle. With just 7 days left in President Trump's term, they are fast-tracking impeachment proceedings, a move which will no doubt further divide an already fractured nation. Even House Democrats' last impeachment effort, which was rushed through in record time, at the very least that had expert input, depositions, hearings, and deliberation. This latest attempt at impeachment ignores all precedent and ignores all due process. And it cannot be voted on in the Senate before Joe Biden is sworn into office. I'm also very concerned by the charge against the president of, quote unquote, incitement of insurrection. At his rally, President Trump urged attendees to, quote unquote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. There was no mention of violence, let alone calls to action. Look, I prosecuted terrorists in the Navy. I was a defense attorney in the Navy JAG Corps. I was a district judge. Just pull up the criminal statute. Look at the criminal code. President Trump's words would not even meet the definition of incitement under criminal statutes. The measure before us today sets a dangerous precedent whereby political parties can justify impeachment simply because they do not agree with the president. I would therefore urge my colleagues across the aisle to just take a step back, let cooler heads prevail, and consider how the actions we're taking here today will alter the course of history, will lower an already low bar of impeachment for all future presidencies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when my friends talk about the president being committed to a peaceful transition, I just point to what happened on Wednesday when his words launched a violent attack against this Capitol, where 5 people lost their lives and many more were injured. So give me a break. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank you. Contrary to my good friend's words, the President of the United States is an insurrectionist. He led an insurrection against the United States of America. Prior to the January 6th attack by violent domestic terrorists, the President spoke to the crowd for 1 hour, and these were his words. These were his words, which is that we cannot take the nation back. We have to take the nation back with strength, and you must go and do that. Those were the paraphrase of his words. The president provoked these domestic terrorists with words, with actions, and conduct that portray and have contempt and hostility to the national value of equal justice under the law. Telling domestic terrorists, nearly all of them were white supremacists, many of them, who support him politically, who stormed the Capitol to derail Congress from completing its constitutionally required duty of counting and verifying the votes.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished member of Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this effort to move forward with impeachment hearings. What happened on Wednesday, January 6th, was nothing short of pure anarchy. And those individuals who broke the law should be held accountable for their actions. They should be prosecuted to the highest extent of the law, and they should be put in jail. This was one of the saddest days of my life last Wednesday, Mr. Chairman. Our thoughts and our prayers are with the police officers and other law enforcement who carried out their duties on that tragic day, including Officers Sicknick and Liebengood. Right now, our focus should be on healing our nation. With so many upset and dismayed at the actions of last week, it's our responsibility to chart a path forward to subdue the growing animosity and find ways to heal our country. Unfortunately, I don't believe this resolution will achieve those goals, especially 7 days ahead of the inauguration. This is very serious and concerning effort during such a tense and fragile time in our country. I urge my colleagues to consider how this will further entrench people during such a tense time. I cannot support this.
The gentleman will suspend. All members are reminded to wear face coverings while on the floor. All members and staff should be wearing face coverings while on the floor. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
For years, Donald Trump has honored thugs worldwide who suppress democracy. For months, with a daily diet of lies, he has made clear his refusal to accept any election in which he was not the winner. After failing completely in his repeated attempts to intimidate both Republican election officials into committing fraud and Republican-appointed judges into ignoring our Constitution, he made a desperate attempt last week to block the final election count and prevent the peaceful transition of power essential to democracy. Trump basically attempted to overthrow the government, to violently overthrow the first branch of government, this Congress. Like his deadly reaction to the pandemic, he totally bungled the deadly attack. Both his frenzied, riotous mob and his congressional enablers were defeated. America, we did stop the steal. We stopped Donald Trump from stealing our democracy and imposing himself as a tyrant. Today, we not only demand accountability for his gross misconduct, but more importantly, we declare to the next Trump-like aspiring tyrant, not in America, we love our democracy too much. Our capital is scarred, but our democracy survives. Violating his sworn duty to protect and defend our Constitution by seeking to violently overthrow the government.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts
If this is not
reserves.
impeachable,
The gentleman
nothing
from
is.
Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I advise the chair I have additional speakers on the way, but they're having a difficult time, so I will reserve my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Just 1 second. On November 3rd, the American people voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to serve as President and Vice President of the United States. The country was about to enter a new era with great hope for change. And yet, with a decisive mandate and majority, the President used untruthful claims to end the completion of a constitutional process of collecting the electoral votes, making Joe Biden President of the United States. Not accepting the will of the American people, the President unleashed the most horrific violence that overwhelmed the security forces at this Capitol, which was overrun for the first time since 1812, putting the lives of so many at risk. Indeed, a day of infamy. This impeachment will be viewed as a transcendent vote where all will be judged. Vote to impeach the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is
I
recognized.
continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. From Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the impeachment of Donald Trump because the attack on the Capitol and the Congress was the single most depraved betrayal of the U.S. Constitution ever committed by a president. The traitorous incitement of an insurrection demands not just impeachment, but removal of office from office immediately. Violence during the transfer of power, Confederate flags, anti-Semitic paraphernalia desecrated this Capitol, so accountability must come swiftly. We must act with the same resoluteness we showed in the early morning hours after the insurrection, where we ensured the will of the voters was effectuated. Donald Trump's defilement of this Capitol will not stand. It demands impeachment now. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Oh, excuse me, 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
For 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. These articles charge incitement. Once before, the House impeached a president of the United States within a week of the alleged offense. That was President Andrew Johnson, days after he removed Secretary of War Edwin Stanton in 1868. Over 50 years later, the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional the Tenure of Office Act that President Johnson had refused to obey. In other words, the House was not only hasty, it was wrong, punishing noncompliance with an unconstitutional law. At least when that occurred, the constitutionality of the law in question was unsettled. Here, however, an angry House majority races to impeachment in direct violation of settled constitutional law. Again, the articles before the House charge incitement to insurrection. They do not specify inciting language. The law is well settled. Quote, what is required to forfeit constitutional protection is incitement speech that specifically advocates for listeners to take unlawful action. The violence last Wednesday was abhorrent. Perpetrators should be prosecuted. Those responsible for security decisions held accountable. Congress can disapprove, revile, condemn, even censure, but you cannot, consistent with the rule of law, punish that which the Constitution's First Amendment declares protected. If you do it, the violators of duty to this Constitution, however angry, will be those who vote for this article of impeachment. It is not Mr. Green's article of impeachment. It is incitement. And the Constitution is settled on that point. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, let us not mince words about what happened last week. It was a violent attempt to interrupt our democratic process. It was a targeted blow at the most essential process that makes us a democracy. It was a direct and specifically incited by the President of the United States. For years, we have been asked to turn a blind eye to the criminality, corruption, and blatant disregard to the rule of law by the tyrant president we have in the White House. We as a nation can no longer look away. The president not only incited an insurrection against our government, but has in word and deed led a rebellion. We cannot simply move past this or turn the page. For us to be able to survive as a functioning democracy, there has to be accountability. We must impeach and remove this president from the office immediately so that he cannot be a threat to our democracy. I stand ready to fulfill my oath of office. And I challenge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article published January 9th entitled, "Our President Wants Us Here, the Mob That Stormed the Capitol." It's another example of why our country cannot risk even one more day of Donald Trump.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, last week, Congress was under siege by a mob motivated and directed by the President of the United States. Our Vice President was the target of that mob. Members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, were targets of this mob. And I witnessed, for the first time in my life, Americans fighting Americans, all at the behest of our own President of the United States. And as Americans, we can do better. And I will vote for impeachment today for our nation, for our children, and for our grandchildren. And I'll be voting for impeachment so that America will once again be the shining city upon the hill whose beacon light guides freedom-loving people everywhere. I urge my colleagues to join me and vote for impeachment. With that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he may have?
Whenever the gentleman is prepared to close, we'll close. We were hopeful that one of our speakers could arrive, but difficult circumstances, they're just having a hard time getting here.
I think we have exhausted all of our speakers, so I'll yield to the gentleman.
Is my friend prepared to close?
Yes.
Then I'll close. Okay.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Speaker, I want to thank you for presiding over these difficult proceedings today. I want to thank my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, and I want to thank everybody that came to the floor, had something to say at an important moment. And I think the debate, while spirited, reflected the civility and decency of the institution that we're all privileged to be part of. And I'm very proud to have been part of it, very proud of all the members and the manner in which they participated. I want again to thank the staff and thank those who kept us safe in the process, particularly the Capitol Police. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I oppose this rule and I oppose the majority's actions today. After the traumatic events of last week, the majority should be taking steps to unite us. Instead, they are only dividing us further. They're rushing to judgment, in my opinion, and bringing up impeachment after failing to follow any meaningful process whatsoever. No hearings have been held, no witnesses heard, no process or opportunity to respond was provided to the president. No members had an opportunity to review or amend this article before it came to the floor. This is hardly the way the House should undertake such a serious act. Mr. Speaker, there's still a way to unite the country. Let us look forward, not backward. Let us come together, not apart. Let us celebrate the peaceful transition of power to a new president rather than impeaching an old president. And let us affirm and reaffirm with one united voice that the House does not rush to judgment on the most consequential action we can take. We deserve better than that, Mr. Speaker, and the American people deserve better than that. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, as they reflect on this minute and we move into our next stage of debate, to remember that we're all privileged to represent a great and a good people who've gone through a horrifying and tragic time, and that we owe them the opportunity to reflect, and we owe them our best efforts to bring together. I know people on this floor feel very passionately about this subject with different points of view. I honor each one of those points of view, and I honor the people that voice them. And let's remember when we're through this, that we're one people, that we have one purpose, that we're free through the grace of God and millions of brave Americans over centuries of time, and we will remain that way, and we will move forward together once we settle this debate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, no on the underlying measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my friend, the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Cole, for his friendship and for the way he conducts himself in this chamber. I know he has great respect for this institution. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible for me to fully capture the reverence that I have for the United States Capitol. You know, I worked on these grounds starting back when I was a college intern, working for Senator George McGovern back in 1977. No relation. Great last name. But since that time, I have done everything from working as a staffer for Congressman Joe Moakley of Massachusetts to being elected to the United States House of Representatives myself. But that internship will always be a high point of my life. Coming here for the first time, walking these hallowed halls, and seeing the glory of American democracy up close. The idea that someone would incite an out-of-control mob of homegrown fascists and domestic terrorists to desecrate the People's House fills me with a deep sadness for our country. The contempt that these people had for our democracy and our freedom fills me with horror. And what Donald Trump did, encouraging them, fills me with rage. Rage, not just on behalf of all of those serving here, but all of those who work in these halls. And I'm talking about the reporters, the cafeteria workers, the custodians, the clerks, the parliamentarians. I go on and on and on. And the staff, the Democratic staff, the Republican staff, the nonpartisan support staff, who were terrorized, some hiding under their desks and barricading in their offices. I was in the Speaker's chair the day this unfolded, and many of the people who are sitting up there now were present at that time. What a horrifying thing for anybody to have to experience. Now, some of my Republican friends have been trying to lecture us about unity here today. Unity after they voted to overturn a free and fair election in the United States of America, but also preaching unity and not acknowledging that for 4 years, many of them gave oxygen to Donald Trump's conspiracy theories, to the big lies. They turned the other way in the face of racism and bigotry and how he embraced some of the most intolerant voices in this country. They just let it go. You know, I will remind everybody here that words have consequences. And ignoring words that are wrong also have consequences. You know, what happened would never have happened if everybody stood up in unity and called out the president when he was not telling the American people the truth, when he was pushing a big lie. We will never have unity without truth and also without accountability. This week in Congress, we saw the best of us and the worst of us. Some of my colleagues have shown that they will defend this president no matter what he does. There's nothing that he could do that would dissuade them from all-out support. But some are standing up and doing the right thing under tremendous pressure, and I am proud of that, and I honor them for their courage. This impeachment resolution outlines the truth of what Trump did. It is time that this Congress now holds him accountable for his words and for their devastating impact. Last week, we took an oath to protect this nation. As history calls on us today, I pray that we all have the moral clarity to uphold it here today. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
You've been listening to over an hour of debate on the House floor as impeachment proceedings against President Trump get underway this morning. Technically, what you've been listening to is the House debating the procedural rule, which sets up the vote later today on the article of impeachment. But put very simply, you're already hearing the arguments on both sides as to whether President Trump should be impeached for a second time. It was led by the ranking members of the Rules Committee, both Democrats and Republicans. The ranking Democrat, Jim McGovern, saying if this isn't impeachable, I don't know what is.
We also heard from the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer urging those to vote to impeach, saying it is never too late to do the right thing. Let's now bring in Kurt Bardella. He's a senior advisor to the Lincoln Project. Kurt, I know you've been listening to this for us, and you're here to help us make sense of what's going on. Of course, that was, as Joe just mentioned, really that procedural rule debate there. But first, I want to ask you about something that I know that you just wrote about, this opinion column that you've done with the title, Trump Doesn't Deserve Post-Presidential Benefits. Impeach him to ensure he won't get them. Now, this is looking forward, depending on what happens in the House today, if this does move to the Senate, what that's going to look like. Tell us, is that really why you think impeachment should be the way here? Is that the point? What happens next, not necessarily these next few days in office?
Well, the way I look at it is Republicans are effectively trying to run out the clock. You heard just now on the House floor, Republicans talk about the fact that by the time this happens, gets to the Senate and is heard, the president will already be out of office. So what's the point of doing this? And the point that I try to make in this piece for USA Today is that there is a point to doing this to hold Trump accountable, because there are still things going on that will happen after he leaves office that the taxpayers are on the financial hook for. And one of the penalties that I believe we need to impose on Donald Trump for his conduct is to remove those perks of the post-presidency life. And I think that Democrats are missing an opportunity highlighting that as a rebuttal to the Republican effort to run out the clock. They need to point out that, well, it might be true that Trump leaves office, but we're still going to be paying the bill for it. Donald Trump's conduct makes him disqualified from getting $200,000 a year in a taxpayer-funded pension. It disqualifies him from having the taxpayers have the burden of paying for his office space, his staff, his travel. All of those perks there is still life after the presidency for Donald Trump. And as long as he is a former president, not an impeached president, he gets to enjoy those benefits. So this is one of the reasons why I think that Democrats need to incorporate that into their messaging, because I bet most people in this country, they have no idea what actually a post-president looks like, what the taxpayer cost is. And I think that when you look at what's happened in this country since the election, and certainly over the last week, I think a lot of them would agree that Donald Trump has lost the right to have those benefits.
Kurt, we just heard some of the arguments that Republicans who support the president are making against impeachment. You talk about the fact that this is moving too quickly. You also heard a lot of them arguing unity. We need to bring the country together right now. What was your reaction when you heard some of those arguments?
You know, it's almost as if the last 4 years didn't happen. For Republicans to stand up there after spending 4 years looking the other way while Trump said both sides at Charlottesville, spent 4 years looking the other way while he locked up children in cages and separated them from their children, looked the other way when he referred to minority countries as S-hole countries, looked the other way as Trump undermined democracy, voted with him to try to throw out the will of the people. They are trying to remove the stain of the last 4 years and their role in it. This is not a both sides issue. This is not something that anyone in the Democratic Party is responsible for. The rhetoric and the inflammation of racial tension in this country has come from one place, one corner, and that is the Republican Party. So for them to stand up there now and to say, well, Joe Biden needs to bring unity here, we need to move on and move forward. I know that Republicans would like to forget the last 4 years. I think that they have seen in losing the House, they just lost the Senate, they've lost the White House, that there is a political price for the way that they have aligned themselves during these 4 years. But you don't get to, light the fire and then say, well, you guys need to put it out and we all need to come together. You can't come together and unite with white supremacists. You can't come together and unite with domestic terrorists. You can't come together and unite with people who wanted to hang the vice president and murder the Speaker of the House. That is an irreconcilable ask.
I want to now bring in Danny Cevallos, of course, our NBC News legal analyst here. Danny, I want to start by just talking about how this sort of typically works, which is not what we're seeing right now. Now, in an impeachment process, typically the House committees conduct hearings on issues that could lead to impeachment. Then the Judiciary Committee actually holds a vote to decide on if there's something there to impeach on. Then those articles are drafted. Then we have that debate on the House floor. That's where we're at today right now. Talk us through this process, its expedited nature, if that matters at all, and if that's some type of defense that the president is going to look to, the fact that this was this shortened process.
The House and Senate process is developed by the House and Senate. And while this is very different from other impeachments in the past, there is no requirement, in the Constitution at least, that they follow a set, rigid procedure that takes months and months and months, which is often, if you look at historically at most impeachments, they take around a year. The shortest impeachment ever, from moment of impeachment to conviction, was a little over a month. That's pretty fast. That was in 1933. But these do not parallel court systems where there are rules of procedure, which often necessitate greater time periods and a sort of standardized way that an impeachment is conducted. Because the House chooses to accuse and the Senate has the sole power to try, that comes with it the power to create their own rules of procedure, rules that may not even be reviewable by a court, including the Supreme Court, if the court concludes that this is what's called a political question, something that is left completely to the power of a particular branch to decide, and one area that the judiciary cannot intrude upon.
Kurt, I want to ask you about the future of the Republican Party. We know at this point 5 House Republican members have said they're going to vote to impeach, including Liz Cheney. We know that the New York Times is reporting that Senator McConnell privately backs impeachment, according to some sources. How much is the impeachment vote that's going to take place today, and then eventually perhaps the vote in the Senate on whether to convict? Is that a vote on the future of the Republican Party, whether it remains the party of Trump or moves forward?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I think at this point, the votes that we are going to have is creating 2 very different, diverging factions within the Republican Party. The Liz Cheney faction that wants to return to, I think, a more traditional conservative ideological bent, and those who want to continue down the Trump train like Kevin McCarthy, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz. And of course, all of that is being weighed against individual personal ambitions of those who want to run in 2024 through Republican nomination: Cruz, Hawley, Tom Cotton, Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, among many others. And so there is a legitimate fracture right now within the Republican Party that we haven't seen really during this time of Trump, for better or worse, and I think it's for worse. The Republican Party has been pretty lockstep behind Donald Trump and united in defending Trump and Trumpism, as we saw just a year ago, the last time we went through an impeachment process for Trump. But I think going forward, it's really interesting to see people like Liz Cheney, Ben Sasse, Mitt Romney, and even Mitch McConnell privately come forward and what we have seen to be probably the most visible rebuke of this president that we have had in the last 4 years. And I think we're seeing just the beginning of what's going to be a very ugly, divisive, and contentious and personal fight within the Republican Party. Because the one thing that we do know is, Trump isn't going to just go away. This is someone who lives for attention. He lives to be at the center of the universe and the political universe. And he's raised a lot of money and has, as we have seen, a very devout following. And the reason why Republicans are still lining up behind him, like Kevin McCarthy and Steve Scalise, is because they are terrified. They are afraid to confront the Trump base and go against them. And the battle lines are kind of being drawn right now before our very eyes.
I want to look ahead now, because this is widely expected to pass through the House here, with majority Democrats and a handful of Republicans also voting in favor to impeach. And Danny, I want to bring you back in here to ask a little bit about what this would look like once it does get to the Senate and the Senate trial in terms of the president and his defense and what we know here. There are a couple names that always get thrown around in terms of Donald Trump and his legal team. Of course, Rudy Giuliani, who we now know the New York State Bar Association has opened this inquiry into removing him from its membership. We also hear Alan Dershowitz's name a lot. He says he has not been contacted yet by the Trump team. Do we know anything here? Do you have any reporting on that? And also, what kind of defense could they go for here?
To defend him. Of course, Dershowitz did, and Jay Sekulow was a prominent defender at the last impeachment. But what we know about his possible defenses is that the president has no due process rights in an impeachment proceeding. That's a very significant difference from a criminal defendant in an Article III court that we are familiar with from TV and movies. A criminal defendant has very established due process procedural rights. The president has none of these. He does not benefit from the rules of evidence or the rules of procedure that protect the accused in a criminal case. So, because the court itself is comprised of the House and the Senate has the sole power to try impeachment cases, coming with that is the Senate's power to make its own rules. And while precedent is helpful, precedent helps guide the Congress and the Senate in trying an impeachment, what we've learned is the rules are whatever they want them to be in a particular impeachment case. That precedent is really just guidance. It's not bedrock principle that a court must follow, as in an Article III, a judicial court that has to follow precedent. In the case of impeachment, the Senate gets to make the rules, and the Senate gets to eliminate rules if it sees fit.
Danny, we keep talking about 2019 and the first impeachment. We know that there were witnesses deposed and committee hearings and lots of debate before we finally got a vote. And this time, things are clearly moving much more quickly. Is at least one reason for that is that we had a much more complicated case last time with Ukraine and a phone call and who all was involved. And this time, in essence, the lawmakers are being asked, you saw the insurrection, you saw what the president said beforehand, you're making a judgment now. Is that incitement of insurrection? I mean, is that part of why this is, besides the obvious timeline here, this is moving so quickly? As it sort of is, here's the evidence, you've seen it, what do you think?
In a sense, if you go back to 2019, it was similar in that you had a transcript. You had the president's words and his words alone. You didn't have any bank transactions. You didn't have any, he didn't do any physical acts accompanying that speech. So they are similar in that we are dealing once again with pure speech. And you can look at all the surrounding circumstances to give effect to what those words were. But you are correct in that in this case, you have a speech that he gave. And if the charge was that he incited a riot or was involved in insurrection, then we dissect the words in that speech, and we apply the traditional First Amendment tests. Was this protected speech under the First Amendment, or did it run afoul of the First Amendment by directing and inciting a riot, and that riot was eminent from those words? Now, reasonable minds will disagree on whether or not that's the case. In fact, this is a case that the Supreme Court might even throw out were it before them. The Supreme Court might conclude that this falls into a number of its tests, including the Brandenburg test, and is protected speech. But that may just be theoretical, because the Supreme Court may never get to hear this case, and that's because the Senate has the sole power to try it. While the First Amendment precedent is relevant, it's interesting, it should be debated, the Senate is not bound to follow it. And of course, the challenge with all First Amendment cases and with speech in general is that no speech is exactly the same as a precedential speech. In other words, the Brandenburg case speech may be similar, but it's not exactly the same, and it never really is. So each First Amendment case is a case-by-case basis. It is unique, and it must be analyzed as such.
Kurt, I want to follow up with you on that same thread that Joe was just pulling at, this idea of it basically being a judgment call, and pull in something that was in your op-ed from USA Today that said instead of making it about accountability for the Capitol siege, they need to make Republicans own Trump's post-presidency perks. Are you essentially arguing that they need to look beyond that idea of a judgment call, whether he did incite it or not, and just that there's enough there that he shouldn't get to continue with the benefits that come along with being the president?
Yeah, I mean, again, impeachment is designed to be a measure of accountability and to have a real consequence for misconduct. And, this is something that we teach our children, right? If you do something wrong, you get something taken away from you. There's a penalty for that. And I think among those penalties, aside from the historical stain of being the only person to be impeached twice in a presidency, Donald Trump does not deserve the future perks of the office that he is going to enjoy. Perks that I think, as we've seen through his conduct in the last 4 years, he'll likely abuse to some degree when you look at how often he's stretched the budgets of the Secret Service going to golf clubs every weekend, golf clubs that he owns, how he's profited from the presidency. If Donald Trump is as rich and wealthy as he claims to be, he won't miss these perks. But I think that there needs to be a judgment and a decisive action taken by the Congress saying we are not going to foot the bill. The American people are not going to foot the bill anymore for this person who is unbecoming of the presidency of the United States. And I think that when you look at just the way that this is happening and the speed that this is happening, and I think Danny's kind of right about this, the record speaks for itself. The video speaks for itself. Donald Trump's words speak for themselves. It's something that the person that might be potentially defending him in the Senate, Rudy Giuliani, was right there saying trial by combat, inciting the very siege that has led to the potential impeachment of this president. All of these things, we don't need witnesses. We don't need to have hearings. We don't need to have a long, drawn-out process. This is pretty black and white at this point. And the events that have unfolded and the response that we have seen from this president and the words that we have seen from this president, they do speak for themselves. And ultimately, I think Liz Cheney put it best when she said, this is a vote of conscience. This is something that should transcend political parties. This is something that transcends the normal ideological entrenchments that we all fight over. At the end of the day, it's country over party. And I think that there is a broader risk that the cost of inaction would put us all in here. If we don't do anything, if we don't hold anybody accountable, we are just saying you can lead a siege against the United States of America, that another branch of government can lead a siege against a co-equal branch of government, and there is no penalty. It is okay, and just go about your life and do it again. We cannot have that be the standard.
To let our viewers know right now, what you are watching on the left side of your screen is not the actual vote on the articles of impeachment. We're going to have two procedural votes today. The first one is a procedural vote offered by Republicans. They want to basically amend a rule to consider what's going on here, and so you're going to expect a party line vote on that. The second vote will vote on the rule, and basically will sort of set up the debate for later for the articles of impeachment. So we're seeing a lot of procedural motions taking place right now, not the actual vote on the articles of impeachment. Just wanted to kind of spell that out for folks here. And it looks like the clock had run out in the vote, but we still see the votes being tabulated here. Kurt, I want to ask you, we know now 5 House Republicans say they support impeachment. Do you think the dam is breaking and we're going to see more as the day goes along? Go ahead with this, or do you think we're probably not going to see a whole lot more at this point, and it might just be a handful of Republicans who decide to vote for impeachment?
You know, it feels more like a leak to me than the dam breaking. You know, if the last 4 years have taught us anything, it's that while there are a few principled voices who still have some semblance of a moral compass in the Republican Party, the majority of them do not. I mean, the fact that after the siege on the Capitol, the majority of the House Republicans went and voted to try to throw out the Electoral College, tells you that if that didn't deter them, if literally hours removed from a siege on the Capitol didn't change their allegiance to Trump and didn't affect how they voted, I don't know why anybody thinks that a whole lot of them are going to wake up today and change anything. I think that there's going to be a few principled, vocal and important voices of opposition within the Republican Party. But by and large, the majority of Republicans in Congress are going to vote and protect Donald Trump just as they have done for 4 years, just as they did a year ago. And I think that's to me what is more concerning is that, I think for 4 years, so many of us, I think, have watched what has happened and said to ourselves, when is that moment going to happen when they break from Donald Trump? I remember back in, before it was when he insulted John McCain. Maybe that was the moment. Then there was the, grab him by the audio tape. Then we had Charlottesville, and on and on and on and on. And yet the tried and true thing that we have seen is that in spite of all of those events, Republicans still stuck with him. And I think they still will continue to stick with him. And unfortunately, the message that sends to the people who rioted and were a part of this attack, that tells them that they're legitimate. That tells them that they are on the right side of things. That tells them that they should keep doing this and that they should try again. As long as they're elected political leadership in the United States Congress and in our government, standing by and defending, they may not defending these people by name, but in their actions and refusal to hold somebody accountable, they are condoning it. And as long as that's the case, we are at risk of these types of insurgencies happening within our own borders.
Kurt, I know I'm asking you to look really far ahead down the line here, but in just thinking about what you're saying about the party and with what we've been seeing, even just over the past few days, even since we saw those riots last week, with certain senators that are coming out that appear to potentially have a plan to run in 2024 for president, and then also, and those particular senators certainly seeming to stay in line with President Trump, and then as well, these Republicans that we're seeing breaking that Joe just mentioned. What do you think this looks like in terms of 2024? Who's running, and what do you think the party wants to see? Those who are not the people who are there rioting on Capitol Hill, but Republicans across the country.
There are so many variables here, and I think the most important one is this. Right now, I just saw a poll that said that the front runner for the Republican nomination in 2024 is Donald Trump. And I'm not saying he's going to run again. He may not even be able to, frankly, depending on what goes on with impeachment as well as just legally. But he's not going to relinquish and voluntarily give away his hold on the Republican Party. He's not going to stop trying to raise money off of his name, celebrity status, and name recognition. He is going to continue to try to hold the Republican Party hostage. And what confuses me about people like Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz, who are trying to toe this line of still looking like they're for Trump, but trying to set themselves up to be the heir apparent to Trump, is that Trump will never give him their blessing. When you look at all the relationships that Donald Trump has had, the one consistent thing is unless you're family, the relationship always ends the same way. It ends with him attacking you. It ends with him stabbing you in the back. People like Jeff Sessions, people like Bill Barr, people like Michael Cohen, even now Mitch McConnell, more recently Mike Pence, people who have sold their souls to Trump, who have been loyal to Trump, who have carried us water for years. The one time they do something he doesn't like, it's over. He cuts them out. He attacks them. They're gone, persona non grata. And why Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz think that's going to end any differently for them is beyond me. And so you have these factions kind of lining up where you have the Pence and the Hawley and Cruz's trying to look like they're still with Trump, even though they're not. You're going to have people like Marco Rubio try to create a little bit of distance over time from Trump. People like Lindsey Graham trying to create a little bit of space and separation. And then you have people that are on the outside of this right now. People like Nikki Haley is a good example of someone who's not in Congress, doesn't have to take a decision on any of these votes, kind of sit back, watch these senators who want to run in 2024 fight amongst themselves, and then come in after that and is a fresh slate, a clean slate for a lot of people. That can be very appealing. And then you're also got to have the Trump family in general, Trump Jr., Ivanka. It's been no secret that they have political ambitions. There's chatter that Ivanka might run in Florida for Marco Rubio's seat, might primary him. So I think that there are a lot of voices right now that are competing for a space that ultimately is really controlled by Donald Trump, and that's going to be a big problem for their ambition.
Danny, quickly, I want to ask you, just for though your job is often to hold our hand and guide us through things that those of us who aren't lawyers don't understand. Today's proceedings, what should people know about what's happening today? What should they be watching out for? What is going to be unfolding over the next few hours today that's important?
In a sense, I'm looking at it with as fresh eyes as anybody else, because anytime an impeachment happens, it's happened around 20 times in our entire history as a nation. So really anything can happen. And because the House and the Senate have such power to create their own rules, really, we have no idea where this could end up. But we do know that if the impeachment, if there is an impeachment, that is an accusation, it does go to the Senate to try it. And I use try in air quotes because the Senate decides exactly how it tries impeachments.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you as always for helping us understand that. I think you guys are staying with us, though. We just want to kind of reset top of the hour here for anybody who's just joining us. This is the beginning of impeachment proceedings, though. What you're watching here is not what you might be expecting. This is not the debate or the vote on the actual article of impeachment. This is just a vote here on the procedural rule. We are seeing that for the better part of this next hour, and then they will head into that debate a little bit later today, as well as the vote on impeachment.
It is a process that we went through just a little over a year ago, so we know typically it would take weeks, months. Witnesses are deposed, committee hearings are held, we hear lots of testimony, lots of debate. This is a very different circumstance during very different times. There's only a week to go in President Trump's administration, 7 days left. Even if he is impeached today, which seems likely, who knows when the Senate would take this up? Now, Arlene Caldwell is reporting that she caught Steny Hoyer before he got on the floor today. The plan is to send these articles to the Senate right away. There was some question as to whether they would hold on to it for a little bit, wait a little bit to let Joe Biden get some of his nominees through, or all this debate. But it looks like they're going to try and send it to the Senate right away. But still, there is this issue. The Senate is not expected to go back into session until next Tuesday. That is, of course, with 1 day left in President Trump's administration. So what we're looking at here is if he is impeached, the Senate vote on to remove him really won't be to remove him from office. It will be after he has left office and Joe Biden has taken over. Nonetheless, it is an important moment in history.
Absolutely. Joe, I'm struck thinking about what you just said about what this usually looks like, what this did look like just before. And that process is a lot more drawn out, of course. It's House committees conducting meetings on issues that could lead to impeachment. Then the Judiciary Committee votes to decide if there are grounds to impeach. Then those articles are drafted up. And what we've just seen in the last week, and we've heard from representatives who did draft those up, is as a riot, as an insurrection was happening on this very building, that is when they were drafting those articles as they were sheltering in place in their offices. It's just quite stunning how different this is this time around.
Helping us break it down as we wait for the House to move forward this morning, Kurt Bardella, who's senior advisor for the Lincoln Project, and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, I wanted to ask you sort of a little more about, as we do move forward, we're assuming at some point this gets to the Senate, we're going to see a trial. Remember when we saw a trial just a year ago? It feels like so much longer. Remember, Mitch McConnell really had control over things. There were a lot of witnesses and things that Democrats wanted to be a part of that trial that didn't happen. Would we expect something to look a little different this time around with a second trial in the Senate when it comes to who we might hear from and how things proceed?
Witnesses are an interesting issue because the Senate decides whether or not to have witnesses during the trial. But even when it does have witnesses, what we've learned from the last two presidential impeachments is that witnesses are not necessarily the traditional witnesses that you see in courts on TV or in movies or in real courtrooms, in the sense that people don't actually come in, raise their hand, swear to tell the truth, and then are examined and then subject to cross-examination. Under the rules of evidence, as you might see in a court. It's totally different in an impeachment trial. And what we've seen because of technology is that you don't even necessarily need an actual human to come in and testify. Monica Lewinsky, quote, testified, but she didn't come into the House or into the Senate. She instead, you saw videotape of her testifying. And similarly, witnesses in this case really wouldn't be people coming in to testify. You don't need to subpoena Rudy Giuliani, the person, to come in and testify if you just want to show his video of his speech and use that as evidence. Same exact thing with the president. You have video. You can make a transcript from that video. You almost don't need him at all. And likely, almost certainly, you will not see him come in, raise his hand, swear to tell the truth, and sit down and testify in person. More likely, and because of the advent of technology, you will see a demonstration, or I should say a presentation by the House managers, and it will be showing clips of what was said and then a discussion of what was said. That's a process that you would really never see in a trial courtroom. The rules of evidence are very strict about what you can present and not present. And if you present a video, you watch the video and that's admitted as evidence. It's not considered necessarily a witness, but again, because the Senate makes its own rules, those can be the witnesses that testify, even though they may be perfectly available and just down the street and able to come in and testify.
Danny, I'm also wondering if you can just sort of walk us through, as we're talking about here. Joe mentions we've been talking so much about how this is different than last time around and how protracted this was to get to the point we're at now. But walk us through now, just in your expertise, what happens next. Joe just mentioned that we heard from our colleague Leanne Caldwell that they are saying that they would immediately send over this article of impeachment to the Senate. What does that mean? What goes from there?
Yeah, once it gets to the Senate can expedite its rulemaking and come up with a process by which it tries this case, and then it can try the case. And I can't say this enough that the president may complain, oh, wait a minute, don't I get to have all my lawyers? Don't I get to put on my own case? I want to call my own witnesses. No, he has no constitutional right to do that. The Due Process Clause protects only criminal defendants. And the reason for that is that the Due Process Clause is about preserving life, liberty, and property. And in the case of an impeachment, none of those traditional rights are at stake. It's just a job that the president has serving the public. And that does not implicate any due process rights.
We want to bring in NBC News political reporter Sahil Kapoor, who covers Capitol Hill for us. And so first and foremost, what are you keeping an eye on today? Who are you looking at? What are you looking for? So much of this seems predictable, but there are still some elements of drama and some unanswered questions, right?
The House of Representatives. Democrats don't even need any Republican support to get it through, but it looks like they have some. There are 5 House Republicans who have come out in favor of impeaching the president, saying they will vote yes on this today. We're expecting a final vote late in the afternoon, maybe around 3 or 4 p.m. And I'm looking to see how many Republicans flip and essentially vote to impeach President Trump. The most notable one we know is Liz Cheney, the 3rd-ranking Republican who came out yesterday and accused the president of an unprecedented betrayal of his oath of office and to the Constitution. That's remarkable language for someone in Republican leadership, but it's not really a dam-breaking moment. We haven't seen massive numbers of Republicans come out, and the number of them who come out today and vote to president could have a real impact in how many Senate Republicans decide to convict the president. That's where the big question remains at this moment. If once all the Democratic senators are seated, they'll have 50 votes. They'll need 17 Senate Republicans to convict and remove the president and potentially bar him from ever holding office again. That is a very tall order, and it's not clear at this point whether the votes are there.
Sahil, as we're watching these proceedings take place on Capitol Hill, I'm thinking about, of course, what happened there last week. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about your reporting, what you know on security there today. What does it look like? We're seeing some pictures of National Guard troops in the Capitol building. What do we know about what's in place today, given what happened last week?
It's a harrowing. A number of reporters, including my colleagues who are building National troops over the Capitol complex, sleeping on the floor. In addition to that, there are magnetometers that have been installed outside the House. I've never seen anything like that in my little over a decade covering Capitol Hill. This comes obviously after the deadly insurrection on the Capitol last week that endangered safety and put lives at risk. And it looks like they're installing unprecedented security measures to kind of let the time pass this moment that will figure out how to stop it happening against Savannah.
Let's bring in Kurt here. Kurt, Sahil mentioned it. When this gets to the Senate, we know they're going to need to get 2/3. That means 17 Republicans. Is that a pipe dream or is that a possibility, do you think?
A lot of people are looking and trying to figure out what Mitch McConnell's going to do here. Certainly, McConnell's been putting out signs that he's supportive of impeachment, that he might indeed vote for impeachment. And that certainly gives any Republican that's on the fence right now cover to go with him on this. And I also think one of the variables here, too, is, and it's an unknown, but what's going to happen between now and Inauguration Day? And is that going to be peaceful? Are there going to be other protests and attempts at violence, not just here in Washington, D.C., but throughout the country? We saw from the FBI bulletin that people need to be on guard, that there might be attempts at capitals in every state of this union. And so I think there is the possibility that if there is more violence, that could change the political calculus once again for Republicans in the Senate, who at this point in time will have impeachment in their laps. It would be untenable, I think, if there is another effort at violence for anyone to not go along with impeachment at that point. It would be politically catastrophic, as well as catastrophic to our country, but politically catastrophic for Republicans to go down the line of defending Trump. This happens again, or something like this happens again, or an effort like this to disrupt the inauguration of Joe Biden happens, and they're on the record standing with the seditionists and the Democratic arsonists. So I do think that while it's an uphill climb, there's no question about it, to get 17 Republicans to cross over here, I think we all need to keep in mind that there are events that are going to take shape that could change how this ends up ending in the Senate.
Absolutely. Danny, I'm sorry to keep asking you procedural questions, but I do think that it's helpful to our audience as we keep seeing these different slates come up for votes here. Now, the House has concluded debate on the procedural rule ahead of impeachment. That's the first thing that we were watching, but now there are 2 procedural votes. Tell us about what those are next.
Yeah, at this point, really, keep in mind that the only thing that the House needs is a majority, a simple majority. That just means 51%, and that's enough. And that actually mirrors the criminal system in that an indictment, all you need for an indictment is more likely than not, a probable cause standard, 51%. And in that sense, the indictment process in the House is similar to the criminal process. And like the criminal process, once it gets to conviction, it's an even higher standard. In the criminal system, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Nobody knows exactly what that is. Maybe you could call it 90%. But in the Senate, it requires a supermajority, 2/3, which essentially the framers required that you're going to need some bipartisan support, unless you just have a totally lopsided Senate that is comprised almost entirely of one party. You're going to need a supermajority in order to convict and remove the president. And as this moves to the Senate, keep in mind that if you want to think of this like a sentence, if convicted, the mandatory minimum sentence is removal. There's no such thing as convicting the president of 1 out of 5 articles of impeachment and saying, okay, you were convicted of a minor offense, you get to remain in office. No, removal is mandatory. Interestingly enough, while removal is mandatory if convicted in the Senate, what is not mandatory is disqualification from future office. And, you know, when I first learned this, it astonished me, too, because the language of the Constitution seems pretty clear, but it actually is a little misleading. The mandatory sentence is removal from office, but the sentencing court, in this case the Senate, has to specifically say that the person is disqualified, because this actually happened in our history. A judge, Alcee Hastings, was tried, convicted, removed, and now today that same person is in the House.
For those of you who are watching on the left side of your screen and wondering, why is this vote taking so long? Well, it's because we're in COVID protocols right now. They can't fill the House chamber with everyone, so voting does take a little bit longer, 40 to 60 minutes for each vote they take. So that slows things down a little bit today, but we are going to stay on these House impeachment proceedings, take a quick break, and be back with more in just a couple minutes.
morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How'd you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, and she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children! I can't calm down!
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the impeachment proceedings taking place today in the House. We want to bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, who's been all over everything happening on Capitol Hill. Sahil, we had a few tech problems with you earlier, but you were starting to talk about these metal detectors that have been installed outside the chambers. Now, we know that there are metal detectors for visitors, for the people in the public who come into the Capitol, but what's happening outside the House chambers, this is different, and it's controversial, isn't it?
It is controversial among members who don't like to have to go through the metal detectors, in part because they're used to the privilege of walking on and off the House floor without having to do that. And the second thing is some of them have complained that it takes time. You have to form a line. You have to wait behind your colleagues while they get, through the metal detector, the magnetometer, to get on the House floor. So we've seen some of that. There have also been reports of certain members. These, as far as we know, are all Republicans who have been just kind of pushing their way and shoving their way through, going around the police officers there who don't really know what to do, because these are members of Congress. These are not the type of people who generally need to be policed. So it's a bit of chaos up on Capitol Hill 1 week after that horrible, deadly insurrection.
Do we know why they were even installed in the first place?
Well, there are security concerns all over the building. Everyone is a little bit rattled. Everyone's a little bit worried. No one quite knows the full extent of what happened. There have even been some allegations that members of Congress were communicating. I want to stress allegations, have not been confirmed, but were communicating with some of the people who kind of mobbed and stormed Capitol Hill. So I think based on that and based on the uncertainty surrounding this moment, it just seems to me to be a matter of precaution that they've decided to take.
Let's continue on this idea of security here with NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian, who has new reporting out within just about an hour or so with a stunning revelation. And Ken, that's that a Capitol Police official told Congress they saw no FBI intelligence before the January 6th siege. That's, of course, concerning because it seems pretty clear now that there was, in fact, intelligence that that rally could turn violent. Now, of course, this question is leading to what's security like today? What are we doing differently this week than we did exactly 1 week ago when we saw that happen?
Thankfully, Savannah, a lot appears to be different in terms of the security picture, but we're still asking some hard questions about, was there an intelligence failure here that led up to these horrific riots? And we're not getting a straight answer. Yesterday, the top FBI official who oversees the Washington field office contradicted himself. Last week, he said the FBI had no intelligence that there was going to be any violence. Yesterday, he said, we did have some intelligence, and we passed it on to relevant law enforcement, including the Capitol Police. Well, now, courtesy of my colleague Mike Memoli, we got a readout from a briefing that the acting assistant Capitol Police chief gave to members of Congress yesterday, at which he said, I was not aware of any intelligence from the FBI before January 6th. And the Capitol Police chief himself, Stephen Sund, who resigned in the wake of this debacle, told the same thing to the Washington Post. He said, I didn't see any intelligence, and it certainly wasn't a part of our planning. Now, we don't know what the truth is here, but obviously there's a contradiction, much like there was after the 9/11 attacks, agencies pointing fingers at one another. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this, but here's the facts that we do know. The FBI had plenty of information, including social media posts and source reporting from around the country, that extremists were targeting the Capitol. They decided that for whatever reason, it didn't rise to the level of finished intelligence. They didn't put out a joint intelligence bulletin, in part because they were concerned about that this was politically protected free speech. And what happened, happened. And now the entire picture has changed. The FBI is leaning forward and arresting people who are promising violence on social media. They're trying to figure out everybody who was at this riot, and if anybody committed crimes, arrest them. And there seems to have been a sea change in terms of how the FBI and other agencies look at domestic extremism. Some would argue too late, but better late than never, Savannah.
Ken, we know there is a night and day difference in the Capitol today when it comes to security. We are now a week away from the inauguration of Joe Biden, which will take place in the very place where we witnessed the insurrection last week. What are we hearing? What are you hearing as far as security goes and how seriously they're taking threats, concerns at the Capitol, at capitals across the country over the next 7 days?
They're taking it extremely seriously, Joe. They've declared it a special national security event, which means the Secret Service is in charge of the overall protection plan. The FBI is in there as well, gathering intelligence. The National Guard has been deployed. There's fencing all over the Capitol. Traffic is restricted. And there's good reason for that, because members of Congress received a very scary briefing yesterday where they were told about threats to the Capitol, to the inauguration. There have been threats in state capitals around the country. So some of the same people or their ideological brethren who attacked the Capitol are furious that Donald Trump has been banned from Twitter, furious that the social media site Parler has been taken down from certain app stores. They're madder than they were before, and some of them have been promising violence. And there is a huge security footprint designed to meet that challenge. Thousands and thousands of armed men and women, guys.
Ken, I'm also just thinking about the fact that the last time that we were really seeing a lot of images from Capitol Hill was these doors pounded down, broken down, windows smashed in. Obviously, the building being left certainly in a weaker position than it was in before that insurrection that we saw. I'd asked Sahil a little bit ago when we had some technical difficulties with him about just specifics of what we are seeing to sort of reinforce that building now. Can you tell us what it does look like right now? What is being done specifically to make lawmakers feel safe heading back into these buildings this week?
You raise a really interesting point, Savannah. One of the things that was shocking was the idea that the U.S. Capitol didn't have shatterproof glass. So these rioters were breaking windows and getting in that way. But there's a reason for that. It's a historic building, and they take all the materials that go into it very seriously. So what experts tell me is that the real thing that they need to do is make sure that nobody ever gets that close again. So there are incredible security perimeters around the Capitol right now. There's fencing that hadn't been there before. There are National Guard troops deployed. There's traffic restricted. For example, Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, former Security Secretary, said, look, we know how to secure the Capitol. We do it all the time. We do it for inaugurations. It just wasn't done on January 6th, but it is absolutely being done now. Now, you raised, Sahil was talking about another interesting question, which is, what about the people who have badges and who have access to the Capitol? Is there any threat from them? That's a really scary idea. Yeah, I mean, the idea that members of Congress might be carrying guns inside the House chamber, I hadn't even thought of that until this metal detector issue came up, and now we have House Republicans, some of them complaining about going through metal detectors. So that's something I think we need to ask more questions about going forward, guys.
Let's bring in our national political reporter, Sahil Kapoor, again to talk more about what we can expect for the rest of the day. The theory is we're going to wrap this up today, right? This is going to be a rapid impeachment of the president.
That is the theory, Joe. Right now, the House is voting on a procedural motion to begin debate. After that, there are going to be several hours of debate. And the expectation from the leadership aides I'm speaking to is that sometime between 3 and 4 p.m., the House will kick off its final vote on impeachment of President Trump, which would make him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. This, of course, comes just 1 week before he's set to leave office. The biggest question at stake here is whether Congress will, well, really the Senate will not only convict him, but bar him from holding office again. There are already rumors that he's considering running again in 2024. He has the constitutional right to do that, even if, despite the fact that he lost re-election this time. But if the Senate tacks on a provision to a conviction, barring him from holding office in the future, that's it. It's over. And the Republican Party is suddenly on a very different trajectory going forward with a wide open field in search for new leaders.
And Sahil, let's talk about how that has to happen to really understand the possibility of it. I know on these different votes, there's 2/3 need to vote on a certain way. Some is just a simple majority. Once it gets to the Senate, walk us through what happens with impeachment itself and then also tacking that on.
Well, the Senate will receive the articles of impeachment and set the parameters for a trial. This tends to happen at the leadership level, usually an agreement between the two parties. That hasn't been, a huge problem in the past. There's some negotiation here or there about the timing and witnesses and things like that. But it'll be up to Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell to set the parameters of that, including the length of the trial. Then ultimately, when that's done, the Senate will hold a final vote on whether or not to convict President Trump of, as he's being charged here in these articles, incitement of insurrection. That will be the question before senators. It will take a 2/3 majority to convict him. Once that happens, if that happens, the Senate can also add a provision onto a conviction that bars him from holding office in the future. That may be the single biggest thing that's at stake here as a practical matter, because the widespread expectation from conservative lawmakers and strategists that I'm speaking to is that President Trump will have a massive influence on the party going forward, even in defeat. Recent polls that were taken after the violent insurrection that he spurred on show that about 70% to 75% of Republican voters still approve of the job he's doing. They believe he's trying to protect democracy, not undermine it. So this is a man who has deep, loyal support within the party that isn't going away.
You see, the House right now is voting on a procedural vote. This is not the vote on the article of impeachment. Almost done, just 10 left to vote. And you can see this right now is a party line vote. 220 Democratic Republicans in favor, 203 Republicans voting against. But at this point, obviously, the key vote is going to be on impeachment. We know of at least 5 Republicans who said they do plan to vote to impeach. We are going to take a quick break, but continue our coverage of the procedures for impeachment in just a couple moments.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
is exploding to staggering. President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday Boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, and she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the House impeachment proceedings getting underway here. You've just been watching a procedural vote. A couple procedural votes are scheduled before we're actually getting to that debate and the actual vote on the article of impeachment. This, of course, is all happening against the backdrop of 1 week ago, this insurrection that we saw on Capitol Hill, that pro-Trump rally that turned violent. And that is why I would like to go to NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian to ask him a little bit more about some new reporting that's just come out within the last hour and a half or so from him. Something, Ken, that stuck out to me in the report here is that there was a report from the FBI Fields Office that they are saying mentioned something pretty stunning. People sharing a map of tunnels at the Capitol complex, in addition to coordinating travel to Washington. Now, that, of course, is this report that we're now hearing Capitol Police told Congress they didn't actually see. They did not know that. They were not prepared for that. So 2 questions for you here. One, how stunning is it for you as someone who covers this to hear something like that being circulated with information as detailed as a map? And then secondly, just how could that failure have happened that Capitol Police was not made aware of something like that?
All great questions, Savannah. What's shocking to me is that the FBI, even having that intelligence, essentially said they didn't really know what to do with it because they weren't that confident in it, or
looks like Ken Schott has frozen here. So let's see if we can bring back in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor to answer a few more of our questions. It strikes me we keep talking about the first impeachment in 2019. There were 2 articles of impeachment then: abuse of power, obstruction of Congress. We had witnesses deposed. We had committee hearings. It went on for several weeks. This time around, it's 1 article of impeachment, incitement of insurrection. It's moving much faster. Also notable about last time, the first time the president was impeached, was that Republicans all voted for him. And there were actually just a few Democrats who voted against impeachment, something we probably don't expect this time. Sahil, what strikes you as the differences, besides the speed, this time around compared with last time?
Firstly, Joe, I just want to note that the House is currently reading the final vote count on this procedural vote, and it appears as expected to have passed. Again, this is just a procedural vote. It's not the final article. But bottom line, the impeachment proceedings are moving forward. Now, to your question about what's different this time, the main thing that's different this time is that Democrats don't really see a need for an extended investigation or a fact-finding mission, because the act that they're impeaching the president for was right out in the open. He was on camera, in front of many cameras, right out in the public sphere, encouraging that crowd to go to the Capitol that turned into a deadly mob. And he kind of used some rhetoric that arguably spurred them on to engage in violence. That is what the House is impeaching him for. It's not the same as last time, in which the center of the impeachment inquiry and the proceedings was a call he had made to the Ukrainian leader in private. There was a need for more fact-finding and investigation there, according to the Democratic leaders. This time there isn't, because it was right out in the open. And of course, this time it's a single article, as you mentioned, not several articles. It is incitement of insurrection, accusing the president of willfully inciting violence against the government of the United States. Joe.
Hey, Sahil, you mentioned that we've just seen that one vote complete, but now we have to continue moving on to what we are really waiting for, which is that debate and the vote on the actual article of impeachment. Now, impeachment, as Joe mentioned, so much of this has been different than the last time around, but do we have any insight as to what to expect in that debate period? What are we looking for there? What do you think will happen?
It'll be a polarizing debate. The vast majority of Republican lawmakers are still in the president's corner. They do not support impeaching him. Many of them, I suspect, are going to make procedural objections to this impeachment. All his allies, including some of his staunchest allies in the caucus, for instance, have argued that an impeachment now is divisive. Of course, many of those same members voted to overturn the result of the election, which Democrats say is the real, much more dangerous and divisive thing. So we'll hear a mix of procedural objections to this impeachment from Republicans. Some of them are going to accuse the Democrats of kind of making a rushed slapdash move to impeach without an investigation in the president's. And from the Democrats, much more uniform. You're going to hear a series of aggressive moral arguments as to why this president committed impeachable offenses, why he needs to be removed from office, and why Congress shouldn't sit idly by and not punish him with the tools that it has for the actions that he took, which led to the riot on Capitol Hill a week ago today, Savannah.
We have some reporting from our White House unit. It does not appear that President Trump is in the Oval Office right now. This is in contrast with the first impeachment, when there was a team of staffers and legal experts buzzing all around the West Wing at that time. I want to ask Kurt Bardella, senior advisor for the Lincoln Project. I mean, we know President Trump always looms large over the Republican Party, but you've taken away his Twitter megaphone and so many other elements of social media. I mean, does it feel like he's looming as large this time around, or is it different?
Well, it is different. I mean, we have seen throughout the last 4 years that the most powerful force in Republican Party politics is Donald Trump's Twitter feed. It's why they've submitted to him. The fear that in real time he can tweet something that will turn your life upside down is what has kept them in line. And this is really the first political proceeding that we're undergoing now where that isn't a factor. Nobody's having to worry about what Donald Trump's going to say or do in this case because he's been effectively neutralized and neutered and silenced. It is interesting that throughout all of this, that Trump has basically been invisible. He's vanished. He has completely abdicated the responsibilities of his office in his final days, weeks, and months. And I think, again, this should be the moment that empowers and emboldens all of the Republicans who have spent the last 4 years talking to any reporter that would listen to them on background and off the record at how they don't like Donald Trump and how they bemoan what's happening and how they wish he would go away. This is the moment that they can make it happen and not have to worry about that Trump tweet. And so that's part of the reason why it's all the more perplexing that as this debate is about to take off and happen for the next few hours, that the Republicans are still going to stand by him and defend him as if they're going to get a tweet of approval for doing so. It's just not the case. And it's almost like they're they have that kind of Stockholm syndrome. They've been, voluntarily held hostage for so long that they just don't know any other way. They don't know how to break out of that cycle. And, hopefully watching people like Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney and those few Republicans, and they're still too few out of more than 200 Republicans. We're only talking about 5, 6, 7 of them have had the courage to stand up and say what's in their heart and what's in their conscience. You kind of hope that as this debate proceeds, that some of that might sink in. I doubt that it will, based on recent history, but you can always hope for the best, I guess.
Kurt, you brought up something so smart when we were just talking before the last break about the fact that relationships with the president, unless they are family, often end the same way. And that's just in that it doesn't well. And so I'm just wondering, what's the end game there then for these politicians? You know, I mean, it's one thing to be loyal to party. It's one thing to be a Republican, but it's another to specifically be loyal to Trump rather than to party. And I'm just wondering, with this presidency lasting only, you know, at most days more, potentially less, depending what happens here, what's the end goal?
Yeah, I think that for these Republicans, their calculus is they're going to continue to try to keep the mantle of Trump's base, try to keep them happy, try to position themselves as the heir apparent to Donald Trump under the assumption that he's not going to be the leader of the Republican Party anymore. I think the problem with that is there isn't a way that you can separate at this point Donald Trump from the base. They are effectively one and the same. There are not going to be people who are devout supporters of Donald Trump who are going to support another person other than Donald Trump. We've seen over the course of different elections that have happened during the Trump era that when Donald Trump's not on the ballot, Georgia is a good example of this, actually, the Republican turnout doesn't perform the same way. And what that tells us instructively is that the following is more committed, frankly, to Donald Trump than to the Republican Party or anybody with an R next to their name. And as long as that's going to be the case, these people in the Senate and these Republican officials who are kind of tripping over themselves, still trying to suck up to Trump, or at least have the appearance to the base that they're still loyal soldiers in the Trump army, the problem that they have is what is there for Trump is not transferable to them. People who love Donald Trump the way that they do, they're not going to love Marco Rubio that way. They're not going to love Ted Cruz that way. And the way that we know that is when they went up against one another in 2016 in the primaries, Trump mowed through all of them. He demolished them. And so it perplexes me for any of these senators to delusionally buy into the idea that they're somehow going to be handed the keys to the Trump kingdom, and that Trump will magically just go away and then they can ride off forward holding the Trump flag with his army behind him. That's not going to happen. And for anybody who thinks they can take that from Donald Trump, they need to go look at every single person who has had a relationship with Donald Trump to know how that story ends. Steve Bannon, the architect of his 2016 win, the minute that he got a little too big for his britches, Trump dumped him, called him sloppy Steve, fat, made fun of him on Twitter, disposed of him. Jeff Sessions humiliated himself trying to stay the Attorney General of the United States. Almost from day one, Donald Trump was teeing off and making fun of and undermining his own appointed Attorney General. The list goes on and on of all of the people who have served for Donald Trump, all of the Republicans who have put their name, their reputations, and their legacy on the line for Donald Trump, who all end up getting wrecked by it, and they all end up having to live with the stain of it and live with the decisions that they have made trying to cozy up to Trump. They all end up getting dumped. I don't know why anybody would keep doing this, because you already know how the story's going to end.
The excitement that you are watching on your screen right now, I'm not talking about Kurt, Kurt's very exciting, is what's happening on the House chamber. These are two procedural votes that are happening today in advance of the larger vote. The first one is over. We're in the midst of the second one now. The guidance that we are getting is this is basically setting up the rules that will govern the debates, which will be 2 hours of debate over whether to impeach the president. We're told that this vote may, if you see some Republicans break with the party, maybe it's a little bit of a guide as to what is going to happen later today, or maybe not. We're going to have to wait and see.
For now, it's so thrilling to watch those numbers tick up in their expected columns. We'll be right back after this quick break with continuing coverage of the impeachment proceedings.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
coronavirus exploding to staggering new President-elect records. Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay. Please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
We're back with our coverage of the impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives taking place today. This is the second of 2 procedural votes that are taking place, basically paving the way for 2 hours of debate before this afternoon. We expect members of the House to vote on whether to impeach the President of the United States. Quickly, I want to talk with our national political reporter, Sahil Kapoor. These are procedural votes. They're not terribly exciting, but my understanding from some of what I'm reading from our team on Capitol Hill is that this second vote that's happening now may or may not give us some indication of how some Republicans might lean later this afternoon. What more can you tell us about that?
It might, Joe. These procedural votes tend to be straight party line. They're not always a perfect indicator of the final outcome on these things. Members just, I think, have a draw in terms of sticking with their leadership on procedure, even if they ultimately break on the final vote. So the answer is I don't know. But the other answer is it doesn't really matter so much how many people break on this vote, because Democrats will unite in terms of this procedural vote. They will be able to move forward. And the question that'll come before the House, the only one that'll really matter in a few hours, is whether to vote up or down on impeaching President Trump for a second time, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice.
And when it comes to the 2 hours of debate, do we have an idea of how that's going to happen, who we expect to hear from, how each side is going to break that up?
There are a series of impeachment managers that Speaker Pelosi appointed yesterday. So essentially, it's going to be split time between the Democrats throwing to one of their members when they have time. Then the Republicans are going to have their moment. They're going to throw to their members, and a bunch of people from the 2 parties within that limited time frame are going to have the opportunity to speak and make their case. And I think we're going to hear some very strong opinions from both sides of the aisle here.
If you've been with us for a while, you have been listening to us talk quite a bit about security measures, ask lots of questions of our fabulous correspondents about security. Well, now we are able to show you a little bit of that. That's with NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard, who is in front of the Capitol. Vaughn, let's see what's going on there. Tell us what's happening. What are you seeing? And how does this compare to what we saw a week ago in terms of security? I mean, there's a stark contrast I can already tell with what's behind you.
Savannah, you didn't see much a week ago. I mean, I just want to give everybody a sense here of the U.S. Capitol grounds right now, because you see this 7-foot barrier here. This is the intersection of First Street and East Capitol. And there was nothing more than about a 4-foot high railing just 1 week ago. Now, to give you a sense, take a look over here to the right. That's the U.S. Supreme Court here building, which is part of these Capitol grounds perimeter. And now look down East Capitol Street, looking eastbound. There is another. As of today, this morning, there is a new 7-foot barrier up on 2nd Street, essentially 2 lines of defense in which there are National Guards members and Capitol Police essentially securing that area as well. And if you take a swing over here to the right, this is the Library of Congress, which you'll recall last week was shut down, evacuated, because there are tunnels that connect this building with the U.S. Capitol building. And as we swing back around here to the Capitol, this is silent, except for us, our crew, law enforcement, the National Guard. There is nobody here. 1 week ago, this was free roaming territory. The National Guard was not deployed until sometime in the 3 p.m. hour 1 week ago during the insurrection, an hour after the Capitol was breached. And it wasn't until after sundown that you actually saw the National Guard's presence here. And that is what is so strikingly different. Right now, I was talking with a Department of Defense official this morning who tells me there are more than 6,600 National Guardsmen that are now located here in Washington, D.C. They will ramp that number up to 15,000 by Inauguration Day. The other news worth noting is that overnight, the Secretary of the Army approved the arming of National Guard's members. And this is significant because the National Guard comes in a supplementary type of role, support role here. But what you saw here 1 week before inauguration and on the day as these impeachment proceedings are going forward, now it has been approved that these guardsmen and women are now able to carry arms. We saw a couple racks of M4 rifles be loaded into this cargo truck behind us here. This is the sort of security presence that you now see in what is a nearly locked down Washington, D.C. here between the Capitol building and the White House.
Vaughn, you were there a week ago in the midst of the insurrection, far more rioters, far less military at the time. Looking around you now, seeing the way things are set up now, knowing what you experienced a week ago, I mean, just what goes through your mind?
I mean, 1 week ago, as the insurrection was taking place, after the Capitol had been breached for more than 2 hours, the only thing you could see were these individuals from outside the Capitol. I was standing on the west front of the Capitol. This is the east front of the Capitol. But for as far as you could see, there was no law enforcement. There was no National Guard. Instead, now, you can't see anything but law enforcement and National Guard. There was a clear breach of decision-making that took place 1 week ago in which the Capitol Police were clearly outmanned. Now, to watch this scene, one has to be assured about the procedures that have been put into order. And that is why you also see even metal detectors enforcing House members at the decision of Speaker Pelosi that they must go through in order to enter the chamber. There is very little trust right now in Washington, D.C. towards anybody, even members of Congress. And that is why here, 1 week before inauguration, it is so striking and I guess you could say assuring to see the fact that there is change and that any threats that are posed here on the Capitol building, hopefully based on this sort of manpower, can be thwarted.
Vaughn, last week, of course, we've now all seen videos and photos of rioters within the hollowed halls of the Capitol building. Give us an idea today how close you can even get to that building, and especially for people who might not be familiar with Washington, D.C., how far is this perimeter going?
The closest you can get, I'm going to come bring us back over here to East Capitol Street. There's the fencing, another 7-foot fence down there on 2nd Street. That is the nearest open street here to the Capitol. But that's a good 500 yards. And again, there's not only Capitol Police, but also armed National Guardsmen and women that are at that very fence. And if you're trying to drive around Washington, D.C., taking Pennsylvania Avenue over to the White House, which is about a mile from the Capitol, these roads are all but shut down. Again, a week before Inauguration Day. Unless I got to tell you, our NBC Washington Bureau, the only way one can access that is if they've got their NBC Pass right now. That is how locked down Washington, D.C. is right now. Again, a week before Inauguration Day, these measures are already in place.
And Vaughn, what are we hearing as far as whether it's plans or rumblings? Do we know of any protests that could be on the horizon in the next week or on Inauguration Day?
There are no threats today that we have been made aware of for today's purposes, but there was concern, and even Twitter themselves in the statement when they banned President Trump from Twitter put in their statement that January 17th was a day of particular concern because there is reporting that not only is the U.S. Capitol expected to be targeted, but also individuals are being called to the state capitals in all 50 states. And that is why, from Maryland to Virginia to out west, law enforcement at the state capitals have been called into high alert because of credible threats on the capitals as well as this U.S. Capitol. Of course, that is Sunday, January 17th. And then there is Monday, Tuesday, and not until next Wednesday when an actual inauguration day is slated to take place. And we should note that it was determined and announced just yesterday that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will, in fact, take their oaths outside of the west front of the Capitol, outside, despite some calls to take that oath inside. They will, in fact, be taking their oaths outside the Capitol building, as is tradition on Wednesday.
And Vaughn, on Wednesday, is it going to look like it does today, or is there any difference in security measures from today, this next week, until next Wednesday?
Per the COD official, we expect them to more than double the number of men and women that they have from the National Guard here on site. Again, 6,600 National Guardsmen and women are in Washington, D.C. today. That number is expected to be ramped up to 15,000 by Wednesday.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for your reporting and for giving us a look at the scope of the security. Huge contrast with what we saw last week. Sahil Kapoor, I want to ask you real quickly, pardon me. We know we heard earlier from Leanne Caldwell had asked Steny Hoyer, the second-ranking Republican, Democrat in the House, about sending the article of impeachment after today to the Senate, saying he wanted to do it right away. We're now reporting from our own Casey Hunt, who saw Speaker Pelosi, asked her the same question, and she said, I will not be making that announcement right now. So I guess we're getting conflicting messages right now from the leadership in the Democratic Party in the House. I guess how do we sum up what we're hearing as far as what the plans are after today, and what are the options?
Among Democrats as to the procedure here, as to how to move forward. There is a contingent of Democrats that includes Steny Hoyer, the majority leader, that believes the House should not delay this. Impeach him, send it to the Senate, and let them do their thing. They don't want to dither on the process here because, in their view, that would diminish from the moral clarity that they're trying to convey, that this president did something bad and deserves to be impeached, and this should happen immediately without any delays or wavering. There's another group of Democrats, particularly moderate Democrats, that worries that a quick impeachment now sent to the Senate immediately would hinder President-elect Biden's agenda. It would prevent the Senate, they fear, from confirming his nominees quickly and from getting his economic stimulus, which is his top priority, off the ground. Now, there is valid basis for that concern as a procedural matter. The Senate is an arcane place. It's very difficult to do anything without unanimous consent, especially conduct other business in the midst of an impeachment trial. At this moment, the Senate is out until January 19th, unless it comes back early, which doesn't look likely at this point. They will have to start the impeachment trial just as Joe Biden is taking office. And some of the Democrats I'm speaking to are worried they're not going to be able to get unanimous consent to conduct other business like legislation and nominations in the midst of that trial. So that's what we're hearing. It sounds to me from the reporting that I'm doing that the push to send the articles to the Senate quickly is winning the argument. But the argument is still not over. And I suspect that is why Speaker Pelosi doesn't want to make that judgment just yet.
Sahil, stay with us as we take a quick break here. For those of you watching at home, you are watching procedural votes that are before the actual vote on the article of impeachment. We will continue our continuing coverage of these impeachment proceedings after this quick break.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
coronavirus exploding to staggering-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling?
Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay. Please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the impeachment proceedings that are happening right now in the House. What you're watching are procedural votes that take place before the debate and then the vote on the actual article of impeachment. This is stuff that happens before every time. Nothing really to report so far here. Most of these votes are happening along party lines with maybe some Republicans. You'll see in that tally they're jumping over into the yay category, but we have not seen that yet. I now want to bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian, hopefully for a do-over. I know the last time we had him, as we're all working from home, we had a battery die on us. But actually now we've got a little bit more context anyway to ask you this question about this reporting that you put out a couple of hours ago. Now that we've seen our colleague and friend Vaughn Hilliard actually out in front of the Capitol building, showing that security, showing that fence, showing National Guard, who, by the way, is now armed. In your reporting, Ken, you mentioned that prior to last week's insurrection, the FBI was circulating this report that mentioned that people were sharing a map of tunnels at the Capitol complex. That's also notable based on what we saw with Vaughn, who pointed out the fact that the Library of Congress right there is within that perimeter. And there are tunnels between the Capitol building and the Library of Congress. I'm assuming that's the type of thing that's going to be visible on a map that was being circulated. So what I was asking you before is just how stunning is it to you that something like that would be circulated among people whose pretty clear intention seems to be doing harm to people on those grounds? And also, how do you feel about what we've seen the security is today?
It is shocking, Savannah, that the FBI didn't take that intelligence more seriously. And I think we've all learned a lesson from this, which explains the massive security presence that Vaughn was showing us. It's been a wake-up call. But there's a real confusion about what intelligence the FBI had, how credible was it, and what they shared with the Capitol Police. Because they said they did share some information with the Capitol Police about threat reporting and people saying things on social media threatening the Capitol, in addition to that Norfolk field office report you mentioned. But senior Capitol Police officers have told Congress that they were not aware of any such FBI intelligence. So if it was shared, it wasn't shared with them, and it was not factored into their planning, and we all know they were woefully unprepared. So, this was almost a 9/11 level intelligence failure. But like after 9/11, thankfully, it looks like the U.S. government has learned from it. And so the Secret Service is now in charge of protecting the inauguration and the Capitol. There's a massive presence, as Vaughn showed us, fencing, armed National Guard, armed tactical Secret Service and Homeland Security agents. And the FBI is now targeting people who are saying they're going to commit violence and arresting them in cities around the country, Savannah.
Ken, visually, obviously, we see the night and day difference between last week and what's happening right now. But operationally, behind the scenes, what were some of the things that changed that are trying to make things more secure as we move forward?
Well, one thing that I noticed, Joe, is that we reported yesterday that FBI analysts wanted to put out a joint intelligence bulletin about all the threat information they were seeing on social media and from their FBI sources around the country. They wanted to put that out before January 6th, and they were blocked from doing that by FBI lawyers, according to my reporting, who were concerned that what this really was protected political speech, it wasn't violence, and the FBI shouldn't get involved in disseminating intelligence about that. Well, over the last 2 days, we've seen all sorts of threat reporting intelligence bulletins from the FBI talking about potential plots in all 50 state capitals. Even though, look, it's obvious there aren't going to be attacks in all 50 state capitals, but the job of the FBI is to report on the intelligence that it gets and make sure that local law enforcement knows about it. So that's been a change. There's also, I think, a greater cooperation. What we saw before the January 6th riots was police agencies not communicating well. There was a group of 50 tactical DHS armed officers who never were deployed until it was too late into the Capitol riot, and an FBI SWAT team. Now it appears that there's much more coordination behind the security plan, and I don't think anyone is going to rely anymore on the 2,000-member Capitol Police alone to protect the U.S. Capitol, a temple of American democracy.
Ken, of course, the reason that we're talking about this right now is because we do have such a monumental thing happening today, this historic second impeachment potentially of President Donald Trump. And this is happening within these buildings where we saw these rioters last week. And I'm just wondering, if you think about these lawmakers who are in these buildings, yes, they are lawmakers. Yes, they are public figures, but they're just people with families who were scared last week, who were sheltering in place in offices or in these secure locations within the Capitol building. They're there today knowing that what they're doing is something that many of these people who were rioting were specifically calling out, people who would be voting to impeach the president. I'm wondering, when you see the security presence there today, how do you think they feel? What's it like going back to their offices, knowing what happened last week, seeing the presence? Is it good enough now? Do you think they feel safe?
Well, Savannah, I know from talking to some of my sources on Capitol Hill that people are traumatized by this event, unlike anything I've seen in my time in Washington. They never thought that they would be threatened in the U.S. Capitol. I mean, we've all, as reporters, gone into that building. I fully would expect, if I had charged past the metal detectors and the guards, which check my badge when I walk into that building, that I would have force used against me. And the idea that that didn't happen and all these rioters got in there has really, really shaken members of staff that I've talked to, lawmakers. And there's also an issue of now we're seeing lawmakers being accosted around the country and in airports. And look, the Capitol Police doesn't have enough people to give a security detail to all 535 members of Congress and the Senate. And so there's going to be a reckoning there about how do we protect members of Congress, and both in the Capitol and out in the land, and maybe a larger reckoning about what have we come to in this country that's even required. And the idea that there are metal detectors now outside the House chamber and that some House Republicans are objecting to that because some said apparently they want to bring weapons into the House chamber. It's just astounding. It's nothing I ever thought I'd be covering in Washington, D.C. It feels more like from my time as a foreign correspondent in the Middle East and other places, Savannah.
A lot of people might be wondering what President Trump is thinking right now as the House prepares to potentially impeach him for a second time during his one term. We do now believe he is likely in the Oval Office. There are indications of that. It looked like there was no sign of him this morning. Huge contrast with the first impeachment when really the White House was buzzing. And of course, without Twitter, we don't hear from the president at all what he's thinking. But Ken, looking ahead to the next president, a week from today, President-elect Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated. What are some of the key preps taking place to make sure that's secure? And we know Biden and Harris want to take the oath outside, which some people have suggested maybe isn't a good idea. So what type of planning is being done to make sure that that is a safe event?
Joe, first and foremost, it's been declared a special national security event, which was not a designation given to the Electoral College certification on January 6th. And what that means is a much more massive and coherent security presence, and it means that the Secret Service is in charge. The FBI, though, plays an important role in gathering intelligence, and even the Federal Emergency Management Agency is brought in to make plans in case some disaster does happen, to respond. And so it's the biggest security, the biggest and most impactful security posture that our government can muster, and it involves all the resources of the federal government. And so that's been brought to bear. Plus, I think it looks like there are even additional, more National Guard and armed National Guard members than are normal at a situation like this. And this is a designation that's given to Super Bowls and political conventions and meetings of world leaders and inaugurations. And this is like the special national security event on steroids, it appears. I've never seen security like this around the U.S. Capitol in my time here. Traffic is snarled. There are fences where there haven't been fences before. If anything, the government is overreacting, which is probably a good thing, Joe.
Let's bring in Elena Treen. She's White House and congressional reporter for Axios. So you're covering all the angles for us here. I guess first things first, normally we would hear probably plenty from the president by now because he'd be tweeting, but right now that is not an option. Do we have any indication right now of what's going on in the president's orbit?
Oh, well, and you're very right, normally you would expect tweets today, but we haven't seen any given he's blocked. But he is in the White House today, no real public events or anything on his schedule. He's definitely frustrated and thinks that this is a continuation of the witch hunt that has continued over the past 4 years. In his words, of course, that's what his team is saying. That's what people like Jason Miller, a senior advisor to him who had worked on the Trump campaign, is telling reporters. But right now, all of this is out of his hands. Congress is going to be voting later today, the House, on whether he should be impeached again. They're expected to impeach him later, making him the first president in U.S. history to ever be impeached twice by the House of Representatives. And there's really not much the president can do at this point. I think that, of course, the frayed relationship between President Trump and former Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is not helping matters at all about that. I think a lot of this, really, the attention now is going to be on what the Senate does and what the trial looks like. And currently, I think the president and his team inside the White House is trying to figure out, okay, what would a legal team look like? Really, the people that defended him last year during the trial, which started, funny enough, less than a year ago today, a year ago Saturday, January 16th is when the Senate impeachment trial started last year. The team that he had in place then is not in place this time around. So they need to figure out what kind of defense preparations they can be doing, what kind of people they can get in place to defend the president if this does go to a trial in the next few days or week or so.
Elena, our NBC News has been reporting for quite some time now that the White House is almost like a ghost town as far as people who are left around. We're not hearing from aides. As Joe pointed out, we're not hearing from him himself, of course, via Twitter. But we also had this reporting this morning. It didn't look like he was in the Oval Office for a while. Now we do have the reporting that that Marine is outside the West Wing, suggesting that he is in there. So what does today look like for him? I mean, we know the president has been known to watch quite a bit of TV, to watch these things go down. We heard that's what was happening last Wednesday as this riot happened at the Capitol. What do you think today is going to look like for him, given, what it is that's going to be on cable news?
Well, I expect, and from what I've heard from my sources within the White House, is it's a lot of phone calls. The president, like he normally would be tweeting, he's not today, but he does also tend to make frantic phone calls to his friends and advisors to weigh in on what they think is happening, what their take on the situation is, and any advice that they are giving. So the president is going to be on the phone for a good portion of today, trying to seek advice from those who he believes in. And really, you're right, it is a ghost town. There isn't a lot going on at the White House. We did see the president yesterday for the first time in a while when he went to Texas, but we haven't really been getting much from the White House team on what his plans are. Really nothing on the agenda that we know of right now until, through Biden's inauguration next week. So very quiet there, not a lot of planning on public events or anything like that. It's really just the focus on his image and, the team that he should be getting in place should this go to a Senate impeachment trial.
Elena, real quickly here, I'm going to show our viewers some images of Speaker Pelosi, who a little bit ago went outside and thanked some of the National Guard troops who are protecting the Capitol right now. She wanted to speak with them. I believe some of them received challenge coins from her. We know that she was also asked by Casey Hunt a little bit ago, hey, what's your plan? Are you going to send this article to the Senate right away? She said, I will not be making that announcement right now. But earlier, Steny Hoyer told Leanne Caldwell that the hope was to try and get the article of impeachment to the Senate right away. What are you hearing as far as how quickly this process could move after today? And what do some people want? Do they want this to move quickly? Are they okay with it moving more slowly? What sort of seems to be the goal for Democrats right now?
Well, Democrats do want this. I mean, in an ideal world, they would have this wrap up before next Wednesday when Joe Biden is inaugurated. That's, seemingly impossible to get a Senate conviction that quickly because the preparation that goes into an impeachment trial is much more detailed. The House can move a lot quicker than the Senate. And so a lot of big questions are also around Biden needs to get his confirmations for his top nominees in his cabinet done very quickly next week as well. So they're trying to do this quickly, but there's a lot of outside, given that the president will be out of office in just a few days, how quickly they should move on this. We're hearing that they want to move fast, but they can only move as fast as the process allows them. So we should have a more clear answer on how quickly the speaker will decide to send the articles over if the president is impeached today. We're hearing they want it to meet quickly, just as Leader Hoyer has said, but she, again, has had no public answer on that yet.
I want to ask you now about the Republican Party and what we can sort of expect here from any of them. They're going to break from their party here. We have this statement out now from Senator Graham saying that he opposes impeachment efforts, and it writes in part, supporting the impeachment of President Trump under these circumstances will do great damage to the institutions of government and could invite further violence at a time the president is calling for calm. We are, though, hearing some lawmakers breaking from the president, and I'm wondering how you see this going, whose camp you see who in, and who may continue to, push the party forward as far as breaking from the president.
Right. Well, Savannah, it is remarkable that we're seeing so many Republicans, not only some of them like leader, one of the top 3 leader positions in the House, Congresswoman Liz Cheney, come out and say that she plans to vote to impeach the president. But a lot of Republicans also just having not made up their mind, go backwards, rewind a year ago. And really no Republicans, other than we saw Senator Mitt Romney, at all would even consider the idea of voting to impeach President Trump. Obviously, a very clear, different picture we're seeing today. And it's really shaping up to show what is the Republican Party going to look like after the Trump administration. We do have a lot of people like his fiercest defenders, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs in the House, who are standing by the president saying that they will continue to support him and that impeachment is ridiculous. But you do have leaders like Axios reported last night that Senator Mitch McConnell, former majority leader, is leaning towards convicting the president if this goes to a Senate trial. And so really a lot of different opinions, and it shows how divisive this issue is in the Republican Party and how fractious the party is right now as they try to figure out what they look like in a post-Trump, post-Capitol siege world.
Elena Treen with Axios, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate you joining us on this busy day. What we're all looking at right now is the end of a second procedural vote, the second of 2 votes taking place, paving the way for the debate and then the eventual vote on the article of impeachment expected this afternoon. You can see that vote wrapping up. Then we will have 2 hours of debate, which could start within the hour, depending on how things move along. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more coverage of the impeachment proceedings right after this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Everybody, welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the impeachment proceedings happening today in the House. What you've been watching with us, if you've been with us, we're 2 of 2 procedural votes. And then the next thing that is going to happen is really what we've all been waiting for. That is the 2 hours of debate on the article of impeachment and then the vote on the article of impeachment. Now, those 2 hours are a little fluid because of some funny rules, things here and there, something even called magic minutes, which means that when Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, or Leader Hoyer speak, it doesn't take time away from the debate. So we're not exactly sure how long this will last. But I would like to bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos to walk us through what we can expect, knowing that there are those unknowns. Danny, if you could just help us kind of set the scene here before we head into those hours of debate about what's next here in the House.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, we're seeing voting mostly originally on procedural issues. But as we go forward, you're going to see a lot of debate. And I expect if you see debate, there's going to be a lot of discussion of the First Amendment. Look for hot words like the Brandenburg test for incitement of riot. Look for the heckler's veto, which is the principle announced by the Supreme Court that the way a bunch of people in the audience react to speech doesn't necessarily govern whether the speech incited a riot. In other words, we don't measure the unlawfulness of speech strictly by the way a riled up crowd reacted. So don't be surprised if you hear a lot of discussion about that from the Republican side of the House. At the same time, look for discussions of some of President Trump's prior conduct, his prior rallies, as Democrats will try to create a course of conduct, that this is something that President Trump does, they will say, and this is something that a tool that he uses to get people riled up. And the real question ultimately is whether or not, whether or if you get a crowd riled up, are you responsible in an impeachment trial for everything that they do as a result of getting them excited at a rally?
Danny, we saw the first impeachment proceedings for President Trump. Many might remember the impeachment proceedings for President Clinton back in the 90s. And we remember those processes took a while, several weeks, maybe even months. So remind us, why is it this time around we're able to do all of this in one day?
Simply because the House wants to and the Senate may want to, because they are the ones that make the rules. The leather-bound volumes of procedural rules that you see in law libraries on TV are for normal courts, the kinds on the crime shows that we all love to watch. They don't apply in an impeachment proceeding. As we have seen, as we see the House voting right now today on their own procedural issues. They vote on them. It's strange because normally in court, procedural precedent, interpretations of the procedural rules are binding on future courts. That's not necessarily the case in Congress, in the House or in the Senate, when it comes to impeachment. They are not bound by the strictures of stare decisis or the
Danny,
common
we need to
law, the
interrupt
way
you
the
right
normal
now.
courts
We
are.
do have to go
Yep.
right to our NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report. The Spree.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air on this truly historic day to bring you live coverage of the House of Representatives as it takes up for an unprecedented second time the impeachment of President Trump, this time for incitement of insurrection.
That's a live look at the House floor, and this is coming exactly 1 week after a violent mob attacked the Capitol as the Congress was counting electoral votes for president. 5 people died, including a Capitol police officer. And it has become increasingly clear that an even greater tragedy was only narrowly averted, perhaps by feet or seconds. The article of impeachment to be voted on today charges the president with inciting that violence. It's called incitement of insurrection, according to the official charge.
And today, with impeachment a virtual certainty in the House, the question is how many Republicans will vote to support it. There are growing indications that Republican support for Trump, which has held firm for 4 years, is now beginning to erode. At least 5 Republican House members have said they will vote for impeachment, including Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the third-ranking Republican in the House.
All of this is on a very fast track as Joe Biden will be inaugurated a week from today as the 46th president of the United States. The House is expected to vote for impeachment today and then quickly send it to the Senate for trial. And significantly, there are now reports that Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell privately supports the Democratic effort to impeach President Trump. He has not said whether he would vote to convict, but of course, this is just an indication at how fractured the Republican Party is.
Yeah, and Savannah, the voting has concluded now, I believe, in terms of the procedures leading up to this now debate over impeachment. This is the clerk now beginning things. We saw Speaker Nancy Pelosi a few moments ago making her way toward the chambers, and she will, of course, preside over the beginning of this debate. Let's listen in a bit.
To the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States, and that on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There, he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that, in context, encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed, in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021 followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results, and threatened Secretary Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all of this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The clerk has just read the sole article here, incitement of insurrection.
Equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on HRES 224.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, in his annual address to our predecessors in Congress in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln spoke of the duty of the patriot in an hour of decisive crisis for the American people. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Even we here, he said, hold the power and bear the responsibility. In the Bible, St. Paul wrote, think on these things. We must think on what Lincoln told us. We, even us here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. We, you and I, hold and trust the power that derives most directly from the people of the United States. And we bear the responsibility to fill that oath that we all swear before God and before one another. The oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help us God. We know that we faced enemies of the Constitution. We know we experienced the insurrection that violated the sanctity of the people's capital and attempted to overturn the duly recorded will of the American people. And we know that the President of the United States incited this insurrection, this armed rebellion against our common country. He must go. He is a clear and present danger to the nation that we all love. Since the presidential election in November, an election the president lost, he has repeatedly lied about the outcome, sowed self-serving doubt about democracy, and unconstitutionally sought to influence state officials to repeal reality. And then came that day of fire we all experienced. The president must be impeached, and I believe the president must be convicted by the Senate, a constitutional remedy that will ensure that the Republic will be safe from this man who was so resolutely determined to tear down the things that we hold dear and that hold us together. It gives me no pleasure to say this. It breaks my heart. It should break your heart. It should break all of our hearts. For your presence in this hallowed chamber is testament to your love for our country, for America, and to your faith in the work of our founders to create a more perfect union. Those insurrectionists were not patriots. They were not part of a political base to be catered to and managed. They were domestic terrorists, and justice must prevail. But they did not appear out of a vacuum. They were sent here by the president with words such as a cry to fight like hell. Words matter. Truth matters. Accountability matters. In his public exhortations to him, the president saw the insurrectionists not as the foes of freedom, as they are, but as the means to a terrible goal, the goal of his personally clinging to power, the goal of thwarting the will of the people, the goal of ending in a fiery and bloody clash nearly 2.5 centuries of our democracy. This is not theoretical, and this is not motivated by partisanship. I stand before you today as an officer of the Constitution, a Speaker of the House of Representatives. I stand before you as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a daughter whose father proudly served in this Congress, Thomas D'Alessandro Jr. from Maryland, one of the first Italian Americans to serve in the Congress. And I stand here before you today as the noblest of things, a citizen of the United States of America. With my voice and my vote, with a plea to all of you, Democrats and Republicans, I ask you to search your souls and answer these questions. Is the president's war on democracy in keeping with the Constitution? Were his words an insurrectionary mob a high crime and misdemeanor? Do we not have the duty to our oath to do all we constitutionally can to protect our nation and our democracy from the appetites and ambitions of a man who has self-evidently demonstrated that he is a vital threat to liberty, to self-government, and to the rule of law? Our country is divided, we all know that. There are lies abroad in the land spread by a desperate president who feels his power slipping away. We know that too. But I know this as well, that we here in this House have a sacred obligation to stand for truth, to stand up for the Constitution, to stand as guardians of the Republic. In a speech he was prepared to give in Dallas on Friday, November 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was to say, "We in this country, in this generation, are, by destiny rather than choice, the watchmen on the walls of world freedom. We ask, therefore, that we may be worthy of our power and responsibility." That we may be worthy. President Kennedy was assassinated before he could deliver those words to the nation, but they resonate more even now, in our time, in this place. Let us be worthy of our power and responsibility, that what Lincoln thought was the world's last best hope, the United States of America, may long survive. My fellow members, my fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. Let us embrace our duty, fulfill our oath, and honor the trust of our nation. And we pray that God will continue to bless America. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and yield back.
The gentleman from New York, reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 19 minutes. 19 minutes. 4 years ago on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2017, 19 minutes into President Trump's administration, at 12:19 p.m., the Washington Post headline was, "Campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." And now, with just 1 week left, they're still trying. In 7 days, there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time in our country. But Democrats are going to impeach President Trump again. This doesn't unite the country. There's no way this helps the nation deal with the tragic and terrible events of last week that we all condemn. And Republicans have been consistent. We've condemned all the violence all the time. We condemned it last summer. We condemned it last week. We should be focused on bringing the nation together. Instead, Democrats are going to impeach the president for a second time 1 week before he leaves office. Why? Why? Politics and the fact that they want to cancel the president. The president who cut taxes, the president who reduced regulations, the president prior to COVID had the greatest economy, lowest unemployment in 50 years, the president who got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem, brought hostages home from North Korea, put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court, gave us a new NAFTA agreement, the Abraham Accords, the COVID vaccine, and who built the wall. It's about politics. This is about getting the president of the United States. They spied on his campaign before he was elected. 19 minutes into his presidency, they started the impeachment push. 3-year Mueller investigation, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, $40 million to find nothing. Impeachment round 1 based on an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden. And now it's impeachment round 2. It's always been about getting the president no matter what. It's an obsession that is now broadened. It's not just about impeachment anymore, it's about canceling, as I've said. Canceling the president and anyone that disagrees with them. The Ayatollah can tweet, the president can't. Democrats can object on January 6, 2017, but Republicans aren't allowed to object on January 6, 2021. Democrats say Antifa is a myth. Republicans condemn all violence all the time. The double standard has to stop. And frankly, the attack on the First Amendment has to stop. And stop and think about it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when the cancel culture only allows one side to talk? When you can't even have a debate in this country, this great country, the greatest country ever? It needs to stop, because if it continues, it won't just be Republicans who get canceled. It won't just be the President of the United States. The cancel culture will come for us all. Right. America's a great country, the greatest country ever. It seems to me that we need to think about how great the people of this nation really are. Think about what we've accomplished in the past and begin to come together as leaders who represent so many great folks across our districts. Think about this. Think about this. In 1903, in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, 2 guys fly this thing they called a plane 100 feet. Barely got off the ground. Barely got off the ground. Amazing thing. 44 years later, Chuck Yeager breaks the sound barrier. In 44 years, we go from 2 guys flying a contraption they called a plane a few hundred feet to Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier. And 22 years after that, another American steps on the moon. Think about it. In one lifetime, in 66 years, 2 guys flying 100 feet to putting a man on the moon. That's what this country is capable of. That's what we can do. And we, as the Congress who represent the people who did that, should start leading, should start understanding what really is going on here. So I hope we defeat this. I hope we can begin to come together and recognize the greatness of the American people and focus on the things they want us to focus on. I yield back our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we all saw it coming. Months in advance, President Trump was baselessly and deliberately whipping his supporters into a frenzy. Weeks before the riot, he used his bully pulpit to spread lies about the election. He told his supporters that the results were fraudulent. He implored them again and again to help him stay in power. And he convinced them that accepting the outcome of the election posed an existential threat to their families and their freedoms. We have a duty to observe, Madam Speaker, that racism played a direct role in this incitement. The president's violent rhetoric is always at its most fevered pitch when he is talking about the civil rights and civic aspirations of Black Americans and other minority communities. On January 6th, at a rally that was large, angry, and widely reported to be armed, the president's lies and violent rhetoric reached their crescendo. At that rally, the president took the stage. After reiterating the falsehood that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide, he told the crowd that if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And then he urged the mob to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to prevent the Congress from confirming the election of an illegitimate president. On that day, President Trump unleashed the force of a mob on this, the People's House. He encouraged that attack with the explicit intent to disrupt the joint session of Congress, an attack that threatened the safety of the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, and the President pro tem of the Senate, the next three officers in the line of succession. And look at what that violence has wrought. At least 6 dead, offices ransacked, the sanctity of our Capitol breached for the first time in 2 centuries. Our hallways littered with broken glass, the battle flags of a long-dead Confederacy, and the debris we have come to associate with the Trump campaign. Madam Speaker, I have faith in the resiliency of our government. We will bring the rioters to justice. Their accomplices in this House will be held responsible. But today, we must focus on the gravest threat first. President Trump, who incited this riot and who remains a grave danger to the nation. As we warned the Senate when we tried him for his first impeachment, President Trump has made clear in word and deed that he will persist in such conduct if he is not removed from power. He poses a continuing threat to our nation, to the integrity of our elections, and to our democratic order. He must not remain in power 1 moment longer. Not 1 moment longer. The danger is too great. We must impeach. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClain.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes. The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
We'll go 4 minutes. Excuse me. I didn't realize that.
The gentleman from Ohio, in control of the time on that side of the aisle, wishes to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California. Correct?
Yes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I didn't like the president's speech on January 6th either. I thought he was wrong to assert that the vice president in Congress can pick and choose which electoral votes to count. He was wrong to set such a confrontational tone in a politically tense situation. But what did he actually say? His exact words were, quote, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard," unquote. That's impeachable? That's called freedom of speech. Now, he also threatened to oppose candidates in future elections. And by the way, that was directed at Republicans like me who'd resolved to uphold the constitutional process and protect the Electoral College. Well, so what? That's called politics. If we impeached every politician who gave a fiery speech to a crowd of partisans, this Capitol would be deserted. That's what the president did. That is all he did. He specifically told the crowd to protest peacefully and patriotically, and the vast majority of them did. But every movement has a lunatic fringe. Suppressing free speech is not the answer. Holding rioters accountable for their actions is the answer. And we are. And if we'd prosecuted BLM and Antifa rioters across the country with the same determination these last 6 months, this incident may not have happened at all. Now, short of declaring war, the power of impeachment is the most solemn and consequential act that Congress can take. To use it in this manner, in the heat of the moment, with no hearings, no due process, many members phoning in their votes after a hastily called debate, exactly 1 week before a new president is to take office, trivializes this power to the point of caricature. The Democrats have won everything in sight: the House, the Senate, and the presidency. In a republic, that calls for magnanimity by the victors. Only in a banana republic does it call for vengeance. Benjamin Franklin warned us that passion governs, and she never governs wisely. In our passions this week, we've set some dangerous new precedents that will haunt us for years to come. Yesterday, we redefined intemperate speech as a physical incapacity requiring removal from office. Today, we define it as a high crime and misdemeanor. Well, the moment any member of this body gives an impassioned speech and the lunatic fringe of their movement takes license from it, be prepared to answer to this new precedent that we established today. Now, I could cite plenty of provocative speeches made by Democrats that directly preceded violence this summer, but we've already had enough of that. You know, after 600,000 Americans had perished in the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln appealed to the better angels of our nature. He said, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, let us bind up the nation's wounds." Those words were so important to the unity of our nation, they're inscribed in marble at the Lincoln Memorial. I cannot think of a more petty, vindictive, and gratuitous act than to impeach an already defeated president a week before he is to leave office. President-elect Biden's promise to heal the nation becomes a hollow mockery in the harsh reality of this unconstitutional act. God help our country.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Good job, Tommy.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
And now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm the only member of Congress who's been involved in all three of the last presidential impeachments. Those were long proceedings. Today, we don't need a long investigation to know the president incited right-wing terrorists to attack the Congress to try to overturn constitutional government. The actions were in public, plain as day. His actions are the most serious offense against our Constitution and our country. They are impeachable acts. The founders devised the impeachment clause to protect against a president who would threaten constitutional order. If we don't act now, the impeachment clause would essentially be meaningless. Faced with these facts, if we don't impeach to protect our country, we will fail our own oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and, yes, domestic. We have no choice. We must impeach.
Time has expired.
God bless America.
Gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
It is with wariness and a certain unhealthy, morbid curiosity that I watched the beast attempt to devour President Donald J. Trump again. The craving to crush President Trump has never been satisfied, not through investigations, not through false allegations, and not even through an impeachment that was wholly without merit. And the timing of this impeachment makes little sense. Your candidate will take office in a few hours, and President Trump will relinquish the levers of power to President-elect Biden. But your craving was never a Biden victory, nor was it even a Trump defeat. You believe that your hunger will be finally satiated by impeaching this president without completion of his full term of office. You don't merely seek victory, but you seek obliteration of your nemesis. The thirst for Trump's destruction will not be slaked, however, even if you're successful today and were the Senate to convict President Trump. Yours will be a Pyrrhic victory, for instead of stopping the Trump train, his movement will grow stronger, for you will have made him a martyr. Surely you are aware of this, and that is why your allies in the media seek to censor conservative voices. Your chums that sit on the boards of corporate America, yes, the same companies that the left vilifies, promise to starve Republicans from receiving their PAC donations. But I bet that the groundswell of support for President Trump and his policies will not go away. You see, the movement he started is based on building an incredibly robust economy on a foundation of lower taxes and fewer regulations that has the wonderful effect of putting more people to work than ever. It is built upon a strong military that is extricated from endless wars. It provides border security, America First trade agreements, Mideast peace and stability. Those are the things the American people want. Your four-year appetite will be temporarily assuaged, while you will no doubt continue to chase after leaders of this movement, but your appetite will be unfulfilled. I urge you, please do not, and I'm mixing metaphors here, attempt to douse the remaining burning embers of this movement with gasoline. No one wants that. I urge you, please, to reconsider the reckless action in which you engaged today.
The gentleman's time has
I yield.
expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
1 week ago, the President incited an insurrection against Congress to prevent the peaceful transition of power. It was the most dangerous moment for our democracy in a century. Today, we invoke the remedy the founders provided for just such a lawless president, impeachment. More important, today we begin the long road to restoration. America has been through a civil war, world wars, a Great Depression, pandemics, McCarthyism, and now a Trumpist and white nationalist insurrection. And yet our democracy endures. It endures because at every juncture, every pivotal moment, when evil threatened to overtake good, patriotic Americans step forward to say enough. This is one of those moments. To preserve this sacred place, this citadel of democracy for ourselves and for posterity, let us say enough. Enough. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Here's a quote. I just don't even know why there aren't more uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be. Or, sadly, the domestic enemies of our voting system and honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue with their allies in Congress of the United States. We were called enemies of the state. Those are all quotes from our speaker. Now, on our side, we didn't take those to be impeachable because we didn't believe she surely meant that. But by the Democrats taking this action, you're telling me, no, when we say those, we actually mean to incite violence. That's what this action is saying. Look, I just looked on the History Channel. It says these words: if the Judiciary Committee, talking about impeachment, finds sufficient grounds, its members write and pass articles of impeachment, which then go to the full House for a vote. Half of all the impeachments ever conducted, ever voted for, occurred under this speaker. You're setting a precedent that says very clearly, because this impeachment isn't going to work, but it is setting the precedent. Unlike a year ago when we said, look, it shouldn't go through Intel, it should go through Judiciary Committee. Forget that. Now the message is, if you have a whim and you want to just go after a president, just go straight to the floor. No investigation, no Judiciary Committee. Go straight to the floor. Use it as a political weapon as you wish. This is so dangerous, what you're doing. Forgetting all the precedents. Yes, we can argue back and forth, but you're using this as a weapon. And you're destroying this little experiment in self-government in a year's time.
The gentleman's time has expired.
It needs to stop. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Suffragist and abolitionist Lucy Stone stated, "If we speak the truth fearlessly, we shall add to our number those who will turn the scale to the side of equal and full justice in all things." The truth is, President Trump incited a violent attack against the United States government. The truth is, President Trump spent his presidency inflaming hate, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and violence. The truth is, he was enabled by all those who perpetuated the lie that the most secure election in our nation's history was stolen. The truth is that these seditious actions left 5 dead, our Capitol besieged, our security threatened, and our democracy hanging in the balance. And the truth is, a vote to impeach is our resounding declaration that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Rice.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last speaker said that for 4 years, the president did all these terrible, insightful things, including anti-Semitism. I take exception with that, but I think it's important that we embrace one thing that was said. Yes, the president has been consistent for the last 4 years. During his campaign, I even, representing another candidate, said that the president had political Tourette's. He said what was on his mind without a filter. I don't think that's being debated here today. We all know that's true. What's being debated is whether, with 167 hours left until he leaves office, is he a clear and present danger? And he clearly isn't. The president has acted substantially the same for 4 years. He has rallied his base, and he has, in fact, called for peaceful protest, as he did just a few days ago. The fact is, today we are trying to punish the president, at least some are, for 4 years of what he did, not for what happened last week. What happened last week was the result of anarchists who came loaded, prepared, and with weapons. With that, I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in my last floor speech in this body to do what I was sworn to do on the first day, to protect and defend the Constitution. President Trump put the domestic terrorists on notice by saying, "Stand back and stand by." He then summoned them to D.C., directed them to march on the Capitol, and then he sat back and watched the insurrection. Some of my colleagues, some of which may well be co-conspirators, in their latest attempt to placate and please this unfit president, suggest that we shouldn't punish Trump for his actions in order to unify the country. That is the climax of foolishness. Let me suggest to them, stand up, man up, woman up, and defend this Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, including Donald J. Trump. In the first impeachment, Republicans said we didn't need to impeach him because he learned his lesson, so no need to remove him. Well, we said if we didn't remove him, he would do it again.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Simply put, we told you so.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Richmond out.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the resolution. At a time when our country needs unity, it is concerning that my Democratic colleagues have chosen to begin impeachment proceedings against a president with just 7 days left in office. All legal challenges have been exhausted. Congress has certified electors over objections, and Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. President Trump has indicated he will peacefully transfer power to President-elect Biden next week. So why pursue impeachment just 1 week before he leaves office? I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they have to impeach the president because he is too dangerous to stay in power. Yet they know that it is impossible for the Senate to remove him before his term expires. So what is the point? This move sets a dangerous precedent for our nation. If Congress is going to impeach a president, it must not only be done after intense debate and deliberation, not rushed through in the 11th hour to make a political point. This impeachment attempt is dangerous for our country, and has far-reaching implications for our future. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I did not come to Congress to impeach Donald Trump, but the constitutional crimes by an out-of-control president inspired by his hatred and the big lie that he told cannot be ignored. Donald Trump is a living, breathing, impeachable offense. It is what it is. The violent attack on the U.S. Capitol was an act of insurrection incited by Donald Trump. He is a clear and present danger to the health, safety, and well-being of the American people, and that is why this impeachment is necessary on the House floor for a second time with a bipartisan majority. Violence will not win. Insurrection will not win. Sedition will not win. Terror will not win. Lawlessness will not win. Mob rule will not win. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Democracy will prevail.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 3rd, we stood here on this floor and swore an oath to defend our Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. 3 days later, that oath was put to the test when a violent mob tried to break down those doors to stop us from performing our constitutional duty. This mob was not without a leader. On that day, the president told them to walk to this Capitol 16 blocks from where he stood. They were radicalized by his lies and conspiracy theories he spent months fueling, many of which I've heard on this floor the last week. He needed to say only 2 words to end the violence: I concede, because that's what leaders do in a democracy, because that's what we do in the United States. They put politics aside and put country first. And as I look to our colleagues over on the other side, I wonder how many of them will demonstrate that leadership and join us in holding President Trump accountable for inciting this deadly attack. How many will uphold our oath and put our country first to defend this Constitution from the threat in the White House? To do anything less is to turn your back on the oath altogether. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for more than 220 years since George Washington yielded the presidency to John Adams, the peaceful transfer of power has been a hallmark of our democracy. In this country, the will of the American people reigns supreme over the ambitions of any individual. Every single president has honored and upheld these principles until now. Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election last November. It was a free and fair election. In fact, President Trump's own election security director called it the most secure election in U.S. history. But for 2 months now, Donald Trump has refused to accept the will of the American people. Over and over again, he's told his supporters he didn't really lose. The election was stolen from him and from them. And as they grew angrier and angrier over this perceived injustice, he told them there was still a way to keep him in power. So as Congress prepared to meet for the sacred ritual of certifying the results of the presidential election, the president made his move. He directed his supporters to travel to Washington for a rally to stop the steal. They did. He then, once assembled, he had one final request: march on the U.S. Capitol, do what it takes to help me hold on to power. We will never give up. We will never concede, he told them. If you don't fight like hell, he warned, you're not going to have a country anymore. The people on the ellipse that day heard his message loud and clear. They answered his call for insurrection. As the third-ranking Republican in this chamber put it, he summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Armed with guns, pipe bombs, bats, shields, zip ties, and more, they set their sights on the U.S. Capitol. They stormed the citadel of our democracy. Hundreds of domestic terrorists did what Donald Trump wanted them to do. They seized the Capitol and tried to end our country's 234-year experiment in democracy, as the Trump family and White House aides watched gleefully on television. They searched the halls of this building for the vice president, who they came to hang for treason. They overran the office of the speaker, who they came to assassinate. They sought above all else to seize control of our government in the name of Donald Trump. Let that sink in. The terrorists who stormed this building planned to hang the vice president, kill the speaker, and topple our government. They took down the American flag and replaced it with a Trump flag. I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are not planning to vote for this article, is this the kind of country you want to live in? What are you going to tell your children and grandchildren when they ask what you did in this moment? Did you stand for the republic or for this president? Heed the words of Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president who told our country that a house divided against itself cannot stand. This great house in which he served cannot and will not endure if we do not stand together now. The president and the terrorists who stormed these halls last Wednesday did not succeed in toppling our republic. We must ensure they never do. I implore you to join us in supporting this article, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
We've been here before. We've done this before. This has failed before. We've fractured our nation using the same process before. Congress must be the glue that starts unifying everyone. By the time this process would conclude, the man they want out of office will no longer even be the president. If we want unity, this is not the way. America was and is the leading light in the world. This proceeding has continued to cloak our nation in darkness. Nearly half the country supports our current president. This takes their voice away. We must be bigger and better than the most base of instincts that have been driving our political discourse. It is destroying us. Let's link arms with one another and begin to heal. Let's stop this impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the chairman. President Trump's actions, encouraging, inciting a mob that stormed the United States Capitol for the sole purpose of stopping the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes, cannot go unanswered by this body. He must be impeached. If Congress does not act, if we shrink from our constitutional responsibilities to defend our republic, it will undoubtedly undermine the vision of America as the last best hope of earth, as Abraham Lincoln so eloquently said so many years ago. So to the millions of Americans watching today, I hope you understand that we are proceeding on this path out of love for our country. I will honor my oath today. I will vote for impeachment. And I pray that my colleagues will muster the courage to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday, we gathered to follow the Constitution's simple instruction to count the electoral votes that have been tallied by the states and submitted to us. This president refused to accept those results. Instead, he sought to overturn them by inciting a violent insurrection. But we were not deterred from doing our constitutional duty. Today, we must do our constitutional duty once again. While the president failed in his attempt to upend our democracy, last Wednesday's events make clear that if we do not hold him accountable and remove him from power, a future attempt could very well be successful. The survival of our democracy depends on defeated candidates accepting their defeats, as has been the case in every presidential election since 1864. Our January 6th joint session is a vital part of the transfer of power, not the contest for power. Vice President Gore understood this, accepting and certifying the 2000 election result in which he was defeated. Vice President Biden understood this, accepted and certifying this president's victory in the 2016 election. This president's refusal to participate in the peaceful transfer of power and his role in the inciting of the last week's violence pose an existential threat to our constitutional democracy. This threat must be extinguished immediately. This president must be impeached and convicted, and he must be prevented from ever attempting to seize power again. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time. Madam Speaker, I've heard that President Trump radicalized the group the rioters who stormed this Capitol, and I would say that we need to look no further than ourselves to find out what happened and to look at history. Americans were frustrated when they learned that the FBI was investigating the Trump campaign. They were frustrated to learn that the Obama administration and the DNC had created this false campaign against the Trump administration. They were frustrated, Madam Speaker, when the inauguration of the president was boycotted by over 40 Democrat members of this House. They were frustrated to read in the Washington Post the day after the inauguration, "Let the impeachment begin." They were frustrated when members of this House spoke over and over about impeaching the president days into his administration. And then the socialists in Hollywood joined their allies in Congress. Robert De Niro said that he wanted to punch the president in the face. Madonna thought about blowing up the White House. Kathy Lee Griffin held up a likeness of the president's beheaded head, and nothing was said by my colleagues at that point in time. In fact, one Democrat colleague said that Trump supporters should be harassed wherever they are, in restaurants, on the street, in supermarkets. During this time, the president was under investigation by a special counsel who found no collusion, no conspiracy with Russia. The president's supporters were harassed. Ajit Pai, the head of the FCC, was called a dirty, sneaky Indian. His children were harassed in school. The press secretary, the press secretary, Sarah Sanders, was kicked out of a restaurant for being a Trump employee. The DHS secretary, Kirsten Nelson, harassed at her home. Trump donors were publicly...
Gentleman's time has expired. I'm sorry you couldn't hear me. The mic wasn't on. The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Good job, Kim.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Smashing windows and beating police officers over the head with fire extinguishers, a bloodthirsty mob attacked the Capitol and invaded this Congress last Wednesday. They erected a gallows and repeatedly chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." They stormed Speaker Pelosi's office yelling, "Where's Nancy?" They brandished the Confederate battle flag and occupied the Senate chamber. They wounded dozens of people, hospitalizing dozens of people, killed 5 of our people. For 6 hours, they shut down the counting of electoral college votes, our sacred process under the Constitution for peaceful transfer of power in the United States. They may have been hunting for Pence and Pelosi to stage their coup, but every one of us in this room right now could have died. As Senator Lindsey Graham said, the mob could have blown the building up. They could have killed us all. And now the far right is calling for return engagement from January 17th to January 20th. They're asking the president to pardon the conspirators in last week's rampage as they prepare for a race war again next week. And it's a bit much to be hearing that these people would not be trying to destroy our government and kill us if we just weren't so mean to them. Well, despite the floor leader's desperate effort to polarize this body and this nation along party lines, it is the chair of the Republican conference who best articulated what happened in a statement yesterday, and I recommend every American read this. Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the elected chair of the Republican conference, wrote, "The president summoned this mob, assembled this mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Everything that followed was his doing. None of this would have happened without the president. The president could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. He did not. There has never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office." Request 10 seconds.
Gentleman from New York,
I yield an additional 10 seconds.
an additional 10 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland.
Cheney says there's never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Read Ms. Cheney's statement. Let's come together and impeach the president for this high crime against the republic. We don't have a minute to spare. He is a clear and present danger to the people.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
It seems to me that impeachment is an itch that doesn't go away with just one scratch. It also seems that President Trump may be most likely to be impeached when he is correct. Before the last presidential impeachment, President Trump rightly pointed out the improper activities of the Biden crime family, and subsequently he's been proven right. And don't think for a moment, Madam Speaker, that we're going to drop that or stop our pursuit for the truth. Before that, we had the Russia hoax, where you had the president rightly making claims that Hillary Clinton and the DNC were colluding with Russians to disorient our democracy. How right he turned out to be. And then we have the 2020 presidential election, where the president correctly pointed out unconstitutional behavior, voting irregularities, concerns over tabulations, dead people voting, and now impeachment again. When they go low, we kick them. Eric Holder, former Attorney General under Barack Obama, breaching the Capitol was as low can be. We all denounce it. But who is it that they're kicking? The president, who created soaring highs for our economy, rising wages before the pandemic, 400 miles of wall to stop the caravans, who drew down troops in the Middle East and showed empathy for the forgotten men and women of our country. It's why so many people love him so much, and it's why they're kicking all of us. This president has faced unprecedented hatred and resistance from big media, big tech, and big egos, from congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. Before the rioters tore through that glass, Speaker Pelosi stood at that rostrum and tore through the president's State of the Union speech, inciting anger, resentment, division. Some believe that truly these true colors are being shown now through this divisive partisan impeachment. The Speaker of the House, I would request an additional 40 seconds.
Go through the Speaker, please. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 40 seconds.
4 seconds or 40 seconds?
Yep. 40 seconds.
45 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. The Speaker said to us just moments ago, words matter. But apparently those words don't matter when they're uttered by Democrats. When the gentlelady from Massachusetts calls for unrest in the streets. When the gentlelady from California brazenly brags that she called for people to get in the faces of those who serve and support the president. I denounce political violence from all ends of the spectrum, but make no mistake,
The left in America has incited far more political violence than the right. For months, our cities burned, police stations burned, our businesses were shattered, and they said nothing. Or they cheerled for it, and they fundraised for it, and they allowed it to happen in the greatest country in the world. Now, some have cited the metaphor that the president lit the flame. Well, they lit actual flames, actual fires, and we put them out.
Expired. There will be order in the House.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio, do you wish to reserve your time? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
America has been attacked before, but not like this. On January 6, Donald Trump incited thousands of radicalized terrorists to attack the Capitol to stop a transition of power. Let that sink in. Our president incited our citizens to attack our Capitol. America was not attacked in the past sense. This president has inspired future plots. America is still under attack, and that's why Donald Trump must be impeached. I've read many of my GOP colleagues know what the president did was wrong, but are afraid for their lives if they cross the president. I'm sorry that you're living in fear, but now is a time to summon your courage to guide you. We have all seen the images of the courageous officers who have risked their lives so that you could flee this floor and see your families. That was almost a week ago right now. Officers engaged in hand-to-hand combat for hours with these terrorists. Capitol Police were spit on, beaten, stampeded, and one of them lost their lives. I'm not asking you to summon the courage that they did. I'm just asking you to do your job and hold this president accountable.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we
The
reserve.
gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Donald Trump is the most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. I want to take you back 1 week ago today, when people were barging through these doors, breaking the windows with weapons, armed, pipe bombs, coming here to harm all of you, to harm the Speaker, to harm the Senate. Let me ask you a question. What do you think they would have done if they had gotten in? What do you think they would have done to you? And who do you think sent them here? The most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. If inciting a deadly insurrection is not enough to get a president impeached, then what is? All of us must answer that question today. The Constitution requires us to impeach and remove Donald John Trump.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago today, I was trapped in this House chamber as the banging on the doors began. I feared for colleagues, reporters, and staff. I feared for myself. The attack on the Capitol will never be forgotten. The President and many in this chamber have shamelessly peddled dangerous untruths about the election, despite the warnings of where those lies would lead. And last Wednesday, those lies and dangers found themselves inside this Capitol. This hateful rhetoric is another deadly virus. It is time to remove it from its host. To heal, we need accountability and truth. That begins by acknowledging the president's dangerous lies and their deadly consequences. Removing Donald Trump is the beginning of restoring decency and democracy. What happened last week will not be forgotten, and what we do this week will long be remembered. Vote yes on impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the Republican leader. Gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Last week's violent attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, and criminal. Violence is never a legitimate form of protest. Freedom of speech and assembly under the Constitution is rooted in nonviolence. Yet the violent mob that descended upon this body was neither peaceful nor democratic. It acted to disrupt Congress's constitutional responsibility. It was also an attack on the people who work in this institution, members, staff, and the hundreds who work behind the scenes so that we can serve the American people. The greatest statesman in the history of our country understood that the most dangerous threat to freedom is lawlessness. A young lawyer named Abraham Lincoln famously said, "There is no grievance that is a fit object of redress by mob law." Yet for several hours last week, mob law tried to interfere with constitutional law. Some say the riots were caused by Antifa. There is absolutely no evidence of that. And conservatives should be the first to say so. Conservatives also know that the only thing that stops mob violence is to meet it with force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage. And last week we saw mob violence met by courage, sacrifice, and heroism from the brave men and women who protect this institution every day. But for the bravery of the Capitol Police, the destruction and loss could have been much greater. We owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. The loss of Officer Brian Sednick and Officer Howard Lindmagood is tragic and heartbreaking. We mourn their loss, remember their lives, and continue to pray for their families and loved ones. The officers of the Capitol Police deserve our eternal thanks. We will never forget the dangers they faced, the determination they showed, or the sacrifices they made. And make no mistake, those who are responsible for Wednesday's chaos will be brought to justice. Which brings me to today's debate. I believe impeaching the president in such a short time frame would be a mistake. No investigations have been completed. No hearings have been held. What's more, the Senate has confirmed that no trial will begin until after President-elect Biden is sworn in. But here is what a vote to impeach would do. A vote to impeach would further divide this nation. A vote to impeach will further fan the flames of partisan division. Most Americans want neither inaction nor retribution. They want durable, bipartisan justice. That path is still available, but is not the path we are on today. That doesn't mean the president is free from fault. The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump. Accept his share of responsibility, quell the brewing unrest, and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. And the president's immediate action also deserves congressional action, which is why I think a fact-finding commission and a censure resolution would be prudent. Unfortunately, that is not where we are today. Truly, this past week was one of the most difficult for Congress and our nation. Of all the days here, last Wednesday was the worst day I've ever seen in Congress. Our country is deeply hurt. So where do we go from here? After all the violence and chaos of the last week, is it important to remember that we're still here to deliver a better future for all Americans. It does not matter if you are liberal, moderate, or conservative. All of us must resist the temptation of further polarization. Instead, we must unite once again as Americans. I understand for some, this call for unity may ring hollow. But times like these are when we must remember who we are as Americans and what we as a nation stand for. And as history shows, unity is not an option, it's a necessity. It is as necessary today as it was at the start of our country. I want us all to think back to how John Adams and the Federalist Party handed power over to Thomas Jefferson and his party after the election of 1800. That election, and indeed that era, was one of the most divisive ever. Partisans used every dirty trick in the book. They demonized each other, dismissed reasonable dissent, and described their opponents as seditious. Sound familiar? The election of 1800 could have destroyed our young nation. But instead of breaking us, it helped us bring us together, thereby preserving the world's last best hope of freedom. After a hard-fought battle over the Electoral College in Congress, Adams conceded. And a peaceful transfer of power, the first in American history, took place. Jefferson, for his part, put aside the division of the era and preached forgiveness, yes, unity. In his first inaugural address, he famously said, "Every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle." Jefferson and Adams did not end every difference of opinion that existed in America, nor did they try. In a free country as big and diverse as ours, that would be impossible. What they did was more important. They recognized a deeper unity, a unity rooted in the famous proposition both men helped to write. At a critical moment in history, our founders chose peace, liberty, partnership over tension, division, and partisanship. For the sake of our country, we must make the exact same choice. We have already begun. Last week, despite the lingering shock and amid the windows still broken, we did what all healthy democracies do. We debated and we voted. In this country, we solve our disputes at the ballot box and through debates and votes on the floor of this exact chamber. We did our duty then, and we must do more. The eyes of the nation and the world are upon us. We must seize this opportunity and heal and grow stronger. As leaders, our place in history depends on whether we call on our better angels and refocus our efforts to work directly for the American people. United, we can deliver peace, strength, and prosperity our country desperately needs. Divided, we will fail. What we saw last week was not the American way. Neither is the continued rhetoric that Joe Biden is not the legitimate president. Let's be clear. Joe Biden will be sworn in as President of the United States in 1 week because he won the election. And the presidency and this Congress will face immediate challenges that must be addressed. I stand ready to assist in that effort with good faith, goodwill, and an open hand. The United States remains exceptional. We remain extraordinary. In the coming weeks and months, we must work together, all of us, to recharge the light of our shining city on the hill. History has shown us a way. History has given us a path. Just as Adams and Jefferson has shown, now is the moment that we should do the exact same. In these trying times, may God continue to bless America. And let's chart a course that history will repeat but not what's happening today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just over a year ago, I stood right there where you're standing today as we took the solemn step of impeaching the President of the United States for pressuring a foreign leader to take unlawful actions to help him in his reelection. And now, just 1 week ago, almost to the hour, I laid right there on the floor of the gallery above us. I heard gunshots in the Speaker's lobby. I heard the mob pounding on the door. And what they were trying to do, they were all an angry mob incited by the President, trying to stop certification of a legitimate election. It's clear the President learned nothing in the last year. Yesterday, the President said again he did nothing wrong. This man is dangerous. He has defied the Constitution. He's incited sedition, and he must be removed. We all took a pledge on January 3rd to uphold the Constitution. We must honor that oath. We must vote yes on this article of impeachment. I yield back.
Expired. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Colorado.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Glory to God. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose this impeachment and denounce the recent violence on the Capitol, just as I oppose the previous impeachment and the violence we've all witnessed all summer long across our great country. Make no mistake here, the hypocrisy of the left is on full display. Quote, go to the Hill, get in the face of some Congress people. We've got to fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets. Take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Go and take Trump out tonight. Sound familiar? What about the gentlewoman from New York who defended the looting by saying looters just wanted loaves of bread? Well, the last I checked, Best Buy and Teslas and stores of the like do not produce baked goods. Where's the accountability for the left after encouraging and normalizing violence? Rather than actually helping American people in this time, we start impeachments that further divide our country. I call bullcrap when I hear the Democrats demanding unity. Sadly, they are only unified in hate.
Expired.
Thank you. I yield.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of impeaching again the worst president in the history of the United States. Since his first day in office, this president has spent 4 years abusing his power, lying, embracing authoritarianism, radicalizing his supporters against democracy. This corruption poisoned the minds of his supporters, inciting them to willingly join with white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and paramilitary extremists in a siege of the United States Capitol building, the very seat of American democracy. The Republican Party is now the Trump Party. And I want you to know that this is a Trump power grab that will not stop. It will not stop with attacking the Capitol and our state legislatures. This president intends to exercise power long after he is out of office. It is reported that the President of the United States watched the invasion from the Oval Office of our Capitol and seemingly enjoyed it. I want you to know we should be concerned that the Republicans will not defend him, and he is capable of starting a civil war. He must be impeached. He must be stopped now.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day in our republic, but not as sad or disheartening as the violence we witnessed in the Capitol last Wednesday. We are all responsible. My colleagues are responsible for not condemning rioters this past year, like those who barricaded the doors of the Seattle Police Department and attempted to murder the officers inside. Others, including myself, are responsible for not speaking out sooner, before the president misinformed and inflamed a violent mob who tore down the American flag and brutally beat Capitol Police officers. Madam Speaker, we must all do better. These articles of impeachment are flawed, but I will not use process as an excuse. There is no excuse for President Trump's actions. The president took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week, there was a domestic threat at the door of the Capitol, and he did nothing to stop it. That is why, with a heavy heart and clear resolve, I will vote yes on these articles of impeachment.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Madam Speaker, could I ask how much time each side has?
The gentleman from Ohio has 36 1/4 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from New York has 36 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, a mob desecrated our Capitol, killed a police officer, and attempted to overthrow our government on the orders of the President of the United States. Immediate impeachment is our duty under a Constitution that compels us to defend against enemies, foreign and domestic. As a Marine officer, I defended our democracy from foreign enemies. As a member of Congress, I am solemnly resolved to defend it from domestic ones. With this vote, we strike a blow for moral leadership. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, America is at a crossroads. As the violent riots at the Capitol last week so painfully and shockingly reminded us, the unhinged partisan rhetoric that too often consumes the political dialogue in this country has become toxic and is tearing us apart. If we continue down this path, there's no telling how much damage to our union there may be. Sadly, that's what's happening here today. The majority is rushing through yet a second impeachment of President Trump, who has but 7 days remaining in office. As prominent constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley has cautioned, today a dangerous precedent is being set that could lead to the normalization of snap impeachments without any hearings or any meaningful discussion or debate. The majority is ramming through this House the most potent tool at our disposal without a single hearing, turning a process that usually takes months into a few short hours. We haven't heard a testimony from a single witness. We haven't heard from any experts on the nature of these charges, nor the damage this effort could inflict on our republic. We didn't even know how this debate would unfold until 9 o'clock this morning. This is truly an unprecedented situation, and one which could cause irrevocable harm to our nation. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to continue down this misguided path. We could instead follow the wisdom provided by none other than Abraham Lincoln during another divisive time in our nation's history and listen to the better angels of our nature. We could choose a more positive, constructive path and vote down this ill-conceived effort. We should tone down the political rhetoric. We should work together to solve the problems that face our nation. We should put aside our differences and find common ground. And we should bring Americans back together, because there's no crisis we can't overcome if we stand united. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Herrera Butler.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
My fellow Americans, I rise today to stand against our enemy and to clarify our enemy isn't the president or the president-elect. Fear is our enemy. Fear tells us what we want to hear. It incites anger and violence and fire. But it also haunts us into silence and inaction. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of what people will say or think. I'm afraid of being devalued. I'm not afraid of losing my job, but I am afraid that my country will fail. I'm afraid patriots of this country have died in vain. I'm afraid my children won't grow up in a free country. I'm afraid injustice will prevail. But truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Today, I should be in my district working for my constituents. Instead, I'm back here in Washington because the majority could not resist another made-for-TV impeachment. American workers are losing their jobs and struggling to feed their families. Small businesses are being forced to lay off workers and close their doors. Families are tragically losing loved ones to the coronavirus. Instead of creating or even saving American jobs or negotiating additional COVID relief, we're debating an impeachment that's been preceded by no inquiry, no meaningful debate, and no due process. In 1 week's time, Joe Biden will be the president. The American people need us to rise above the heat of the moment, to focus on their needs and deliver real solutions. Because the majority decided we should debate whether or not to remove a sitting president in just 2 hours, I'll be brief. I oppose this article of impeachment, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I teach a civics class where I point out that our democracy is not self-executing. It requires people of good faith and ethics to make it work. The president has repeatedly challenged Georgia's election results, but despite 3 recounts and many investigations, the results are clear. Joe Biden won Georgia. The idea that our election was fraudulent is a lie. Our president used this lie to incite a violent mob to attack the Capitol. I ask my colleagues to act with ethics and good faith, to reject these lies, and in this case, to support the article of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute.
In our campaigns, we may be adversaries, but usually after the campaign season's over, we have traditionally come together for the good of our nation. Now, more than ever in our lifetimes, we are a divided nation. One of the reasons? The resist movement, which has harassed, harangued, and otherwise denigrated the president since the second he became the nominee. While his sins may be different than yours or mine, they are clearly not treasonous. Let our men and women in blue, who suffered a lot more stress than the members of Congress they protected, have the time they deserve to recuperate, and do the same for millions of Americans who feel they've been disenfranchised. I beseech my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if you truly want our nation to heal, vote no in this resolution. It reeks of nothing more than revenge and sets a dangerous precedent. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A week ago, Americans in this chamber lived through one of our darkest days. The commander-in-chief incited a mob of insurrectionists to overturn the results of a free and fair election through terror and intimidation. They failed, but this violence took its toll. People died. Our country's temple of democracy was vandalized, and our image as the world's leading democracy was shaken. President Trump represents a real threat to our national security, our democratic institutions, and the people of this country. We cannot let Donald Trump, who actively orchestrated sedition, lead our nation's government for another 7 days. We cannot wait until January 20th. Donald Trump must be removed. Thank you, and I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank my Democratic colleagues for finally joining Republicans in condemning mob violence after 6 months of refusing to acknowledge it. But I'm really tired of sanctimonious sermons on being a sore loser from some of the same Democrats who opposed accepting results in elections past. Democrats have objected to certifying every Republican victory of the 21st century. In 2000, 2004, and in 2016, Democrats objected every time. When they objected, it was patriotic. But when Republicans do it, we're inciting a mob. We're liars and we're traitors. This is the double standard we should expect under total Democrat control. They've called for unrest in the streets. They've called for harassing cabinet officials. They've objected to certifying election results time and time again. Even the Judiciary Chairman secured clemency for a domestic terrorist who detonated a bomb right here in this building. But we're the extremists? I don't think so. We've been silenced by big tech on social media, by corporate America, and now the other side wants to silence us on the House floor. This is a sad day in America. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Thank you,
The
Madam
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise in support of the article of impeachment against Donald J. Trump. If we fail to remove a white supremacist president who incited a white supremacist insurrection, it's communities like Missouri's 1st District that suffer the most. The 117th Congress must understand that we have a mandate to legislate in defense of Black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio seeks recognition.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Let me be clear. What happened last Wednesday was a stain on our nation, and the criminals and the rioters responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It is clear now more than ever that our country needs to come together. And Congress, this Congress, needs to lead by example and begin the process of healing the deep division that exists among us as Americans. The articles before us today will not accomplish that. In fact, the sham articles of impeachment will only serve to further fan the flames of unrest and to appease the radical left's appetite for division. We should be focusing on restoring communities devastated by lockdowns, working on America's vaccine rollout, aiding a bipartisan investigation into these attacks, and ensuring election integrity, not impeaching a president who has promised a peaceful transition and who has less than 7 days left in office. It is time to focus on the unprecedented challenges we face, and it's time to focus on unity. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose these articles of impeachment, and I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to support H.Res. 24, the article of impeachment against Donald Trump for high crimes and misdemeanors for a second time. Let us be very clear. What took place on January 6, 2021 was an act of domestic terrorism by right-wing, sycophantic white supremacists promoted, instigated, and advanced by the man in the White House, Donald Trump. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it sets to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it."
Time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father once said to me, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. In the short time I've served in this body, one thing is clear. This is not a serious place. Last year, we watched as the other side delayed COVID relief for months to inflict maximum pain and sway the outcome of the election. The Speaker said as much. And yet these last 2 days, we have seen just how fast they can move when they want to exact political retribution on their opponents. My friends on the other side now have complete control of both houses of Congress, and in a few days, they will control the entire executive branch as well. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden has talked about unity and healing. Is that what this is today? Is accusing Republican lawmakers of sedition and calling for their expulsion the plan for healing? Is working with Silicon Valley to digitally disappear those with whom they disagree with the plan for reconciliation? I was among the first to condemn the riots in Madison months ago, and I condemn what happened last week. But where were the swift accusations of incitement and insurrection from the other side last year? Is today's political theater a preview of what the American people can expect from single-party rule? 2 years of double standards and punishing those who voted for someone else? Madam Speaker, I hope Mr. Biden is watching today, and he will rise to the moment and call off this effort to rub salt in the wounds of millions of Americans. It is now time for all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, to turn down the temperature. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it would be an error to suppose that men and women can be courageous every day. It would be unfair to anticipate that I or any member of this body could be a lion every day. No one is expected to be a lion day after day after day. But on this day, lions are required.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. After President Trump was not impeached, Susan Collins said he's learned a pretty big lesson. He was impeached. Then he brought his It Will Be Wild, riotous television show that he produced for one person, individual one. Intelligence reports indicate that the people he said he loves and are special are going to attack this city and attack this Capitol next week. He has not asked them not to do it. He has not told them to stand down. I most fear January 20, because I think he will try to go out with a bang and take attention away from Joe Biden.
The gentleman's time has expired, and there will be order in the House. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, statement from the President. I urge that there must be no violence, no lawbreaking, no vandalism of any kind. This is not what I stand for. It is not what America stands for. I call on all Americans to help ease tensions and calm down. Just put out that statement by the President of the United States. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the President for his words. Above the entrance to the House of Representatives is a sculpture called the Apotheosis of Democracy. It depicts allegorical peace, dressed in armor and protecting the genius of America. Last week, that peace was tragically torn apart as our U.S. Capitol was invaded for the first time since the War of 1812. A violent mob, including many with the most hostile of intentions, broke past security barriers and unleashed destruction and chaos throughout the Capitol. When it was over, 6 individuals were dead, including 2 Capitol Police officers. I've always supported the rights of citizens to peaceably assemble, but those who breached the Capitol and assaulted and killed Capitol Police should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If their intent was to stop the constitutional requirement of this body to count electoral votes, they should be charged and prosecuted for insurrection against the government. But we are a nation of laws, not of men, and the legal standard for incitement to violence has not been met. Now, a week since the riots threatened the People's House, and a week until a new president takes office, we are rushing through an impeachment without all of the facts and evidence and without due process. We don't know what kind of information the offenders have, what evidence will come out during their trials, whether it bolsters the majority's claims or the minority's views, or whether it implicates other individuals, groups, or other officials in the attack on this hallowed institution. We just don't know. And that's why we must treat the power of impeachment and our responsibility as holders of this power with the seriousness and solemnity it deserves. Let us gather the evidence. Let us hear it in judiciary. Make an informed decision together. This action will only further fuel the political divide among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term efforts to unify our country. I reiterate my call from last night. Let us work together. Both President Trump and President-elect Biden have called for a peaceful transition of power. I humbly beseech my colleagues to work toward this end to unify our country and not go down this dangerous path. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. This time the gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, January 6th was a horrific day for our country, for our democracy. The Capitol was breached, the blood of our defenders spilled, all because of a lie that the elections were stolen, a lie that has infected this nation as perniciously as the pandemic. President Trump is the source of that lie. He has perverted and betrayed his oath to defend the Constitution, attacking the foundation of our democracy by inciting his supporters to violence. He is not fit to serve and is a danger to our country while he does. I, too, pledge to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will uphold that office. I will vote to impeach President Trump. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
What did the Speaker know, and what did other legislative leaders know, and when did they know it? Maybe that's a rush to impeach the president, because so we'll never know what legislative leaders here knew. The FBI knew about a number of individuals that were planning a war on the Capitol, including killing police officers, and they shared the information. But nothing happened. The chief federal prosecutor in Washington stated he is pursuing conspiracy charges. The fact that IEDs were constructed in place informs me that there was pre-planning for portions of the tragic events last week. How does the president incite an attack that was pre-planned and already underway before his speech concluded? Now, I know my colleagues on the left want America to believe that the president incited a spontaneous riot that they'd like to call an insurrection, but the facts are stubborn things, even if you choose to ignore them. The truth is the multiple lawless and violent events last summer, including months-long siege of a federal courthouse, burning, looting, physical violence in so-called sanctuary cities, more closely fits the definition of insurrection than anything the president said last week.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank my friend. The American people are asking, is there any depravity too low? Is there any outrage too far? Is there any blood and violence too much to turn hearts and minds in this body? Instead of the usual justification, rationalization, and enabling and false equivalence we have to hear. This is a moment of truth, my friends. Are you on the side of chaos and the mob, or on the side of constitutional democracy and our freedom? It's that simple. That's what this vote for impeachment represents. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire how much time each side has?
Yes, you may. The gentleman from Ohio has 25 minutes remaining.
21.
The gentleman has 25 minutes
thank
remaining.
you.
The gentleman from New York has 31 and one quarter remaining. The gentleman from Ohio.
We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last week I stood in that gallery to defend this chamber against a violent mob called here by Donald Trump. I have dedicated my life to the defense of our nation, and Donald Trump is a risk to all that I love. Some of my Republican colleagues are afraid of the consequences of an impeachment vote, but this Congress sends our young men and women to war every day.
I'm not asking you to storm the beaches of Normandy, but only show a fraction of the courage we ask of our troops every day. Leadership is hard. It's time to impeach.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio?
We reserve.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York?
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard a few minutes ago that there had been no hearings. Well, I have heard from the people of the 7th District of Illinois. They have told me what to do. They have said, impeach this president. Impeach this president and do it now. I will follow their instructions and vote yes to impeach this president, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 6th, terrorists attacked the United States of America. It was an attempted coup and an insurrection, but what I hope Americans understand is that it was a terrorist attack against our country. Those who came and participated must be found and prosecuted. Those who aided and abetted must be found and prosecuted. And the man who incited it, President Donald J. Trump, our greatest national security threat, must be impeached, held accountable, and never be allowed to hold office again. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshoo.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, future generations are not going to know the names of each member in the chamber today and voting, but they will know what we did and why. We must impeach the president because he incited a mob that attacked the Capitol of the United States, the tabernacle of our democracy. He is incapable of honoring his oath and our Constitution, and he has proven to be unfit and dangerous. I will vote to impeach this traitor to our country.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Reserve.
reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I cast my vote for the second time to impeach Donald J. Trump. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to kidnap and hurt many of us. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches mob to assassinate Vice President Pence, to assassinate Speaker Pelosi. He is unfit to hold office. He summons and dispatches a mob that waved the racist Confederate flag and assaulted this Capitol, resulting in the death of 5 Americans, including 2 Capitol police officers. He is unfit
The gentleman's
to hold
time has
office.
expired.
We must
The
impeach
gentleman's time
now.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
No. Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the strongest possible support for the impeachment of Donald J. Trump. When Trump made a last desperate attempt to steal the presidency, to reject the will of the people by encouraging insurrection, he became the first president to incite an attempted overthrow of the institutions he is sworn to protect. That is a horrifying first, and his actions necessitate another. He should be the first president impeached and removed from office in the history of our country. I voted to impeach him once, and I'm ready to do it again. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
One more, and then we'll go to you. Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Instead, he has chosen to betray and attack our sacred democracy. This president violated his oath. He abused the power of his office, attempted to betray the will of the American people, and incited insurrection against this very House. During the last impeachment trial, I reminded all Americans that democracy is a gift that each generation gives to the next. We must do all to protect it. For our children and our future, we must impeach him. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
The gentleman's yielding 2 minutes, is that correct?
2 minutes.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For 3 years, Democratic members of this body and the mainstream media lied to the American people that the Trump campaign colluded and conspired with Russia. For years, after an exhaustive investigation, it was found that there was no evidence that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. Should Democratic members of this body resign for lying to the American people repeatedly and sowing division and dissension all across America? And it was all a lie. You have brought one article of impeachment to the floor, and your one allegation alleges, and I quote, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States. In D.C., it's a crime to, quote, intentionally or recklessly act in such a manner to cause another person to be in reasonable fear and to incite or provoke violence when there's a likelihood that such violence will ensue. There was no language in the president's speech that incited or provoked violence. In fact, at around the 18-minute mark, he stated, and quote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. You may think that he's inciting violence because he believes there was election fraud. That's his opinion, and he's entitled to that opinion, just like all of you were entitled to your false and fraudulent opinion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The legal elements of incitement are based on the Supreme Court case Brandenburg v. Ohio, in which the Supreme Court set the standard for speech that could be prosecuted without violating the First Amendment. Brandenburg's speech called for violence against groups of Americans, and the court found that Brandenburg's comments were not directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action. The court found that it was protected speech, and he was calling for violence. That's the current law of the land. The president didn't even mention violence last Wednesday, much less provoke or incite it. There was no crime committed, and therefore no basis for impeachment, as you need a high crime or misdemeanor for a basis. You have created a mockery out of the impeachment process, and I urge all my colleagues to stand against it and fight the latest fraud being perpetrated against the American people by the radical left.
The gentleman yields
Nice job.
back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Hursford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday's events were not just a breach of a building, but a breach of our democracy, a threat to our republic and to who we are as Americans. Donald Trump incited insurrection against America and attempted to overturn the will of the people. We must send a clear message that committing sedition disqualifies a president from serving another day in office. I urge this body to vote for impeachment. I will. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve.
Madam
The
Speaker, I
gentleman
now
from New York-
yield 30 seconds to distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last evening an 11-year-old girl joined our telephone town hall. Her question shook me to my core. She was worried about the future of this great nation, and I am too. That is why I must move forward with impeachment of this president. He has endangered this nation. He has betrayed his oath. I do this now for all of us, for our Constitution, and for this republic. I do this to tell the world that this great democracy will stand and no one is above the law. And I do this for our future generations. I urge us all to unite and to vote yes on impeachment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, history is watching and saving the receipts. Today, my colleagues across the aisle must choose which side of a very bright line they want to be recorded on for all time. On one side, lies, sedition, inciting and supporting insurrection, and domestic terrorism. The other side, your oath of office, the Constitution, democracy, decency. There is no middle ground. Today we make history forever. So choose well. A vote to impeach Donald Trump means years from now you can look your grandchildren in the eye and say, I did the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the response to political violence must always be accountability. Without accountability, more violence will follow. I learned that working at the United Nations and the State Department in conflict settings around the world, and the United States Congress is now a conflict setting. A violent mob threatened our lives in this chamber and almost succeeded, incited by the president who broadcasted lies about the outcome of our election. We must hold this president accountable. It's the only way to protect our democracy. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certain that every member of Congress would say that if they had been in Congress when John Lewis walked across that Edmund Pettus Bridge and the Civil Rights Act was passed, that they would have stood on the right side of history. Well, Madam Speaker, today we're going to see exactly what side of history you all are going to be on. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today represents a unique opportunity in our nation's history. An opportunity to put America first, to put her people first. Today is a moment for members of Congress to put aside partisan politicking and place people over power. I urge my colleagues to vote against this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good. Of course, it feels good for the Democrats to have a united constituency for a few more days. But I was elected to come here and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment, vote in favor of a unified nation, and I will forsake partisanship and work with you, no matter who you are or what party you come from. Madam Speaker, I urge that we all vote to finally put America first. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the disgraced, defeated President of the United States. There must be consequences for last week's treason and sedition. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Donald Trumps in today's Republican Party aim to run for higher office, and we must send a message that no one in the United States of America is above the law. The world is watching, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago, the President of the United States incited a deadly attack on the United States Capitol while a couple of dozen members of this House and I covered ourselves in that gallery away from the Trump mob. 5 dead, including Capitol Police. If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Today, I vote to uphold my oath.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to strongly object to the articles of impeachment proposed against President Trump, which make the preposterous claim that President Trump wanted or expected the riots that took place last week. He clearly said he wanted peaceful and patriotic demonstration. He did say he wanted people to fight like hell or we're not going to have a country anymore, but that's obviously standard hyperbole and was not meant to aim at physical fights. But what is offensive is what you are saying and inflammatory about the tens of thousands of peaceful protesters who were there last week, as well as the tens of millions of people they represent. You don't understand why they were here. They're scared to death we're going to go back to the days without Donald Trump, of hundreds of thousands of people crossing this border every month. They're scared to death nobody's going to keep our manufacturing here. They're scared to death that nobody else will fight the cancel culture as we head towards an era when some things can't be said. They're scared to death that a majority party got here by teaming up with Black Lives Matter, a bunch of founded by Marxists and that dislike a family.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today determined to fulfill our sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week's violent insurrection on the Capitol is a stain on our democracy. A riotous mob, incited by the President, stormed these very halls, beat and murdered police officers, planted pipe bombs, and left our nation shocked and in mourning. The President's rhetoric, actions, and refusal to accept responsibilities are an imminent threat to our nation. I vote to impeach the President. I urge my colleagues to do the
The gentleman's
same.
time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, my parents brought me as an infant to America because they knew it's the land of democracy. It's the beacon of hope for all the world. We called it the American dream. When Donald Trump told rioters to go to the Capitol and, quote unquote, fight like hell, he incited an attack on the Capitol and the ideals comprising the American dream. I'm voting for impeachment because I know we're still the country my parents believed in, and I will fight like hell for it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, on Wednesday the 6th, Democrats and Republicans hid on the floor, put on gas masks, and was ushered out of this room. We in this country cannot begin healing and unity without accountability and justice. The President of the United States incited a violent insurrection against Congress, you, me, and the Vice President of the United States. This cannot be ignored. Impeach now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, on January 6th, Donald Trump incited his white nationalist supporters to initiate an attempted coup against the heart of our democracy, the United States Capitol. This heinous act of domestic terrorism demands that Congress act to remove this president. Donald Trump has been and remains a threat to our national security and our democracy, and wholly unfit to serve as president. He and his supporters must be held accountable for inciting violence against the government of the United States. Congress must act immediately to remove this clear and present danger to our country. It's time to impeach Donald Trump again.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I am against the impeachment effort by the Democrats. President Trump has held over 600 rallies in the last 4 years. None of them included assaulting police, destroying businesses, or burning down cities. Democrats have spent all this time endorsing and enabling violent riots that left billions in property damage and 47 dead across the United States. Democrats are on record supporting violence when it serves their cause, in their own words, on social media, on interviews, and on fundraising platforms Act Blue. Democrats support defunding the police when it's someone else's city, someone else's home, and someone else's business. Democrats will take away everyone's guns just as long as they have guards with guns. Democrats' impeachment of President Trump today has now set the standard that they should be removed for their support of violence against the American people. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, for 2 months, Donald Trump used the biggest megaphone in the world to organize a campaign of outright lies to overturn a free and fair election. On January 6th, he summoned and incited a mob of domestic terrorists to fight like hell and sent them to ransack this Capitol in order to prevent us from formalizing his election loss. It was a grotesque orgy of deadly white supremacism, anti-Semitism, and strongman rule. Today, we will do our duty and vote to remove the author of this horrifying chapter and banish him from public service. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire on the time again?
The gentleman from Ohio has 20 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from New York has 21 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, what each of us chooses to do today, whether we vote to hold this president to account or look the other way, will we be remembered by history, by our children and their children. The facts are clear. The evidence of Trump's insurrection overwhelming. History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient. Let us look back on this day with honor, not disgrace, knowing we were up to the oath we all took. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the perpetrators of this heinous attack on our nation's democracy were Americans, encouraged and emboldened by President Trump because he could not accept the outcome of a free and fair election. His actions are seditious, and the president has proven that he is not fit to serve. History will look back on this moment to see who stood strong in support of American democracy. As my colleagues have said, we must come together, but our nation cannot begin to heal until there is accountability.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
For the atrocity.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia, is it?
Yep, gentleman from Georgia, 1 minute.
Is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the effort to impeach President Trump. This course of action will only increase dissent and disunity across our country, and it flies in the face of all efforts to heal our nation. Quite simply, it is a shameful final act of political retribution this president has weathered since day one. I have no doubt that those who breached the Capitol will have due process and their day in court. However, there will be no investigation in the People's House into whether the allegation against the president meets the criteria for a crime worthy of impeachment. No evidence was presented, no witness testified, no cross-examination was conducted, no due process was afforded, and that sets an extremely dangerous precedent for the future. If my Democratic colleagues were serious in their efforts to get to the truth, they would convene the House Judiciary Committee and investigate, but they are not. And so I am proud to stand before you today to defend our president from the injustices my Democratic colleagues are so giddy to pursue. I oppose this effort to impeach the president and ask all members of the House to do the same. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart for what our nation has endured. All those who've incited an attack on these halls of freedom must never forget that in every generation, Americans of all colors and creeds have laid down their lives in the struggles against tyranny, the fight against fascism, and the defense against those who would betray the values upon which this nation was founded. It is our duty to shoulder that defense of our democracy here today. The president's actions have laid bare his contempt for our Constitution, and he must be removed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to
We reserve.
reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The armed insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol did not emerge out of a vacuum. They were lied to by Republican senators and Republican congressmen and women. But they were incited to violence by one man above all else, Donald J. Trump, who tried to be the ultimate ruler of our democracy. The world is watching. Our allies are watching, and our adversaries are watching. And we must show them that no one will rule this country and be above the law. The cameras of history are rolling. We must act. We must impeach Donald J. Trump to show the world that we'll stand for right.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah.
The gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, on my third day, I realized that I can make hard and seemingly unpopular decisions. Voting to strip Electoral College votes from states is a dangerous precedent set by Democrats many years ago, perpetuated by my party as well. I heard nothing in those debates that justified such a high bar. A rushed impeachment will set a similar precedent. Without a single hearing or investigation, I simply cannot reach the high bar of impeachment. To my district, I commit to constantly being objective in all of my decision-making. And as I abandon the remainder of my remarks, as I listen to this debate, it's no wonder our nation is divided. We are on an absolute race to the bottom. And I was hoping that last week we could have hit rock bottom. I commit to doing better, and I hope that we all can dig in and find a way. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Domestic terrorists attacked our democracy, urged on by a sitting president. These insurrectionists believe Donald Trump's lies about the stolen election. They obeyed his call to attack. They literally carried his banner while storming the Capitol. Last week's insurrection was shocking and tragic. It was a culmination of 4 years of assaults on our democracy. We must impeach this president, and the Congressional Black Caucus stands ready to join in a bipartisan message to the likes of Donald Trump.
Expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the president radicalized American citizens, and as his vice president fled from a lynch mob, the speaker cowered while people died. He watched with glee. That is why, even though it's only 7 days before the end of his term, we have the fierce urgency of now. 7 days is too long for him to be in power. He could declassify state secrets. He could monetize national secrets to foreign adversaries, and he could even pardon.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
The person.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from
Capitol
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with great sorrow to oppose this second attempt at a baseless impeachment from my Democrat colleagues. This week's attack on the U.S. Capitol was completely unacceptable, and the people involved should be met with swift accountability. The president didn't incite a riot. The president didn't lead an insurrection, and there are no high crimes and misdemeanors requisite of an impeachment. I'm not saying the president didn't exercise poor judgment, but to criminalize political speech by blaming lawless acts on the president's rhetoric is wrong, Madam Speaker, and a very dangerous precedent. The criminals who stormed the Capitol that day acted on their own volition. They are responsible for their actions. This is an important moment, Madam Speaker, for our nation. We have the opportunity to come together and do what's right for our country. The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to speak today. So today I stand with this body to impeach this president. I agree with my Democratic colleagues. I also agree with my Republican colleagues. Let's unite. Let's unite to address this pandemic and start by simply wearing a mask. Let's unite to bring back the economy and start by putting $2,000 checks in people's pockets. And let's unite to hold these domestic terrorists accountable and impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 18 and 1/4 minute, and the gentleman from Ohio, 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today at a time of historical concern. Last week on this very House floor, an attack on democracy, that symbol. But it was an attack from within. This very floor, let's be clear, cause and effect. Rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse, and an attack to this chamber. A police officer was killed. And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law, not the president if he has 4 years or 4 days. We must do the right thing for all Americans because he must be held accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate a variety of opinions, but any accusations must go through the proper due process, whether it's election fraud or an impeachable offense. And someone who did not support the objection to certification last week, I will not support this political charade today. The rule of law and due process is vital to what our constitutional republic stands for. Congress should stop playing divisive politics and start working on delivering real good policies for the American people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr.
The gentleman
Panetta.
from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
A week ago was the culmination of carnage caused to our country by this president. 4 years ago, he said he would stop such devastation. Instead, the president has continued to debase our democracy with assaults on our elections and incitement at the ellipse and the battery at our Capitol. American exceptionalism is not guaranteed. We must always work to grow it, and that includes our work today to hold President Trump accountable. American carnage started with this president. A vote for impeachment will stop it for our posterity. I yield
The
back.
gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The U.S. Capitol has not been breached for over 200 years since the War of 1812. That is, until last week, when it wasn't another country that attacked us, but our own president. President Donald Trump asked his supporters to march on the Capitol, inciting domestic terrorism that cost 5 lives, including a Capitol police officer. And we all know, whether you say it aloud or not, Donald Trump is responsible for inciting the attacks in our democracy, that he should have been the one person protecting it the most. And for that, he is unfit to be president, and we must impeach him.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. The President of the United States deserves universal condemnation for what was clearly, in my opinion, impeachable conduct, pressuring the Vice President to violate his oath of the Constitution to count the electors. His open and public pressure, courageously rejected by the Vice President, purposely seeded the false belief among the President's supporters, including those assembled on January 6th, that there was a legal path with the President. It was foreseeable and reckless to sow such a false belief that could lead to violence and rioting by loyal supporters whipped into a frenzy. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues drafted articles that I believe are flawed and unsupportable, focusing on the legal terms of incitement and insurrection. Even noting impeachment does not require meeting a certain legal standard, that danger for open speech and debate in this body and for the Republic is high if the House approves the articles as written. The language will be used to target members of this body under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It will be used to suggest that any statements we make are subject to review by our colleagues and send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square. We must end this. Let us condemn that which must be condemned and do so loudly. But let us do it the right way, with deliberation and without disastrous side effects. We must end tearing apart our nation by social media and sound bites. Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this nation together. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this vote is not about one man, one party, or even one day. It's about protecting our nation, preserving democracy, and the rule of law. The facts are clear and undisputed. President Trump used a litany of lies about a stolen election and willfully incited an armed insurrection with the intent of stopping the peaceful transfer of power. He attacked not just the Capitol, not just Congress. He even attacked democracy itself. That's why he must be impeached.
The gentlewoman's time has
and I yield
expired.
back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chairman, the President has engaged in conduct that is criminal, impeachable, and profoundly threatening to our democracy. He pressed state officials and members of this body to overturn an illegitimate election and to keep him in power. And he then invited and activated a violent mob to invade the Capitol and achieve his desired result by insurrection. If that is not impeachable conduct, I don't know what is. The President must be removed from office immediately and never allowed to hold office again. Our democracy
The gentleman's
requires
time
it.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last summer, the Antifa and BLM riots swept all over our country. Cities were burnt, businesses destroyed, and lives violently stolen. And it wasn't just for an afternoon like those horrible hours we had on January 6th, but rather they went on for weeks and in some cases even months. So if there's any silver lining in this dark cloud, it's that our friends from across the aisle have come to realize that riots are bad. We conservatives have known this all along. This snap impeachment is a sham, and it didn't go through the Judiciary Committee, and it's not even about the president's actual words, but it's about how our Democratic colleagues want to interpret his words and fashion a particular meaning to them. Now, this is just political grandstanding at its worst. The American people desperately want us to move on and tackle the issues and find solutions to them forthwith. Madam Speaker, let's end this obsession and charade, and let's get to work. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, now we hear talk of the President's notion of a peaceful transfer of power, which apparently means what? Minimal casualties? Now we hear talk of healing after the criminal acts are completed. Never as a criminal defense attorney did I say, Judge, yeah, my guy completed the armed robbery, but let's heal now. No, there was accountability. There was accountability then, there should be accountability now, and there should be impeachment now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, a new member of the committee, Ms. Ross.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the article of impeachment. The President's responsibility for the violence and insurrection that occurred last Wednesday cannot go unanswered. The President has had multiple opportunities to modify his behavior to bring this country together. Instead, he uses his power to further divide us. He is unrepentant. Congress must act for the good of this country. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand today in support of President Trump and against this sham impeachment proceeding with literally 1 week, 7 days remaining in his term. This is merely the culmination of a 4-year effort to overturn the will of the people and the results for the 2016 election. This is simply a political action intended to tarnish the legacy of a highly successful president who led us to an incredible economy, energy independence, reduction of taxes for millions, regulatory relief for businesses, renewed peace in the Middle East, and stronger border security. This action will only serve to further offend the 75 million people who voted for President Trump and further deepen the division within our nation as we try to move forward with a peaceful transition of power. However, the Democrat majority has determined he's already guilty, and there's no need of a trial, and they therefore move forward quickly with this phony impeachment charge. Today, I join my Republican colleagues in standing against this further effort to divide our nation. Thank you. Now I yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the impeachment. It's very simple. What we saw on January 6th was a person, the President of the United States, incite a crowd to come and attack the Capitol. We have to make sure that we stand up for democracy. If we don't do this, then what are we going to stand for? We stand for democracy, we stand for American values, and I stand for the impeachment of Donald Trump. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
On January 6th, President Trump launched an attack against the United States Capitol. I, too, urge my colleagues to unite, but to unite in love of country and to hold this president accountable. What unites our country is respect for the rule of law. Without accountability for those who would shatter the rule of law by overturning a presidential election, we cannot take seriously the cries of being a united people. This president remains a serious threat to our country and must be held accountable.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and he chooses to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make everybody aware that on those just sun-bleached bones of history of many great nations are written those pathetic words, too late. They moved too late to save their great nations. Let us not this day move too late to save our great nation.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for two reasons. One, to voice my strong opposition for the impeachment of this president with 7 days left. I also want to voice my support for the strong police department. Many of you want to defund. Where was your cries to defund when you were leaving this office, this very room, last on the 6th? Height of hypocrisy. I yield back.
Members are kindly reminded to remind yourself to address your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Ironic. An administration begins by building an unnecessary wall on our southern border. It ends by making necessary a new wall around this Capitol. I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017 with one co-sponsor, Al Green, and again in January of 2019. And on Monday night, I joined with so many of us in introducing these articles. I've introduced articles of impeachment in the 115th, 116th, and 117th Congress because Donald Trump has continuously posed a danger to this republic.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with a very simple question. On January 6th, thousands broke the law by taking siege of our Capitol here with us inside. has any one of those individuals who brought violence on this Capitol been brought here to answer whether they did that because of our president? It appears I will receive no answer. I will yield my time back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 30 seconds.
Donald Trump is the first president in the history of this republic to incite a violent insurrection against our own government, against our own people. It is a shocking betrayal of his oath of office and our American values. We don't know yet if the president will face criminal charges, but we do know he must be held to account. Each one of us in this House took an oath to protect and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, even if that enemy is the president. We must move forward as a nation from these darkest days, but we can't move forward without accountability. We must impeach this president. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Insurrection, a violent mob. A week ago today, 5 people were killed, many injured, and everyone in this building forced to hide for their very life. The president was called for help, but he did not answer our call while our government was being taken over. He failed to lead and therefore proved himself incapable of doing so. Some may say impeachment is political. Some may cry it is divisive. But, Madam Speaker, our obligation to our Constitution is anything but.
Expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. The gravity of the moment demands it, and the fate of our republic depends on it. He committed an impeachable offense by inciting a violent and deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. For this, Congress must hold him accountable to preserve our democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law. He should serve not 1 minute more and be barred forever from public office. He is toxic to our republic and toxic to our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Democrats can say, quote, I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, while there are uprisings happening around the country. But they impeached the President of the United States for saying peacefully and patriotically, make your voices heard. Democrats can say, quote, you know, there needs to be unrest in the streets, while there is unrest in the streets. But they're going to impeach the president for saying peacefully and patriotically, make your voices heard. Let's be consistent, all of us. All of us need to be consistent and condemn the violence all the time. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to these articles of impeachment. Political violence has no place in our constitutional republic, and those who assaulted police officers and forced their way into the Capitol are responsible for their criminal actions. Leaders in both parties have a responsibility to condemn such violence, whether in the halls of Congress or in the streets of America. I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that the American people have an appetite for this. They are expecting us to do the will, the will of them, those who sent us from each state around the nation. Right now, Madam Speaker, we've seen this body impeach once before, trying to do it a second time. Two wrongs do not make a right. We have got to stand for the American people because we will not get a second chance to get this right the first time. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the dangerous mob that Donald Trump unleashed on the United States Capitol represents a violent assault on the separation of powers and on the peaceful transfer of power that we have long taken for granted. The impeachment of Donald Trump is not politics but law, not passion but reason, not vengeance but justice. And we as the people's representatives must rise to the challenge of defending democracy in the face of its gravest threat, and we will. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Tran.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today in disbelief. Disbelief that after the president incited a violent mob to commit an act of insurrection and remained silent as police officers were assaulted, the Capitol was ransacked, and members of this body fled for their lives, that there are still members of his party who refuse to hold him accountable. It's because of that inaction that there is only one path forward to put an end to this presidency. Donald Trump must be impeached, removed from office, and barred from ever holding the office of the presidency again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution because in America, we hold power to account. In America, we do not succumb to violent insurrections incited by a head of state. In America, we do not turn a blind eye to high crimes and misdemeanors. No, that is not who we are. So today, as a sworn defender of this nation's Constitution, I will vote in favor of impeaching Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could I again inquire the time remaining for each side?
The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining, and the gentleman for New York has 9 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Malone.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second annual impeachment show extravaganza brought to you by the censors and left-wing media, the fact-checked ministers of shutdown and big tech, and the Democrat Party. Today, the second annual impeachment of President Trump isn't really about actual words spoken out of rally. No. This is all about, Madam Speaker, the unbridled hatred of this president. You use any extreme language and any process to oppose the core of what he has really fought for. You hate him because he is pro-life, strongest ever. You hate him for fighting for the freedom of our religions to not be persecuted by unfair mandates and limitations on speech. You hate him for not subscribing and shackling us with the religion of climate change and one-sided Paris Accords. You hate him for Israel. You hate him for defending our borders. You hate him for letting families and small businesses keep what they earn, for trying to keep the agents of government off their back. You hate him for putting America first, which is what I thought we do when we swear the oath. No, this shabby show isn't about a threat to our republic. This is the impeachment and muting of at least half of the American people. This is shameful and abuse of a process.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New
I yield
York.
the gentleman additional 20 seconds.
The gentleman from Ohio yields you
Madam
another
Speaker,
20 seconds. 30.
I pray people of all stripes wake up to this spectacle and exercise their rights to put a stop to it through free speech and through fair elections. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump for seditious acts against America. To overturn the 2020 presidential election, Trump incited a violent assault on Congress, a treasonous betrayal of our nation. This criminal incitement left us with 5 dead, including a police officer, a desecrated Capitol, and a second constitutional crisis. His acts show contempt for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the foundation of any democracy, a peaceful transition of power. President Trump is a clear and present danger to American lives and democracy, and he leaves us no choice but to immediately remove him from office. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Thank you, Madam
is
Speaker.
recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 90 seconds to the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Hirschberger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is yielded 90 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote against impeachment of our sitting President, Donald J. Trump. You can tell the American people that this is a vote to impeach upon the grounds of inciting violence and insurrection, but the American people see a double standard. They see a standard implied to those on the left who commit violence, and they see a standard to those applied to the right who commit violence. The American people see this, and they understand it. I've been here all of 1 week, and what I see instead of lawmakers who are truth seekers, I see lawmakers who are power seekers. And that's never good, never good. What a shame, what a shame. The American people are watching to see how their elected officials respond at this moment in history. Will you vote to mend or will you vote to further divide this country? I'm urging you to use this opportunity to be the leaders the American people are seeking for such a time as this. God help us as a nation, and I pray that God will keep his hand upon the greatest nation that the world has ever seen. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve his time.
We do,
The
Madam.
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, how much time do we have, please?
The gentleman from New York has 9 1/4 minutes. And Ohio has 8 minutes. The gentleman from Ohio, 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New York.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, President Trump's incitement to violently overturn the results of a free and fair election is an attack on our rule of law. Any president, any member of Congress who obstructs the Electoral College or attacks judges and the court system where there's no evidence to support their contentions undermines the public's trust and confidence in the judicial process. How do my Republican colleagues expect ordinary citizens to respect and trust the courts in civil and criminal matters all across this country? Think about that as you make this decision. Vote
The
yes.
gentleman's
on
time
the
has
article of
expired. The
impeachment.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York
Madam
is
Speaker, I yield
recognized.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Roybal Allard.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I take no joy in voting to impeach President Trump, but this president has blood on his hands in the wake of this attempted coup. The fact remains no president of the United States is above the law, and this president has sadly violated his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As members of Congress who have taken that same pledge, it is our duty to take this action and impeach this unfit and dangerous president. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
I'm voting to impeach because, as Lincoln said, no grievance is a fit object of redress by mob law. But we must recognize that our hard work begins to address the real grievances and despair in left-behind communities. to be worthy of this capital that we hold sacred, to fix our broken windows and broken communities. Let's finally commit to investing trillions in creating good jobs in healthcare, in education, and infrastructure for communities and places that are hurting.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Sewell, is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support impeachment. I do so with a heavy heart and a lasting and searing memory of being in this gallery, the People's House, right up there, fearing for my life. And why? Because the President of the United States incited others to be violent, a mob of insurgencies in this House. It's unacceptable. It led to the killing of 5 Americans. Blood is on this House. We must do something about it. I ask that we move from stopping the steal to healing, but healing requires accountability, and everyone must be accountable. Who is there?
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
To vote for impeachment.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm fairly new here. Actually, this is my first floor speech. But I rise to oppose this impeachment. You know, I asked my staff this morning, I said, how many times in our nation's history have we impeached a president? Well, they said up until this president, only 2 times in our nation's history. So here we are, 7 days left in his first term, and we're going to impeach a president for what reasons? For what reasons? There have been no hearings. There have been no committees. We must defend the right and protect the process of impeachment. If we pursue this, from now on, from this day forward, impeachment will always be a political process. I ask my friends across the aisle, they always talk about healing. Healing. How do we come together as a nation? Since 2016, there has been hashtags going around in our nation that said, not our president. Resist, resist. Members across the aisle have said things in public to have supporters of this president attacked and demeaned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Last Friday, I sent a letter to my constituents telling the story about the violent attack on our Capitol building, which is really like the temple of our democracy. I have now taken the oath of office, the same oath of office that the President of the United States has taken, that all of us here have taken, and he has been the orchestrator of this attack. It is time to hold this president accountable. It is time, and history demands that we impeach
The gentlewoman's
Donald
time
Trump
has expired.
For the second
The
time.
gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 30 seconds.
The words have almost all been said. Search your soul, consider your oath. And I add 4 more words. Reflect on your legacy. My friends, which way is history flowing right now? Will Donald Trump join the pantheon of Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, and Reagan? Or will his 33% approval ratings and the condemnation of principled Republicans consign him to the heap of reviled demagogues with Joseph McCarthy and Andrew Johnson? Where he goes in history, you go in history. Unless today you make a stand. I yield back.
Yields back. I would like to remind members to please direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Carolan.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, as a member of our armed forces, now a member of Congress, I have taken and given the oath of office many times. I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. On January 6th, the President violated this oath, inciting violent and deadly insurrection. Our sacred oaths are hollow without accountability. We must hold this President accountable, remove him from office, ensure he can never hold public office again. I urge my colleagues to do the same. This oath has to matter. Mahalo, and I yield back.
New York. Recognized. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this beautiful Capitol dome is a symbol of freedom and democracy, not just for Americans, but for people the world over. The action we take today, this impeachment, is a declaration to the world that when there is an attack on our democracy, whether it comes from without or whether, tragically, in this instance, it comes from within, we will respond to that threat and attack, and we will do what's necessary to strengthen our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am sickened and angered by what we all had to witness last Wednesday and call for the investigation and prosecution to the fullest extent of the law, every single person who participated in the violence and loss of life in this Capitol building last Wednesday. I, as a member, sit here listening to the entire debate, desperately need to better understand the two standards that are at play in this House. Why is it okay if a House Democrat calls for violence in the streets, but not if you're a Republican? Why can a House Democrat be rewarded with a gavel and a chairmanship if they're calling for physical confrontation of a Trump administration official, but they will be punished if they're a Republican? The double standards that we have seen time and time again, I need to better understand what the rules are of this House. Why is it that a committee chairman can lie to the American public about having more than circumstantial evidence that the president colluded with the Russians in order to win the 2016 election, but of course the Republicans can't and wouldn't lie to the American public about something like that? We need to better understand what these two standards are that are at play and to complete the record. Because the House Democrats are here to make President Trump the first president to be impeached twice. So I'll complete the record. First off, in the articles of impeachment, it's written that the president gave a speech and he told his supporters to come here and that he incited this riot. And one speaker after another here on the other side of the aisle have repeated that in the article of impeachment. But we all know that this was a pre-planned attack. We all know that there was pipe bombs being discovered while the president was speaking. We all know that the Capitol perimeter was being breached during the president's speech. We know that this was pre-planned and it started while the president was speaking. Why is that not in the articles of impeachment? Why is that not being incorporated into my colleague's remarks? To complete the record, if you want to make the president the first president to be impeached twice, well, we'll add something else to that. Thank you to the president for his efforts to defeat MS-13 in my district or to withdraw from the... Request 30 more seconds.
Fired. The gentleman yields an additional 30 seconds. Did I hear correct?
Yes.
The gentleman has another 30 seconds.
Thank you to the president for his efforts to move the embassy in Israel to Jerusalem and recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights and to take out Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi and Qasem Soleimani, to eliminate the ISIS caliphate, to enter into the historic Abraham Accords, to have an economy this time last year that was stronger than I ever remember in my entire lifetime. Yeah, we'll complete the record. And in all fairness, as the president leaves 1 week from today, Let's be honest about the double standards that exist inside of this chamber, and let's also be honest that this president did a lot to make America greater than ever.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
What happens
The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
What happens if we get this wrong is written in Lincoln's second inaugural, when one party would make war rather than let the nation survive. On December 7th, on September 11th, we came together against an enemy from without, but on January 6th, we were attacked by an enemy from within, the president who would make war with malice for all and charity for none. We must come together in unity today against that domestic threat to our Constitution. The alternative is too unbearable to contemplate. We must impeach bipartisanly, unanimously, if you have the soul.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the article of impeachment and in opposition to the gaslighting that is masquerading as debate in this chamber today. I was in this chamber when the president assembled and unleashed a mob to attack the United States Capitol and the United States Congress, the elected representatives of the people. By doing so, he incited an insurrection against our representative democracy itself. If that is not an impeachable offense, then what is? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Michigan's 13th, we proudly speak truth to power, even in the face of a racist in chief. Those who incited an attack on the People's House do not get to talk about healing and unity. They have torn this country apart. They have stoked the fire and then handed the gasoline to Donald Trump. Dr. King once said, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is in the presence of justice." Today, we must embody those words, and we must understand that peace must be centered in truth and action. We cannot sit, Madam Chair, sit idly by after a violent attempted coup and allow lies and hate to continue. Today, we stand up for our constituents who continue to be harmed by this oppressive
wishes to reserve. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Donald Trump.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. And the gentleman from New York has 3 3/4 minutes remaining. From Ohio has 4. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What happened last Wednesday is an absolute tragedy. And not only are we part of dealing with it now, we were part of it then. But when emotions are frayed and tensions are this high, process matters more. It matters more now than it did before. And the reality is this: there are serious constitutional questions about these articles. And Donald Trump is going to be president until January 20th. And on January 20th, Joe Biden's going to become president. But I'll end with this. I'm going to vote against impeachment, and that's going to give me credibility at home with my base. You're going to vote for impeachment, and that's going to give you credibility at home with your base. It's easy to point at me and blame me. It's easy for me to point at you and blame you. But on January 21st, we're all going to be back here. So use that credibility. Go back and talk some hard truths to your people. I'm going to do it, and we need to do a better job. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, this president has repeatedly lied to the American people about his election loss. He incited his followers to attack our democracy, resulting in 5 deaths. His dangerous efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power were a violation of his oath of office. This president is unfit to lead our nation and unable to discharge his duties of office. I call upon my Republican colleagues to speak the truth to their supporters and join me in holding President Trump accountable by voting to impeach. I yield.
New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
I didn't hear where it was from. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, since the events on January 6th, I spoke with a group of ministers from Gary, Indiana, and they told me how they are praying for unity and justice in our nation. It reminded me of the moment when those of us who were on the House floor on January 6th were huddled together in a secure room after the attack. The House chaplain, Kiblin, led us all in prayer. Let us remember that moment. Let us rekindle that prayer for those 3 minutes when we were all united to preserve our democracy and justice. I support the article of impeachment so that we can move forward to do the work that our constituents sent us here to do. With that, I yield back.
Has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio has 3. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, there are more troops right now in Washington, D.C. than in Afghanistan. And they are here to defend us against the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, and his mob. I would ask my colleagues to look at the faces of those young Americans defending democracy, defending us, and find an ounce of their courage to do the right thing, as several Republicans have, and take a tough vote for the future of democracy, for the future of our country.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear about one thing. If we were on the eve of a Republican president being sworn in, and his Democratic predecessor had said the same thing that this president said, and incited his followers, his mob, to descend up on the Capitol, we will be joining them, not making comparisons, because guess what? I don't care about no base. I care about this democracy and this country. And what happened the other day should never happen again. And we need to stand up and say and do the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Republican whip is prepared to close for us whenever that is appropriate, so we'll reserve until that's time.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker,
from New York?
I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
I was on that floor just 1 week ago, and so today the insurrectionist in chief will be impeached for insurrection. It is because he failed to defend this nation against all enemies, domestic and foreign, and he stood down near the White House and told a mob of domestic terrorists to go and show your strength, be strong. You can't gain anything because of weakness. We must hold him accountable. We can heal this nation, but he must be impeached today. We must impeach Donald J. Trump as an
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Ask if they're prepared to close.
Is the other side prepared to close?
Yes.
Then,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I yield
the
3
gentleman
minutes.
from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the Republican whip, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding. Madam Speaker, our nation still mourns the unacceptable violence and anarchy that took place in this Capitol last week. As we speak, arrests are still being made, and the anarchists who stormed our Capitol are being brought to justice, as should be the case. Emotions are still high, but in this moment, we need to be focused on toning down the rhetoric and helping heal this nation as we move towards a peaceful transition of power to President-elect Joe Biden next week. My prayers, Madam Speaker, are still with Capitol Police Officer Sieknick and Liebengood, who we lost, as well as all of the Capitol Police officers who risked their lives to keep us safe. They are true heroes, and they deserve all of our applause today. Madam Speaker, I've seen the dark evil of political violence firsthand, and it needs to stop. But all of us need to be unequivocal in calling it out every single time we see it, not just when it comes from the other side of the aisle. I oppose this rushed impeachment brought forward without a single hearing. And by the way, the Senate will not even take this up until President Trump is out of office. So let's keep that in mind. It will only serve to further divide a nation that is calling out for healing. Madam Speaker, many speakers today have invoked one of our nation's greatest leaders, President Abraham Lincoln. Maybe we should follow some of Lincoln's wisdom that he's imparted upon us in moments like this. As Abraham Lincoln was giving his second inaugural address in March of 1865, Lincoln issued us a challenge. This is what he said: "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all our nations." Madam Speaker, in times like these, let us not reach out to our darkest demons, but instead, like Lincoln, seek the higher ground. May God bless this great United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can have all this, but we have accountability too. I now yield our remaining time, 1 minute, to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
The Majority of the Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding. This is a troubled time, a sad time. It is a time where all of us have stood almost to a person and lamented the violence and the assault on this Capitol and the assault on democracy itself. It was right to do that. But this impeachment ought to be put in the perspective of what the Republican chair of the Republican conference said it was. she said the President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of that attack. There has never been, she said, a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of this office, of his office, and his oath to the Constitution. That is why we are here today. That is why we are here today, just a week before that president, at the request of the American people, will leave office. And the issue is, what do we do? The 433 of us, I believe, who are here, do on behalf of the American people to respond to what Representative Cheney described happened on the 6th of January. A mob assembled by, summoned by, and then spoken to light the flame of the attack. To stop the steal. As we sat here, exercising our constitutional duty, and to his great credit, the Vice President of the United States following the Constitution of the United States of America, notwithstanding the fact that he was opportuned by the President not to do so. That mob sent by the President to stop the steal did so for a few hours. Not the steal, but the constitutional duty that we had. And so we ask ourselves, what do we do? What is our responsibility? What should we say in light of only the Civil War as an analogy? That doesn't mean there haven't been demonstrations in Washington before and demonstrations throughout this country before. But it is the first and only physical presence other than the 9/11 attack on this nation, which came from abroad and had a plane aimed at our Capitol dome. This attack was not from abroad. It was, as Liz Cheney said, summoned, assembled, and inflamed by the President of the United States of America, who, in Liz Cheney, said words that there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. I pride myself as a member of this Congress who for 40 years has worked in a bipartisan fashion with many of your leaders, and do to this day. But are we to remain silent in the face of Liz Cheney's saying this was the greatest betrayal of the duty of the President of the United States in history? Are we to stand silent? Will we stand silent? Will we not stand up and say, this is not acceptable? Madam Speaker, for 4 years, Donald Trump has made no effort to hide his ambitions or his lacking of Republican principles. Not our principles, but the principles that Abraham Lincoln was just quoted as having said. Your president, our president, has never displayed those in the 4 years he's been President of the United States. He has allowed little constraint on his worst inclinations. His desire for autocracy and his glorification of violence have not been tempered, but rationalized by those who sought to profit financially and politically from their proximity to power. Upon the foundations of virtue, reason, and patient wisdom laid down by George Washington as our first president, Donald Trump has constructed a glass palace of lies, fear-mongering, and sedition. Last Wednesday, on January 6th, the nation and the world watched it shatter to pieces. There can be no mistaking any longer the kind of man sitting in the Oval Office or his intentions and capabilities. The curtain has been pulled back. The office to which he was elected could not temper or reform him. Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman's correct. The House will be in order.
Washington's legacy was passed down to us not as written decrees, but understood norms, how we ought to act, how we ought to conduct ourselves. Term after term, each occupant has observed those norms out of a recognition that our Constitution's articles are not the only preservative of our democracy. For more than 2 centuries, Madam Speaker, whenever those norms were tested and strained, good and virtuous citizens on both sides of the aisle found common purpose in reaffirming those norms. But memory fades, and from time to time it must be refreshed. Madam Speaker, as the framers emerged from the Constitution Convention, Benjamin Franklin was asked whether they had made America a monarchy or a republic. Probably all of us know this response. A republic, he answered, if you can keep it. That's the question today. If we can keep it. And the way we keep it is to say no to actions and words that do not promote the keeping of that republic. For millennia, people have understood that a republic is only as stable and lasting as the citizens and leaders who commit themselves to its upkeep. This president has shown us he's not committed to that project. His tweets every day have shown he is not committed to that project. Indeed, he openly disdains it and appears to prefer the alternative. But what of the rest of us? Those who have the honor and the great privilege and the weighty responsibility to represent the views of 750,000 of our fellow citizens. We in this Congress have an opportunity, no, a duty, to demonstrate our commitment, both as leaders and as citizens, to keeping America a republic. A republic that resolves its differences not through being ordered to come to the Capitol to prevent them from stealing the election, which was an absurd assertion from the very first day it was made. We cannot erase the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. We cannot turn back the clock, but we can look to the ideals and principles inherited from great presidents like Washington, like Jefferson, and yes, certainly like Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt, and from outstanding Americans like Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Susan Anthony, Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, our beloved John Lewis, and yes, RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. who taught us a lot about equality and inclusion. It's up to us to restore the vibrancy, Madam Speaker, of our democracy by reaffirming our commitment to the norms they passed on to us and entrusted to our care. But to make that possible, Madam Speaker, we must rise to this moment and not only affirm the virtues we cherish, but reject the vices we abhor. That's what I'm asking my fellow representatives on both sides of the aisle to do today. We all stood and we abhorred the violence that occurred and the threat to the very democracy that we hold so dear and swore an oath to protect and uphold. Reject deceit. Reject fear-mongering. Reject sedition, tyranny, and insurrection. Reject the demand for fealty to one man over fidelity to one's country. When I addressed the House during the debate over the articles of impeachment in December 2019, I said the following: "We need not ask who will be the first to show our courage by standing up to President Trump. The question we must ask, who will be the last to find it?" Senator McConnell, Representative Cheney, a number of other representatives who have spoken on this floor with great courage, Madam Speaker, because there is much fear of Donald Trump. There's much fear of Donald Trump's tweets. There's much fear of Donald Trump's retribution for opposition. In my view, Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty and gives none in return. I hope others will join Liz Cheney. I hope others will be honest with themselves and with their constituents. As Liz Cheney was saying, there has never been a greater betrayal by a President of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Don't dismiss that. She's the daughter of a Vice President of the United States who was the whip when I came to Congress. As she has taken a stand, I hope others will as well, Madam Speaker. Soon, the clerk will call the roll and ask for our votes. Make no mistake, this will be no ordinary roll call. This is about our country, our Constitution, and our democracy. These votes will be inscribed on the roll of history, a record of courage and of our commitment to country and Constitution, of our commitment to the rule of law and renewal of that which we inherited and hope to pass on, unbroken, unshattered. With just 7 days left in the President's term, this vote is not about timing. It is about principle and fidelity to our Constitution. It concerns the clear and present danger facing our country, not only in these final days of the Trump administration, but in the weeks, months, and years that will follow. It is about the necessity to demonstrate to this generation and to future generations the duty we share to protect our democracy every single day. Do not pretend, my friends, that it was simply those who came into the Capitol, encouraged by our president to stop the steal at any cost. And by the way, if the vice president doesn't do my bidding and follows the Constitution, sweep him away. We know that this president would never emulate George Washington and give up his power for the good of our republic, even after losing an election. Somebody talked about a peaceful transition. There has not been a peaceful transition. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not living in the same country I am. It was just days ago that the president, after committing this terrible act, thought he had to admit that Joe Biden might, yes, be president of the United States. We know that this president neither recognizes norms nor reflects the rule of law. We know that this president is not a patriot. So I ask this House, who among us, Madam Speaker, will be recorded on the roll of history for their courage, their commitment, the Constitution, and their country? We do this today not for politics. We don't need this for politics. Georgia showed that. There was no mistake in this election. We do this today to preserve and protect this great democracy. We do it for the America we love, our America the beautiful, whose founders' sacrifices we praise in song. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. Sadly, Madam Speaker, as our current president, the appropriate words would be, who less than self his country loved, and victory more than truth. Vote for this, for America, for our Constitution, for democracy, for history. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 41, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. For what reason?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'd ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by an electronic device.
Well, you heard the voice vote there a moment ago on the resolution, but now it will go to the roll call here, and it will take a considerable amount of time. But Steny Hoyer, the House Majority Leader, delivering the final arguments for the Democrats-led push to impeach Donald Trump on the single article incitement of insurrection. This follows more than 2 hours of debate, Republicans and Democrats taking turns to frame their positions. Not a lot of defense on the Republican side for the president's actions by themselves, but plenty of charges of hypocrisy on the point of Democrats. I want to bring in right now Savannah Guthrie, who's co-anchoring our coverage with me. Savannah, it's a foregone conclusion that Democrats have the votes to pass this, but notably, they will have some Republican support.
Yes, this will be the second impeachment vote against President Donald Trump, but the first bipartisan one. And we just learned of a seventh Republican who has crossed the aisle to say that he will vote yes in favor of impeachment. And we'll know more as this roll call vote unfolds. It's happening over the course of the next few minutes here. I want to bring in Chuck Todd. And Chuck, keep your ear out because we're watching what's happening on the House floor right now.
Right.
As we understand it, this roll call vote will take a few moments, and then we'll have a sense of how many Republicans have broken ranks. But the one that sort of broke the dam is Liz Cheney, the number 3 Republican in the House, obviously from a Republican dynasty family. Her father was vice president. How important was that decision in terms of bringing more Republicans on board?
Well, I think between her and Mitch McConnell's comments, where he let it be known that he's open to a conviction in the Senate, I think it sent a signal that essentially, certainly from the establishment wing of the party, where they stand on this. And in fact, that was my chief observation on this debate over the last 3 hours. It was not what was said, it was who was doing the speaking. Here's all you need to know. The leadership of the Republican Party in the House is made up not only of those 3 leaders that we hear a lot about, McCarthy, Scalise, and Liz Cheney, but you also have the ranking members, the people that would be committee chairs if they were in power. Those are also leadership positions. Just one ranking committee member spoke today, and that's Jim Jordan. 15 others did not speak at all. Meanwhile, 16 Freedom Caucus members, the most devoted group of House Republicans to Donald Trump, did. The fact is, that's the unknown that I'm watching for here. Those are the folks that would follow Liz Cheney, would be these folks here. In fact, one of these ranking members, John Katkow, is already on the record for impeachment. And one other point here to just show you how unprecedented this is. There are already more members of the president's own party voting to impeach him than did Bill Clinton or Andrew Johnson. Savannah.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the folks speaking today, largely the true believers, Trump's most ardent supporters in the Congress. We want to go to Casey Hunt now, who's on the Hill for us. It was interesting to hear Kevin McCarthy, who is the the Republican leader in the House, and he seemed to try to walk a very fine line, didn't he?
He did, Savannah, and I think it reflects exactly what you were just talking about with Chuck, which is the division and frankly the deep sense of fear and anger that Republicans are feeling right now. Yes, Trump's hardest core supporters in the House have stood up today and defended him, but Kevin McCarthy, who is the leader of all Republicans in the House, he came up and he said that while I can't support impeachment, I will support censure of this president. And he also said very clearly that President Trump bears responsibility for this and that Joe Biden won the election. And while it's pretty remarkable that those two, or that last thing is something that's been hard for Republicans to say, it has been. And so making that declaration has become a line in the sand for Republicans. And the fact that it was the top Republican leader who went to the floor and made the speech that seemed most critical, perhaps, of President Trump, for someone who, of course, is not voting for impeachment, very notable and tells you just how divided things are here in the House. And remember, too, the House of Representatives has always been the place where you've seen the most pro-Trump Republicans in Washington come from. They are answering to constituents in districts where he is extremely popular. A couple of the newly elected members, frankly, are conspiracy theorists who have been involved in some of the types of thinking that ultimately motivated those groups to come to Washington. And that is part of why there's a lot of fear in the House of Representatives, why there are magnetometers now checking members who are heading down to the House floor. This, of course, once this is finished, it's going to move to the Senate. And the Senate has not been typically as significantly a supportive place for President Trump. They have gone along with him at many turns. He has a couple hardcore supporters in the Senate, but as Chuck was alluding to, and you have been talking about, Mitch McConnell has signaled that he's pleased that this impeachment's going forward and that he's open to a conviction. He said that his office put out part of the note that he sent to his Republican colleagues today, where he said exactly that he was thinking about voting to convict this president. He didn't say he had made up his mind one way or the other, but that is a really, really striking statement from the majority leader here in the Senate. It doesn't mean that there are the 17 Republican votes that they would need to convict, but it potentially leaves the door open to actually making it so that Donald Trump can never hold office again. Savannah.
Yeah, Casey, I think you compared it to white smoke coming out of the Vatican, a huge signal. Lester?
We've been watching the vote totals on the screen. A reminder, some of those numbers may change. Votes may be switched. It takes longer these days because of COVID protocols, not wanting to have everyone in the same area at the same time. But we'll continue to watch that vote play out. In the meantime, I want to bring in Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, while this debate was going on, we heard from the president. What did he say?
Yeah, that's right, Lester. This president is increasingly isolated. In the words of a former White House official, he is sullen and defiant right now. We're told that he watched most of today's proceeding, this debate over the course of the last couple of hours from inside the Oval Office and the adjacent dining room. And earlier, given the ban that he has now from Twitter and other social media outlets looking for a way to communicate his thoughts in real time, the White House did provide a statement to Fox News, later shared widely, where the president, among other things, now exactly a week after that violent mob we saw storm the Capitol, the president called for Americans to ease tensions and calm tempers. I'll read part of what he said in this statement. He said, "In light of reports of more demonstrations, I urge that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind. That is not what I stand for, and it is not what America stands for." It's notable, this statement from the president, because just 24 hours, the president accepted no responsibility, showed no remorse for what took place last week. He called his comments comments that preceded the violent siege totally appropriate. And also notable right now, and a former White House official tells us what they are struck by as they witness this is that the president really does not have any voice in this process. The speed with which it's occurring means that the president doesn't have any hearings. He has no legal counsel defending him, no sort of defense other than from some of his allies up there on Capitol Hill today. Jim Jordan, who the president awarded the Medal of Freedom earlier this week, reading that statement that I just shared moments earlier. But the difference between the way this White House is now versus a year ago during the first impeachment is dramatic. Last time there were legal advisors, White House officials who were huddling, coming out to speak to reporters. This time the place is much more chaotic, and in many ways it's really a ghost town. Hard to get any clear sense of where things stand, and much more difficult, almost impossible, to find anybody in and around this White House willing to come out and publicly defend this president.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let me bring in Chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. So, Andrea, presuming the votes are there and that they vote to impeach here over the next hour, what happens next? We know Mitch McConnell's office now signaling they won't take it up before inauguration, and he's not even sure where he's going to vote, despite reports that he was leaning toward impeachment. So, where does this go?
Well, first of all, we have to see how the vote goes, because so far, as I'm now looking at the screen, there are about 5 Republicans who have already voted for it. That's not a final vote. They can always change their vote. We're told that 7 have said they will vote for it. So already this looks like this will be bipartisan. Certainly the signal from Liz Cheney that Chuck was referring to was terribly important. That is what Steny Hoyer was using in his closing argument, repeatedly saying that the number 3 ranking Republican, who is a rising star in the party, is the person who said that there's been no greater betrayal of the Constitution and of his office than what this President of the United States has done. That said, it's going to be delivered to the Senate, but the Senate is not in session, and the Senate can only be called back in session by unanimous consent or by agreement of Senators McConnell and Schumer, the Democratic and Republican leaders. And so if that does not happen, it's really all up to Mitch McConnell. He can block this from having any floor action if he wants until after January 20th. Or he can make a decision that when the Senate comes back on January 19th, it is heard, or he can decide to do it sooner. It's really all up to him. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have no control over that. It's going to be delivered to the clerk of the Senate, and that is where it'll sit until and unless they are called back into session. Lester?
All right, Andrea, let me send it over to Savannah now.
Yeah, and I want to bring into this conversation former acting Solicitor General and NBC News legal analyst Neil Katyal. And Professor Katyal, by all chances, if this comes over to the Senate, it will be after the president has left office. Legally, is that permissible? Is there a debate as to that question?
I think it is permissible. So 3 facts just right at the outset struck me before getting to your question. First, the location of this debate going on. It's on our hallowed floor of Congress, but it's also a crime scene. Second, this is all going on against the backdrop of thousands of troops now in Washington, D.C., projected to be 15,000, which is far more than we have in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan combined. And then third, Savannah, as you said, this is not the president's first rodeo. He already was impeached a year ago. And so now the question is, can he be impeached even if he's going to leave office? And the Constitution, our founders were very wise. They said there's 2 different things that happen when you've been impeached and convicted. One is you can be removed from office, but the other is you can be barred, a lifetime bar from future office holding. That's in the text of the Constitution itself. And indeed, in 1876, Secretary Belknap of the War Department was impeached and convicted after he had left office. So I think it's certainly possible. There is a debate about if an impeachment starts after someone has fully left office, but that's one reason why you see the House moving with such velocity right now. The impeachment process has begun while Donald Trump is president.
One of the objections that we heard today from the Republican side of the aisle was there's no process here, that there weren't hearings, there weren't witnesses, that you are taking on this weighty matter of impeaching the president, but rushing it through and ramming it through with just a week left in the president's administration. What do you think there's merit? Does that set a precedent that might disturb you?
I mean, now they want to have witnesses and so on. Remember, last year they were all saying there should be no witnesses, there should be a streamlined process. And last year was actually complicated. You did need a bunch of witnesses. Here,
that was in the Senate, though, right?
Investigate. Excuse me, but even in the Senate, the president's actions here really do speak for themselves. And, if this were a criminal case in which the question were his mens rea, his level of intent, then I could see the need for some extensive process. But otherwise, I think the case here is you've got a guy who said what he said. He said so after he was warned not to. Gabe Sterling, the Georgia official, on December 1st said, Mr. President, don't say this kind of stuff. Stop it. Otherwise, someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. That's what he said on December 1st. What did the president do? Kept saying the same nonsense and incitements. And so, I don't know what process there is past the process that we've had.
Okay, well, we continue to keep our eye on this roll call vote. And if you're just tuning in, the House is in the midst of impeaching President Donald Trump for the second time. There are Republicans who are crossing the aisle for this vote. We have reports of 8 total so far that we know of who will join the Democrats who are united in voting to impeach him this afternoon. Now, Lester, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, we see 6 on that tally board right now, but of course that continues to change. Senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson is standing by right now. Hallie, I think everyone is watching that Republican number, and certainly Republicans in the Senate as they decide which way they want to go.
No kidding, Lester. Savannah mentioned the tally, as far as NBC News has confirmed, is up to 8 House Republicans now. And that is because just as we were talking and having this conversation during the vote, you had Ohio Republican Congressman Anthony Gonzalez, coming out saying that he feels compelled to support impeachment as well. You can see the statement there from Congressman Gonzalez. So you heard Chuck talk about the impact of Congresswoman Liz Cheney coming out supporting impeachment, what that meant. We are starting to see some of the impact of that now as this vote is unfolding. Keep in mind that as you look at those numbers, as you look at the tally, those things could change until this vote is gavelled, which is why we are cautious about talking about vote totals until they're actually gavelled in. But I have to tell you, Lester, one of the things that I found interesting in my reporting on this over the last 24 hours has been the startling, in the eyes of some, lack of outreach, or perhaps not so startling, depending how you see it, from the White House to those on the Hill. There is no whip effort that is happening. There is no big push to try to get House Republicans in line and on board with the president. One person that I spoke with pointed to, for example, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and said very sarcastically, boy, it looks like he has it handled, huh? You also have somebody who normally would be taking on some of that role, Vice President Mike Pence, who has consistently throughout the course of this administration leaned on his past, his relationships, his history with these members of Congress to be a liaison between the White House and between Capitol Hill. For very obvious reasons, that is not happening. Now, the vice president is continuing his public schedule. We now have word of a trip he's going to take to West Virginia later on this week. But he is certainly not that present on Capitol Hill, with his relationship, at least is described to me by my sources, broken with President Trump. Sure, they spoke earlier this week. It was by most accounts cordial, perfectly normal, but certainly not the kind of meeting that they would have had, let's say, 6 weeks, 2 months ago, 3 years ago even. So the absence of any kind of impact or any kind of pressure from the White House, discussions from the White House, is notable. And I think that it is not to be missed, not to be understated. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, who was, as Savannah and Casey were talking about, walking that line, decrying in some ways the president's actions, but not going so far as to cross the line on impeachment. Now the ball goes to the Senate Republicans, and there is a question there of how many Senate Republicans you could get on board. It is not clear at this point. The timeline is becoming clear. It's going to stretch into the early days of the Biden administration. I spoke with, for example, a Democratic leader in Congress who had initially supported pressing pause on that, maybe delaying sending this article of impeachment, if it passes as expected, over to the Senate until President-elect Biden gets a little further into his term, just so you're not juggling all this stuff. It seems as though the headwinds are moving in the other direction, partly because Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has suggested that he will move fairly quickly on this. There's not going to be a ton of foot dragging, Lester.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you. Joining us now, Jake Sherman, who covers Congress as the co-founder of Punchbowl News, and he's an NBC News political contributor, and Eugene Robinson, Washington Post columnist and associate editor, and also an NBC News political contributor. Good to have both of you for our coverage. Eugene, let me start with you if I can. The Republican defense of President Trump was tepid at best. Mainly, this seemed to be about the idea that this was political. But does that ring a bit more hollow than it did the last time? We're no longer in an election year.
Yeah, it rang very hollow. I mean, you heard the Matt Gaetzes of the world. You heard the true believers, the members of the Republican members of Congress who are closest to President Trump, give a more vigorous defense. But the defense was generally pretty tepid. One thing you did not hear from Republicans, except from Kevin McCarthy, who kind of said it, is the whole central point of this whole argument, which is Joe Biden won a free and fair election over Donald Trump. Donald Trump lost that election. It was a normal, free and fair election, and it just did not work out the way Donald Trump wanted it to. And you did not hear that from Republicans, except maybe from Kevin McCarthy. You certainly did not hear that in the statement that President Trump released during the debate, calling for calm, calling for no more violence. But again, not acknowledging the central issue, the whole reason for the, quote, Stop the Steal rally in the first place, is that he lost the election. Until there's a reckoning on that fact, I think we should continue to be concerned, not just about Inauguration Day, but what happens afterwards. There has to be an acknowledgement that just happened, and there wasn't a full acknowledgement today.
For what purpose is the gentlewoman from
The Hill, you know the Hill very well, Jake. You're doing some head counting too. I mean, there was talk before this day that at least 5 Republicans might cross over. Seems the number is up to 8. I'm sure you're keeping an eye on it too. But what would be a number so significant that it might change the analysis in terms of the Senate? Because it feels like right now the way Mitch McConnell has this posture is, I'm waiting and seeing. I'm going to see which way this goes, and the scales could tip, but it really seems like he's waiting to see how many Republicans defect today.
That's exactly right, Savannah. Great question. I would say that number is somewhere between 15 and 20. A vote that healthy, that overwhelming would obviously make a lot of senators think about their calculus. Because remember, a lot of the senators who are up for election in 2022 or 2024 could face challenges from conservative or right-leaning Republicans in the House of Representatives. So they're going to be watching this very closely. But I agree with what Casey said earlier, which is Mitch McConnell is not ruling out the fact that he might vote to convict Donald Trump. I think that's incredibly important to note, because the last time President Trump was impeached, he came out of the gates and said, this is meritless, this is meaningless, and we all know how this is going to end. It was something along those lines. He's not saying that now. There is no defense. The defense is this is a rushed process. We've not heard a single substantive, really, defense of what the president did, just trashing Democrats or the riots from last summer. So again, just a really, really notable split, incredibly notable split based on the last couple of years, that we could have upwards of 10, as many as 20 Republicans vote to impeach Donald Trump, and then it goes over to the Senate.
Yeah, and we're up to 9 now, just so you know, Jake. We just, our calculation is we've got 9 Republicans crossing over. So those are the numbers we're watching, Lester.
Yeah, Eugene, I want to ask you about what the end game here is, especially for Republicans, and what Mitch McConnell had reportedly said in some of the reporting leading up today. Is part of this getting him out of the game, erasing him from the Republican calculation going forward?
Well, I think that's what Mitch McConnell would like to do, and I think that's what a lot of Republicans would like to do. But other Republicans either would not want to do that or don't think it's possible or are afraid to try. I mean, the assumption, I think, is that Donald Trump is likely to have a lot of influence over the Republican base one way or another, after he's out of office. And I think Mitch McConnell sees potentially the opportunity to really reduce that and to take the party back. I mean, Trump did conduct a hostile takeover of the Republican Party, and establishment Republicans would love to take it back. But the Mitch McConnells and Liz Cheney of the party may not right now have the power to do that. That's going to be the great uncertainty for the party going forward.
All right, Eugene and Jake, thanks to both of you. I want to go back to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. She's not only watching this count along with us, but she may be ahead of it in terms of what we're hearing from some of the members. Casey, what's the latest?
Well, Lester, we are up to 9 Republican members of the House who have voted to impeach President Trump. The one surprise, Congressman Tom Rice of South Carolina. We didn't have a statement from him ahead of his vote. And we should just remind everyone that as long as this vote's open, members of Congress can go in and change their votes. But his has stood at a yes, impeach the president for quite some time now. So we wanted to make sure that we got it onto our list. Otherwise, it's still that list that we have been talking about. Congressman Katko from New York was the first Republican to come out. He said last night he was going to vote to do this. You also have Fred Upton from Michigan, as you've been talking about extensively. Liz Cheney from Wyoming, who came out and said that this was a constitutional matter and that she was going to vote to impeach Donald Trump. Again, she is the number 3 elected Republican leader in the House. She is a very top-ranking official there, and of course the daughter of Dick Cheney, the former vice president. So a pretty significant stand for her. Some others, Peter Meijer is a freshman congressman from Michigan. He has come out a couple times in the last couple of days talking about just how difficult this week has been for other members, for his colleagues, and what they all have been facing personally in a way that's really made him stand out. This is, of course, just his first couple of weeks here in the House of Representatives. Adam Kinzinger of Illinois also voting for impeachment. We knew he was going to do that. He was the only Republican to support invoking the 25th Amendment, which, of course, they voted on late last night in the House. Otherwise, we've all been focused on impeachment. So we still have quite a few Republicans outstanding. As many as 80 have yet to vote. So we're still keeping a very close eye on this. As Jake said, the estimates we had going in here, I had heard between 6 and 12 initially. And then once Liz Cheney came out, there were some estimates that it could be higher than that. But it does seem like we're going to be in a little bit of a lower range here. And I think the question here is it enough to underscore the depth of anger at President Trump to get Republican senators to vote to convict him? And it's clear Mitch McConnell has said that he is open to that. He's also said he's not going to start any trial until at least January 19th. So that does give a period of time for people to reflect, to learn more perhaps about what happened. The reality here is that the more that we have learned about this attack, the more, frankly, terrifying it is. And the clearer it's become that we had a very, very narrow miss of something far, far worse, even as bad as we knew it was when it was unfolding on Wednesday. There's also the question of whether the president continues to incite his supporters or takes steps to try and calm the situation. They put out a written statement today that seemed to be in the calming direction, but we also know that the president often is at odds with his own aides. He had put out a statement on Wednesday, a video statement, that he later seemed to suggest he regretted doing it all. So I think there are a lot of Republicans watching to see what President Trump himself does over the course of the next week as we try and figure out if this transition of power is actually going to be peaceful ahead of the inauguration. I got to tell you, Lester, it's it's both reassuring and unsettling, I would say, to have come into this building and this morning to dozens of National Guard troops, people in military uniforms sleeping on the floors here in the Capitol. It's only happened a handful of times in our history since troops were quartered here in the Civil War. And I know everyone who's up here is grateful that they're here to prevent what happened on Wednesday. But also it's a pretty terrifying reminder that we are not out of the woods yet in terms of what may unfold both here in Washington and also in state capitals across the country. Lester.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine just a week ago, you and I sitting here describing the events as they transpired, many of them right outside those doors we're looking at right now. Casey, thanks. We'll go back as we watch the tally. You can see a number of members have not voted yet. Vaughn Hilliard on the streets of Washington now. He has a look at the security measures now in place that Casey was just talking about. Vaughn?
Lester, you guys were just talking about those National Guards members. We should note, I had a conversation with an official from the Department of Defense just today who tells me there are now more than 6,600 National Guardsmen on the scene here in Washington, D.C. Hundreds of them are behind me here. We should note just 1 week ago when, Lester, you and I spoke, all that was up, essentially keeping the general public away from the steps of the Capitol, was about a 4-foot little guard rail. What you see now today is a 7-foot fence here erected with hundreds of National Guardsmen helping Capitol Police here. But this is not the only layer. I want to give folks an idea of where we're at right now. We're here at the intersection of First Street and East Capitol. And as you go across the street, you'll see the U.S. Supreme Court, which is part of these Capitol grounds. But there's another fence, another 7-foot fence that extends the perimeter back another about 250 yards up to 2nd Street. And National Guardsmen as well as Capitol Police are also protecting that area there. I was talking to the Department of Defense official here who tells me the other significant news of the day is the fact that the Secretary of the Army approved National Guardsmen to be armed. That is where you saw here today for the first time individuals, these guardsmen, actually armed here around Washington, D.C. It's tough to get around anywhere from here, from the Capitol, all the way down to the White House now. We were here earlier when some cargo trucks were being loaded with M4 rifles and being taken here around the city. I mean, we should note, Lester, you've been around enough inaugurations. This is not typically what Washington, D.C. looks like a week before inauguration, but it's telling to know what is happening inside right now with these impeachment proceedings and the fact that there is this extensive of a perimeter a week before inauguration and while these impeachment proceedings are underway. Lester?
Yeah, Vaughn, and I had seen somebody had tweeted a little bit earlier a frame grab of an Apple map, and it showed all the closures in the D.C. area. How is the city, how is government even able to function right now under that kind of lockdown?
You know, we have to have our media badge to get to where our bureau is at, which is not on the Capitol grounds. That is the extent to which the greater D.C. is shut down. These National Guardsmen, we should note, are not just here to aid law enforcement, but they're also here to help serve as medical support. They're here for traffic purposes, logistical support. Washington, D.C. is essentially shut down here over the course of this next week. You know, we should know yesterday, folks were still traveling down this roadway here, and the Department of Defense official telling me, yes, there are 6,600 National Guardsmen now. They expect that number to be ramped up all the way to 15,000 by next Wednesday.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for watching and bringing us that scene outside the Capitol. Let's go back to Savannah now.
Yeah, and Lester, joining me on the phone is Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, a Republican who crossed the aisle just now and voted yes for impeachment. Congressman, it's good to have you with us. First of all, why you felt compelled to cast this vote today. You also, I should mention, voted yesterday to have Vice President Pence invoke the 25th Amendment to remove the president from office immediately, a vote that failed. Tell me about your vote, and are you worried, frankly, about paying a political price for it?
You know, I voted this way because if the president, the Article 2 branch of the Constitution inciting an insurrection against Article 1 is not impeachable, then we almost maybe should just throw away that whole process. This was, you know, an attack on American democracy. It's not just about the violence. This is about the message about American democracy, which is exactly the process we use to prevent violence in this country. So I think it was the right vote. Do I worry about my political future? Not really, because honestly, I never got into this to build some political empire. I did it to do the right thing, and I am in total peace today that my vote was the right thing, and I actually think history will judge it that way.
When you listen to the arguments of your Republican colleagues arguing against impeachment, there was a lot of talk about this being a very divisive vote, that this wouldn't unify the country. They talked about the process being rushed and that being unfair to the president. How do you respond to those arguments?
Well, you know, I don't want to question motives because everybody, of course, is a deeply tough decision. But bottom line is, yeah, it's rushed because We were rushed by a mob, and the president is president for the next 7 days, and we all lived it. You don't need to get further evidence when you were in the middle of it, and you have all this evidence that's videotaped. And in terms of division, it may. But the real thing, the real person that stoked the division in this country that led to what happened was the President of the United States. And so I think we have to. This is a vote that gets us. We have to get out of the comfort of making political decisions and turn into the fact that this is a oath-making, oath-keeping, historical books vote. And frankly, I want to be on the right side of history, and I want to feel peace that I followed through on the oath that I've taken in the military and as Congress.
As we've been chatting here, a 10th Republican has crossed the aisle and voted, along with the Democrats and with you, to impeach the president. But you said you don't want to question motives. Fair enough. But are you disappointed that more Republicans have not joined your view of things? I mean, there are 211 Republicans in the House. You're talking about a handful taking this action under pretty extraordinary circumstances.
Yeah, I am disappointed. I mean, it's I think, quite honestly, a lot of the motivation to vote against this is fear. It's fear of politics, maybe the fear of safety. I can understand that fear, but the bottom line is this transcends that. I certainly wish there were more. There aren't, and that's okay. We will go forward. This process goes forward, but as a party and as a country, we have to have a real look inside and fix things, because we cannot sustain politics like it's been happening.
I don't know how much you have your ear to the ground, but I'm sure you saw the signal that was sent pretty transparently from Mitch McConnell's office. There was a report in the New York Times that he was pleased the Democrats were pursuing impeachment. He has indicated now that he's open and will listen to the arguments. It's a huge change in posture versus, say, a year ago with the previous impeachment. What do you think might happen with your colleagues over on the Senate side? Do you think there's an actual chance that Republicans could cross over in the Senate and convict and remove the president?
I certainly do. And if you look at the day of the attacks on the Capitol, first off, there were, just a handful of people that were going to object. So they take that part of the job a little more seriously, I think, than some over on this side. And, that number was cut in half after the riots, which is sad that, in fact, there were still. But if you look at the House, there were still 130 people that objected to certification after the attempted insurrection. So I hope the Senate does the right thing. I think they will. I do, but all I know is I'm responsible for my vote. I feel at peace with my vote, but it was definitely a very weighty and heavy day in America.
And finally, I heard over and over again the argument on the Republican side. Hey, where was the outrage when there was looting and rioting on the streets this summer after protests over racial justice? That there was hypocrisy now and outrage when there wasn't outrage before. How do you see that argument? Do you see a distinction?
No, I think it is a false equivalency. So, look, I condemn the violence in the summer. I think it was egregious, but there's a very big difference between violence and burning down part of a city, which, quite honestly, is obviously bad, but that versus attacking the branch of government that represents the people, that represents the functioning democracy that prevents violence every day by the fact that politics exists. There is no equivalence, and it was a disappointing thing to hear.
Congressman Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, thank you for your time this afternoon. I know it's a busy one. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Lester, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, just a handful of members have not voted yet. As we look at that tally, it continues. Nothing final there. Votes could change, but we'll continue to monitor the count. NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, joins us now. Chuck, you got to wonder how this is being viewed by the Biden transition team right now.
Well, I mean, I think they look at it in some ways. They're trying to not focus on it. You've heard President-elect Biden has talked about seeing if he could have some sort of split-screen Senate trial, meaning they do half days of the trial, because the Biden team is concerned that this could derail things for them. That for whatever it is, it delays confirmations, and of course, there's some worst-case scenario that somehow this would polarize things and make it even harder because everybody goes more party line. I don't happen to believe that. I think this is becoming bipartisan enough that you're starting to see these will be the first Republicans that are part of any Biden governing coalition. You know, these are. You look at many of these Republicans. Some of them come from a very conservative place like Liz Cheney in Wyoming, but she is very, I think, confident in her own standing, a la an Adam Kinzinger, who feels as if he doesn't have to worry about the base, that he's sort of an established political figure. But some of these others that have voted yes on impeachment come from swing areas, come from areas that aren't just dominated by one propaganda news voice, but are more diverse areas generally, culturally, politically, and things like that. And so I think that gives you a clue. If you're getting ready to head up the Biden Congressional Liaison Office, you're looking already. You're scouring these speeches. You're looking at the 10 that voted. You're looking at the people that didn't talk today. You know, it's interesting. There's a Congressman, Mike McCall, who was somebody I was keeping an eye on. He's a longtime member of Congress from Texas, not far from Austin. Is very much sort of what you would call a mainstream Republican from sort of the pre-Trump era. And he voted no on impeachment, but then he said, I do fear the more I learn that maybe this vote's going to be on the wrong side of history. So again, if you're the Biden folks, it's obviously an opportunity to find out who can you work with. Because I know this, there are 140 House members they cannot.
Yeah, Chuck, let me just focus everyone back on the floor. Nancy Pelosi appears to be making her way back up near the podium. While she does that, I want to bring in on the phone now House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, Democrat of Maryland. Congressman, thank you for being with us. You appear to be minutes away. Actually, I'm watching Speaker Pelosi, but you appear to be minutes away from an impeachment. Let me ask you the question many Republicans asked today. That is, what's the point if the president would be tried after his term?
Lester, what I said on the floor, I referred to Liz Cheney's remarks that said, and I'm quoting, there's never been a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. And the point I made after that was that if the Congress were to do nothing in the face of that historic misfeasance, and urging to violence, frankly, people to attack the Capitol to, as he and his followers said, stop the steal, I think we would be derelict in our duty to the American people. And even though there's a short time left and the American people have already decided they wanted a new president and elected Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, I think it was incumbent, and our members clearly thought it was incumbent, and you saw many papers throughout the land urging action. The Wall Street Journal itself urged him to resign. They did not urge impeachment, but they urged him to resign. And the object of impeachment was to remove him as quickly as possible, but also to ensure that he does not run for president again. So,
as we watch this vote near its conclusion right now, looks like up to 10 Republicans will side with Democrats. Does that number disappoint you? Would you have hoped for a larger number when all the votes are counted?
Lester, I would have hoped for a unanimous vote on this issue. That was, of course, not what my expectation was. Am I disappointed by 10? No, I'm pleased that 10 people had the courage, as Liz Cheney and as a number of others, including Adam Kinzinger, and others, to stand up and say, in light of this egregious violation of his oath, the Constitution, and the norms of our democracy, we have no alternative. But I'm pleased.
Do you think that fear was at work?
Of course, I think fear is work, and I said that on the floor. I think that there are literally there are 197 Republicans voting no at this point in time. I don't know how. I would imagine that a number of those, just ideologically and temperamentally, are aligned with Donald Trump. But I think that 197, I would be surprised if there weren't at least half of those votes based upon the fear of retribution, either through tweets or some other action that the president would take, which would undermine their own political careers.
Have all members voted?
The president...
Does any member wish to...
I'm sorry, it looks like Nancy Pelosi is speaking. She has asked if anyone wants to change their vote, so they are coming very close to closing this vote. But there are the numbers as they stand at this moment. Those are not final numbers you're looking at. Let's bring in Casey Hunt right now, who is watching along with us. Casey, at what point is the vote formally closed?
So, Lester, we are waiting, and I don't want to step on the House Speaker because it's going to be the moment that everyone is waiting for. But she is about to gavel this closed, unless, of course, there are a significant number of members who are coming to her and saying that they wish to change their vote. I mean, that could take a moment or so.
Vote,
but
the ayes
here we go.
are 232. The nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
So the House has impeached Donald Trump for the second time, but for the first time with Republicans, 10 Republicans crossing the aisle to vote for impeachment, including the number 3 Republican, Liz Cheney, the daughter of a former vice president, in an extraordinary moment, 1 week, almost to the hour, after rioters stormed the Capitol, leaving 5 dead.
The chair announces that pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 41, the House Resolution 40 is hereby adopted.
And dotting the I there, but again, as you note, Savannah, President Trump has been impeached again.
Clause 11 of Rule 1, in the order the following of the House of January 4th, 2021, of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Let's bring it.
Mr. Schiff of California, Chair. Mr. Nunes of California.
So we'll continue to keep our eye on the floor, but the action now moves to the Senate. And there is some suspense, Chuck, as I bring you into this conversation into what exactly could happen there. Now, we know something of the when. We know it won't be before January 19th. The Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, has made that clear as of today. He is not going to use any mechanism to try to bring the Senate back in early. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader of the Senate, had been floating an idea to do that, but that is not going to happen. So we won't see the Senate in session until at least January 19th. But the question is, then what? How might a trial proceed? Will Republicans cross over to convict? Will enough to remove from office or ban President Trump from holding future federal office if he's already left? Because, of course, the other date to mark on your calendar, January 20th, which is the date that the new president is inaugurated.
Well, here's one thing I would say. Today's January 13th. The start of this trial is January 19th. We're going to learn a lot in 6 days. We're going to get more. Well, every hour we see more people charged. We learn more information about the plot from last week. There is more facts that are filled in. And ask yourself, how much more will we know on January 19th than we know today? That said, you never know what time does, right? What is that? What does time do? Does time calm the waters in the GOP? Does suddenly Lindsey Graham, who apparently is becoming the chief defender against impeachment for President Trump in the Senate, does he have some success finding, he needs at this point to find to sort of lock in approximately 35 Republicans to do this.
And don't forget the biggest X factor, Chuck, which is President Trump himself. I noted, I noted that President Trump making his first public appearance, his live public appearance yesterday on his way to Texas, his remarks were followed within just a matter of hours by Mitch McConnell, that report in the New York Times saying, maybe he's open to impeachment. And it's very notable. I mean, it's Washington. We read into things maybe when we shouldn't, but I thought that was very striking. Last week, Mitch McConnell said, you're not going to have any trial. Don't even think about it. And then within hours of the president saying, a lot of people think what I said and how I conducted myself on the day of the riot was totally appropriate. Within hours, Mitch McConnell with the shot across the bow, hey, this isn't over.
Look, we're still trying to confirm all of that timing. But I'm with you. I thought the entire thing was, it almost now in hindsight, especially Lindsey Graham traveling with the president yesterday, it almost looked like McConnell was like, okay, I'll give you to the end of the day to see if you can get some sort of contrition out of him. Didn't happen. Literally within minutes of him being wheels up from Texas back to D.C., there's that headline in the New York Times. I'm with you. Nothing in this town happens by accident. That is something you learn the longer you cover this place. But look, I think that it's the time issue is one unknown factor. But I'll tell you this. I know of a lot of polling that's being done about this. And I'll tell you, the Republican grassroots have not abandoned Donald Trump. And none of us know how that impacts some of these Republican senators, right? Are they going to be moved by polls or not? Are there 17 Republicans that are thinking the way it appears Mitch McConnell is thinking and going, you know what? Okay, short-term politics, getting rid of impeachment might be a good idea. But long-term, having Donald Trump around is not a good idea for the party. So maybe we take the long-term vote. And I'll tell you this, if Mitch McConnell is indeed a yes on impeachment, I promise you there are 16 other Republicans that will join with him.
Wow. Well, that's quite the statement, Chuck. We'll see how this all plays out over the coming days. Lester, I'll send it to you. You were in a good conversation with Congressman
Majority Leader
Hoyer.
Congressman Hoyer rejoins me. Thank you for your patience as we watch that vote come in. I want to ask you, we've seen with this president outrage sometimes. Yeah, outrage is sometimes measured in a matter of days, and then we move on to the next thing. Come January 20th, new president, all the attention around that. Do you think that attention will wane from wanting to further to prosecute a trial against the president?
Well, again, the egregiousness of the actions of the president, which, as I say, not us, but Cheney, I think, really captured very, very well. I think it's important that we act. And if, in fact, Mitch McConnell is thinking of the long-term ramifications, as Chuck was referring to, then I think he would choose to continue. And therefore, under the 14th Amendment and under impeachment itself, he would be unable to run for office. I think, frankly, Senator McConnell and others are worried about his long-term adverse impact on the party.
The president put out a statement while you were all debating today, urging there be no violence, no law breaking, no violence, vandalism of any kind. He's addressing reports that some of his supporters may be planning further action. Is he relevant anymore in terms of cooling the temperature on this? Is there anything he can say that might change the outcome of all this?
Well, you would hope so. You would hope that his followers, who are obviously very, very strongly influenced by him. That's our whole contention on the actions that happened at the Capitol on the night of the 6th and the morning of the 7th, that they were impelled by the President of the United States. So clearly he has a lot of influence, and hopefully he will urge these folks who are talking about violence, insurrection on the 17th and the 19th, and perhaps violence on the 20th. Hopefully he will legitimately and sincerely and work with his people to convince folks that they ought not to be doing this. I will tell you, though, that there are some of these folks that I don't think anybody has any influence over, other than, as he did on Wednesday, stoke their anger, stoke their mission of preventing the Congress from acting on confirming the Electoral College vote. But if he turns on them, which I think he is very reluctant to do, as he was in Charlottesville, because they are such a strong part of his base that he motivates politically. And so he's in a tough situation in that sense, but he ought to do the right thing, but so often he does not do that.
All right. Congressman Steny Hoyer, thank you so much for giving us so much time today. It was good to talk to you, sir.
You bet. Thanks, Lester. Thanks,
All right, Savannah.
Thank you. Let's go to our Chief White House Correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's on duty. And Peter, the White House response, what the president might say now having been impeached a second time, certainly a question that a lot of us have. He has been deprived of his favorite megaphone, Twitter. He's off of Instagram, Facebook, and the like, but we have seen a paper statement from him today. Do you expect to hear more from the president today?
Yeah, Savannah, that's exactly right. And I am told by administration officials that it's likely this evening in the form of a video we will hear from the president of the United States tonight. That video yet to be recorded. Of course, it comes as the president's now become the first in 245 years of this nation's history to be impeached twice. And it's notable that as that vote was taking place, I'm told that the president was inside the Oval Office awarding the National Medal of Arts to two country singers, Ricky Skaggs and Toby Keith. So at the end of the day, as his presidency winds down, just 7 days to go, the president, while he was being impeached again, was instead handing out awards to a pair of country singers here at the White House right now. Also worth noting today is, as I've been in the West Wing over the course of this day, this place is increasingly a ghost town. There are fewer and fewer people that are around the president, certainly not the legal advisors that you would anticipate at a time like this as compared to the impeachment almost exactly a year ago. And even some of the president's closest advisors have departed as well. NBC News has now been told that Hope Hicks, one of the president's top aides, really a confidant, I think you could describe, this is her last day, was her last day, having now departed the White House. I'm told by those familiar with her plans that she had planned to depart this week since the president lost in November, that this was not a decision made after the riots last week. Nonetheless, it does mean again for these last 7 days here of the Trump presidency, depending on what happens with this impeachment, there are fewer and fewer of those voices, some of them moderating voices around the president. But again, to answer your question specifically, Savannah, again, we do wait to hear from this president this evening. The only statement we'd heard from him over the course of this day in the form of a paper statement circumventing social media because he doesn't have that access anymore, calling on Americans to ease tensions and calm tempers almost exactly 1 week after that awful violence at the Capitol.
It'll be interesting to see what tone he decides to strike with 100 jurors in the United States Senate now listening. Let me turn to somebody who knows this territory very well, Dan Goldman. He was majority counsel for the Democrats in the last impeachment inquiry and former director of investigations for the House Intelligence Committee. So, Dan, we remember seeing you a year ago, but then you were in the hot seat asking the questions. So let me ask you something. There are folks watching this today who might think, all right, I don't love the president's rhetoric last week. But what's the difference between fiery free speech and firing up a crowd and saying we got to fight and incitement that is impeachable? That was an argument we heard today from Republicans, that this is setting a precedent that violates free speech with really worrisome potential consequences and ramifications down the road. How would you respond?
Well, that's going to be the challenge for the House managers to prove in any Senate trial, is to link the president's knowledge to the plans to storm the Capitol and the plans to use violence to stop the certification of the votes. And, you know, I think when you look at it, first of all, in a Senate trial under Chuck Schumer's Democratic Party, there very well may be witnesses. There, of course, was no investigation in the House, so there are a lot of open questions. And in response to that defense, you're going to want to look at a couple things. First of all, you're going to look very closely at President Trump's Twitter feed. What was he retweeting? What was he saying? What kind of calls for violence are on his Twitter feed? Two, what requests were there in advance of the rally for additional security? And what did the White House do? Because we know there was insufficient security, and now we're getting reporting that there was a report from the FBI Norfolk office that there may be acts of war, and there was a lot of online language. So you want to know what role the White House played in rejecting requests for additional security. And then the third thing is, on the day of on January 6th, the day of the insurrection, why did the National Guard take so long to get there? Why does Governor Larry Hogan from Maryland say that he was not given authorization for 2 hours? What role did the White House have in preventing preventing security or additional military or law enforcement assistance to protect the Capitol. Those are the types of things that are going to be able to show the president's state of mind. And if you can show the president's state of mind that he was aware that there were plans for violence, then you are a long way toward proving incitement of an insurrection.
And let me throw another one at you. Another argument I heard a couple times today from Republicans was, hey, these are folks, some of these people came in with pipe bombs, they came in with zip ties, they had a plan, it was pre-planned, it was premeditated, they weren't waiting for a word from the president. What do you make of that argument? I've left him speechless, or we're living in a pandemic with Zoom. Okay, wait, go ahead. Sorry, we missed you for a minute, but I think we got your signal back up.
Sorry about that. I think we know that there were plans to storm the Capitol. That was online. That was very out in the open. And the question is, what did the president know about those plans? I find it very hard to believe that the president had no idea that there were plans to pursue violence when Rudy Giuliani gets up at the same rally and says, we are going to enlist trial by combat. What does that mean? That is not law and order. That's not something that Rudy Giuliani, a former U.S. attorney, would ever have said. There is no trial by combat. That is an act of violence. That's an incitement of violence. So the question then just becomes, what is the knowledge of the president? And it's very hard. I think there's a very good circumstantial case to be made, even based on what we know. But if you were to get someone like Dan Scavino, who's the head of the digital media strategy for the White House, under oath, and you're to ask him questions about whether he knew about these plans and whether he said anything to the president, I think those responses will be very interesting.
All right, real quick before I let you go, do you consider this, for lack of a better phrase, slam dunk? Is this a case you wish you could be prosecuting in the Senate?
Certainly, I think this is a case that any American should wish to pursue because it is functionally a anti-democratic coup that the president has been trying to orchestrate through lies and misinformation. I think the Republicans, as you saw today, 10 voted for impeachment. I think it's going to be a very, very different story over in the Senate as well, which is always a little bit more removed. But yes, I mean, look, there's a lot of investigation that you would want to do in any ordinary trial. Given the timing here, given the emotions, you may not have that. But this was an act that is unconscionable in our democracy, and the president should be held accountable.
Dan Goldman, it's good to get your perspective. You're probably the best perspective we have today because you've been there. So thank you very much for your expertise. We appreciate it. Lester?
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, Savannah, I want to follow up your conversation now by bringing in Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, we're now talking about this Senate trial that would presumably begin either in the waning hours of the Trump presidency or after. So we're talking about a private citizen. What is the legality of going forward with an impeachment trial for someone who is out of office?
So the interesting thing is there seems to be very little pushback from the Senate about the possibility of doing this, and there is historical precedent. You talked earlier to Neil about this. President Grant's Secretary of War, William Belknap, was impeached by the House just a moments after he resigned, but he'd already been impeached. The trial went to the Senate. There was a discussion on the Senate floor. We don't have jurisdiction to hear this. He's no longer in office. That was defeated, and they went on to vote on his conviction. Now, as it turned out, it takes a 2/3 vote to convict, and they didn't have the 2/3 vote. But they thought it was appropriate to hold a trial. So there is precedent for this, even though he would be out of office. And the legal experts I've talked to think the president is strengthened if the House has voted to impeach while the president was in office and then was out of office by the time it got to the Senate trial. One other note, Lester, the FBI has now identified 200 people who were in the Capitol last week, and so far they've filed charges against about 30 of them, with more coming every hour.
All right, Pete, thanks. Joining us now, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss and former Democratic Senator from Missouri and an NBC News political analyst, Claire McCaskill. Claire, thank you for being with us. This president was impeached once before, and he continued to serve and continued to be a consequential president. What changes with a second impeachment?
Well, I think this is a moment in history that the members of Congress need to speak to. This is not going to be forgotten. There'll be books written about it. It will be taught in American history for decades to come. About this attack on the nation's capital and the riot, the domestic terrorism that was fomented by this president. And so I think it's very important that the Senate weigh in. The majority of people in recent polls in this country say the president should be impeached. And keep in mind, this is very important. You cannot bar the president from running for office unless and until the Senate votes to convict him on the impeachment. Once that would happen, it would have to be by 2/3. Then the Senate can vote by a simple majority to bar Trump from ever running for office again. And believe me, that will be on some of my former Republican colleagues' minds as they make up their mind.
Claire, since you did spend time in that august body, the United States Senate, I assume you're fluent in Mitch McConnell and reading tea leaves. What have you been making of the various actions we've seen from him? I mean, obviously there was the story in the New York Times that suggested he was open and pleased that the Democrats had pursued impeachment. Now he's saying he hasn't made up his mind. What do you think's going on there? What kind of signal is he sending to his colleagues?
He wanted to send a signal to his colleagues that they were under no pressure to protect this president. And and believe me, it was heard. It was shocking to many of them. And now the protection of the president has now moved over, believe it or not, to Lindsey Graham. He is the one who's calling my former colleagues today and trying to get them to commit to not vote to impeach, to convict the president on this impeachment. And so it's ironic that Lindsey Graham, who said he'd had enough on the night they voted to try to overturn the election, that Biden had won fair and square and that there was not fraud, he now is the president's protector as it relates to trying to round up the votes to prevent his conviction in the Senate.
And Michael, let me ask you, some have wondered where the Nixon moment was in all this, the offer to resign or being counseled to resign and eventually leaving the White House. And why hasn't that occurred in your mind? And is it still a possibility?
I think it probably isn't, because this guy wants to hang on, although he always is trying to cut a deal. But the astounding thing today, Lester, is this guy might get convicted. We have never seen that happen before in American history. Number two, 1/2 of the presidential impeachments in history, as of today, belong to Donald Trump. And just as Claire was saying, if this guy gets convicted, and I think, as Chuck said, day by day, as more evidence comes out that might suggest that he was behind the planning of that disturbance of the Capitol, that terrorist attack, if he is convicted, he is basically finished as certainly a future political figure, because they will have that vote to prevent him from serving in office. And also he will be permanently turned in American history into a pariah. If that happens, generations of Americans to come, when the name Donald Trump is mentioned, they will mention it as an epithet and an insult.
Michael, we have just under a couple minutes left. Can you leave us on a high note? Can you call on your history to let us know that America has survived divided times before? Because this does feel like such a moment of division, and it's ironic that there are a lot of arguments about unity today and the best way to be united. How do we get back to that place?
Well, you're absolutely right, Savannah. You know, this country, it's got it in its DNA to unite. Goes all the way back to the beginning. And we go through these terrible things like the Civil War and World War I and II and the Great Depression and 1968 in Vietnam and the Great Recession of 2008. In the end, we like to come together. And I think key to that is a president who wants to bring people together and who has that talent. Donald Trump never wanted to, from that first address at the inaugural 4 years ago next week on American Carnage. Joe Biden, that's what he likes to do, and he does it very well.
All right, Michael Beschloss, thank you so much. Senator Claire McCaskill before that. We appreciate your time this afternoon. Lester.
Yeah, Savannah, remember when 2020 was the weird year?
Yeah, well, we're about a week and a half into this one, so we shall see.
Yeah. So for an unprecedented second time, the House has voted to impeach President Donald Trump. We'll have complete details coming up on NBC Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt for Savannah Guthrie in New York. Good day, everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You have been watching special coverage of the second impeachment of Donald Trump on NBC News Now. It is a historic, unprecedented day in our country. The House of Representatives, founded 231 years ago, doing something it has never done before, voting to impeach a United States president a second time. The charge against President Trump, incitement of insurrection. The vote coming exactly 1 week after the deadly Capitol riots and exactly 1 week before Joe Biden becomes the 46th president of the United States. Here are some of the biggest moments from today's debate and vote.
Mr. Speaker, we are debating this historic measure at an actual crime scene, and we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the President of the United States. America was attacked, and we must respond.
And Mr. Kinzinger said this, if these actions, he hasn't had any hearings, he doesn't need any long, drawn-out consideration. If these actions are not worthy of impeachment, then what is an impeachable offense?
I do not know where all this goes, and this is frightening for the country. We should defeat this rule, and we should defeat the impeachment resolution.
Let us look forward, not backward. Let us come together, not apart. Let us celebrate the peaceful transition of power to a new president rather than impeaching an old president.
We know that the President of the United States incited this insurrection, this armed rebellion against our common country. He must go. He is a clear and present danger to the nation that we all love.
We will bring the rioters to justice. Their accomplices in this House will be held responsible. But today, we must focus on the gravest threat first. President Trump, who incited this riot and who remains a grave danger to the nation.
If we impeached every politician who gave a fiery speech to a crowd of partisans, this Capitol would be deserted.
Even if you're successful today and were the Senate to convict President Trump, yours will be a Pyrrhic victory, for instead of stopping the Trump train, his movement will grow stronger, for you will have made him a martyr. Donald Trump is a living, breathing, impeachable offense. It is what it is.
Read Ms. Cheney's statement. Let's come together and impeach the president for this high crime against the republic. We don't have a minute to spare. He is a clear and present danger to the people.
I believe impeaching the president in such a short time frame would be a mistake. That doesn't mean the president is free from fault. The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
He is capable of starting a civil war. He must be impeached. He must be stopped now.
Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who is on Capitol Hill. Leanne, your reaction, your thoughts on the vote on the floor today. I know you've been following these lawmakers throughout. Did this vote go as you expected? Anyone really surprise you here?
So what ended up happening was 10 House Republicans ended up voting with all Democrats in support of impeaching this president for the second time. Remember, last time the president was impeached just about a year ago, no Republicans joined on. So one of the most surprising things to me, Allison, was one lawmaker, Representative Rice of South Carolina. He comes from a very conservative district, including the third most conservative county in the state. He's not someone who usually bucks the party, not someone who bucks the president at all. He's kind of been a under the radar type of lawmaker. But the fact that he came out in support of impeachment today was really astonishing, actually. Of course, there was Representative Liz Cheney, who the most influential and high-ranking Republican, who did come out for impeachment as well. And then there was one statement that I also want to note of Representative McCall. He is a leading member, the chair of the Armed Services Committee, and Foreign Relations Committee, or he was anyway, and he said that he voted against impeachment, but he said perhaps he might come out on the wrong side of history. He acknowledged that there were lots of problems, and he's not sure if his vote against impeachment was the right one. But politically, Allison, all 10 of these Republicans who voted to impeach, one thing that's interesting is our colleague Carrie Dan. She notes that all 10 of them outperformed the president in their conservative districts in the 2020 election, Allison.
Huh. Oh, that is really interesting for sure, Leanne. So what stood out in particular to you about today? I know this is a day unlike any other, but was there one moment where you just said, wow, this really struck me?
I was really watching to see how House Republicans who were against impeachment were going to frame their argument, and they were all over the place. There was not one unified message. Some Republicans were saying that they needed to unify the country and not divide the country. That's why they didn't support impeachment. Some were blaming Democrats and blaming the left, basically saying that impeachment was another witch hunt, which the president said the other day. And then there were people like the leader, Kevin McCarthy, who for the very first time, he said that the president, publicly anyway, said the president bears some responsibility. And he also, for the first time, said that Joe Biden won the election. Let's take a listen.
Let's be clear. Joe Biden will be sworn in as President of the United States in 1 week because he won the election. And the presidency and this Congress will face immediate challenges that must be addressed. I stand ready to assist in that effort with good faith, goodwill, and an open hand.
The reason it is significant that McCarthy said that Joe Biden did win the election, because let's remember the roots of what happened here. It's because the president and so many Republicans would refuse to admit that, riling up their supporters, leading to what we saw just 1 week ago in the Capitol, Allison.
Leanne, let's talk a little bit more about the Republicans. You said 10 House Republicans voted to impeach President Trump this time around. Yesterday, we heard from the number 3 House Republican, Liz Cheney, saying that she did intend to vote in favor of impeachment. How big of an impact did her vote, did her announcing that vote in advance, do you think, have on the rest of the GOP?
I think it gave some Republican members some comfort to, in fact, come out and vote for impeachment. It wasn't a flood. The dam did not break. There were not dozens, but there were 10. And some of these Republicans felt like they had some cover, especially a freshman, Representative Mayer of Michigan, who this is one of the very first votes he's had to take in Congress. But I will say, Cheney's position has really divided the party. There are members, including freshman members, who are saying that she should lose her leadership position, saying that she has no right to be a Republican leader. Now we're seeing some members who voted also against impeachment coming out and saying that Cheney has more, like Representative Dan Crenshaw just put out a tweet saying that even though he did not support impeachment, Representative Cheney has a lot more backbone than a lot of his colleagues. So this is just the very beginning, Allison, of a really big fissure and fracture in the Republican Party. And it's going to be quite a story to see how it repairs itself if it can.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering how they're going to do that. Leanne, Speaker Pelosi named the 9 House managers who will prosecute President Trump in the Senate trial. Congressman Jamie Raskin will lead that group. Could you tell us a little bit more about the group, about these managers?
Every single one of them has a legal background. A lot of them are prosecutors. 3 of those are the ones who wrote the article of impeachment, including Jamie Raskin, Representative Ted Lieu, and David Cicilline as well. And they, when Pelosi chooses the people that she wants to represent them, or be impeachment managers, and remember, that's for the Senate trial. When this does go to the Senate, she thinks about the circumstance and their skill set. And she also takes into consideration diversity as well. But you can tell in this group that the ability to prosecute a case was critical in her decision-making process. Allison.
Leanne, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer saying the House will send the article of impeachment to the Senate immediately. Do we have a sense of the timing here, when the trial will start, how this will go?
So we also just heard from Speaker Pelosi, who is mum on a timeline until just a couple minutes ago. She told reporters in the hallway that she will do it as soon as possible. Now, the question is what happens in the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell just put out a statement seconds ago, right before I came on air, saying that the earliest that the trial can begin is January 19th. He declined to invoke the emergency powers that Senator Schumer says that he and McConnell have the ability to do. And so what he laid out in his timeline is, we can do this, but I'm just going to tell you that the last impeachment trials took anywhere from 20 days to 36 days, and that will consume a good portion of the beginning of the Biden presidency. So we could expect perhaps this trial to begin next week around the same time as the inauguration, Allison.
When it rains, it pours, huh, Leanne? I just want to explain for our viewers, because you are seeing a split screen here. You were looking at the podium, the table, if you will, where we're expecting Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn to be speaking shortly. As soon as they take the podium, we will, of course, bring that to you. In the meantime, Leanne, I've got another question for you about the Senate. The New York Times reporting that Senator Mitch McConnell privately backs impeaching President Trump because it will make it easier to purge Trump from the Republican Party, going back to this theme of the splits within the party and the difficulties this party will have bringing itself back together. What are you hearing from other Senate Republicans about that and about how much of an influence that could potentially have on their votes in the Senate trial?
Yeah. So before I get to that answer, Allison, I just do want to bring up one thing, because viewers see it on the screen.
Sure.
That podium is the same podium that you saw in the images of those rioters carrying out in the Capitol Rotunda. So that has been recovered, and that is the podium that they are using right now. So that has some big significance. As far as McConnell is concerned, so there's a lot of dynamics here and a lot to unpack. When you are dealing with Majority Leader McConnell as a reporter and even as his colleagues, he doesn't use a lot of words. So a lot of times you have to read between the lines and try to guess where he's going to go. So I was hearing a lot of frustration up until yesterday afternoon from our colleague, or from Senate Republicans who were saying that they were frustrated that they hadn't heard from McConnell, that they were getting no guidance, no direction, that they were just out in the middle of nowhere. And so now the fact that McConnell is indicating that he is not necessarily opposed to impeachment, now what a lot of his members want is some direct communication from him to get a clear sense of what's going to happen next, Allison.
All right, Leanne, still so many questions about what this will look like, when it will happen, how it will all go down. I know we will be talking to you a lot in the coming days. Leanne, thank you for being with us on such a historic day in our country.
Of course. Thanks, Allison.
Pretty heavy security around the Capitol building today as the House debated and voted on the second impeachment of President Trump. Washington on high alert after last week's deadly riot. Hundreds of armed National Guard troops slept on the floors of the Capitol overnight, lawmakers walking around them to get to the House floor today. It is extremely rare to see troops setting up camp at the U.S. Capitol like this. It has happened just twice since the Civil War. NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard is outside the Capitol this evening. Vaughn, the pictures of the security at the Capitol today are really something else. Would you show us around a little bit more? Show us what it's like outside, if you will.
Allison, it speaks to the number of law enforcement, of National Guardsmen that are actually here on the scene in Washington, D.C. I was talking to a Department of Defense official earlier today who said there are more than 6,600 National Guardsmen now on scene here in Washington, D.C. You saw the images in the video inside of the Capitol on shift, essentially shift rotations, finding some sleep there, literally in the halls of Congress. And this is what you're looking at right now as night falls here. Impeachment proceedings underway in the Capitol. Outside of it, you have shut down Capitol grounds. You also are looking right now at 2 National Guardsmen that are, we should note, armed. This is big because this was the decision that was signed off on by the Secretary of the Army last night to arm the National Guard. I'm also told that we should expect the number of National Guardsmen to ramp up to about 15,000 by Wednesday. You know, just 1 week ago, when this insurrection was taking place, National Guard was not on scene until after night fell, until hours after individuals had already broken in and made their way into the Capitol grounds. It's a starkly different site than it is now, and I just want to give you a little bit of an idea of the scene that we're looking at. Right across the street, this is the U.S. Supreme Court, Allison. And not only is there this 9-foot barricade here, but the same can be said about 1 block down the road from here. Essentially 500 yards separate now where the general public are able to roam right now and where the U.S. Capitol steps start here. This is quiet around here. 1 week ago, Allison, you couldn't see any law enforcement. We were out on the west front of the Capitol, and there was no law enforcement, no National Guard to be seen. Now, frankly, Allison, that's all you can see here on the Capitol grounds tonight.
Vaughn, we know Joe Biden's inauguration is now just 1 week away. How will security there be ramping up even more this week? And specifically, what do we know about the plans for Inauguration Day?
Inauguration Day will take place on that west platform. This is the east side of the Capitol. The west side is the one that faces towards the National Mall and the Washington Monument. The inaugural team announcing yesterday that it will, in fact, despite those threats that have continued here over the course of the last days, that inauguration will still take place. Again, 6,600 National Guardsmen here today. That number is expected to jump by 15,000. And that is coming in as a supplemental role to support Capitol Police, to support the Metropolitan Police Department of D.C., to support the National Park Service. There are several federal and local law enforcement agencies on the ground here. The National Guard is not only coming in a law enforcement capacity, but also to help support in logistical and traffic, but also on the medical front here. This is a Washington, D.C. that is all but shut down in the blocks between here and the White House right now. And that is why here, 1 week ahead of Inauguration Day, and as these impeachment proceedings are underway right now, after what happened a week ago, you have a very much of a lockdown, a ghost town outside of that National Guard and that law enforcement presence, Allison.
Yeah, it is incredible to see how D.C. has locked down. Vaughn, thank you so much for showing us what's going on today and what we should expect in the days ahead. Appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks, my friend.
A majority of Americans said President Trump should be impeached. 55% favored impeaching Donald Trump, while 45% opposed it in a new CBS News YouGov poll taken this week. NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joining me now from Washington. Kelly, President Trump doing what no other U.S. president has done before. He has been impeached twice now. Our White House unit reporting the president's defiant, part sullen. What do we know? Is he in contact with any Republicans on the Hill today? How did he spend his day? Will we hear from him?
Well, we expect to hear from the president in some form following this, but how it will happen is still being sorted out, in part because one of the typical megaphones that the president has used is no longer available to him, being Twitter, where he could instantly let us know what's going on in his mind, what his plans are. Without that, they're having to use some of the more traditional methods of sending out information through the White House. We saw that today with a statement from the president where he was calling on his supporters and others to not have any violence in the days going forward. That, of course, in the atmosphere that is this historic time where the president has now entered a level of infamy in American politics we've never seen before, with 2 impeachments. And from what our reporting tells us, the president's had a very, very small group of people around him, in part because he has sort of closed himself off, in part because some aides and advisors have left the White House, moving on to other things, and others have left in response to what took place over the last week. We do know that the president has been in touch with Senator Lindsey Graham, who has been one of his friends, but also spoke out against what the president did in terms of his rhetoric last week and some of the actions around the riotous behavior of some of the Trump supporters. So Lindsey Graham is not supporting impeachment and was trying to get others to hold that view as well, while being critical of what the president said and what he did and did not do, meaning bringing in more of a sense of urgency to call off the violence and to bring in resources and help and that sort of thing. So the president is very much a man alone. The presidency can be a lonely job in the best of days. It is a particularly lonely job when you've suffered a defeat at the ballot box and this kind of really distressing political damage based on his calls to try to overturn the election his calls to get his supporters to fight, and all that came from that. So it's a remarkable time, and one where in the final days of his presidency, no one would have imagined it could get this bad, but it has. But we do expect in some form to hear from the president, in addition to the statement where he speaks about not wanting any other violence. That may be too little too late, given all of the circumstances that have taken place. Allison?
Kelly, today's impeachment was a somewhat bipartisan affair. 10 Republicans voting in favor of impeachment, including the third-ranking Republican in the House, Liz Cheney, who let us know yesterday that this was her intention. How has the White House been reacting to that?
Well, they were braced for it, and one of the things President Trump had been sort of prideful about in his first impeachment was that they held the line on Republicans in order to argue that it was a democratic process that was vengeful politics, and that is not the case this time. 10 Republicans in the House voting to impeach the president, and they come from states where the president both won and states where he lost, districts that are mixed. You may see a different handling of this in the Senate, where you've got representatives who stand for an entire state, whereas districts can be very politically diluted or very much saturated in one party or another. But 10 Republicans going against the president is a historic high in the handful of these impeachments that have occurred historically. So that is certainly a blow. And we already know there are senators who have spoken out condemning his actions. And at this point, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader for a remaining time until those Georgia senators are given the oath of office, he has signaled that he's not yet deciding which way to go. He will listen to the evidence, he says, but there's been reporting that through associates of his, he has indicated that he believes the president's conduct was impeachable. That can sometimes be a distinction where they may not vote to impeach, but there's been such broad condemnation of the president's rhetoric and his actions and his behavior about the election and the fight over election fraud that really wasn't. And that has been so damaging to the president, to the democracy, and to the Republican Party. Allison?
Kelly, do we have any sense of whether the president has chosen his legal team or has thought about who he might want to represent him?
Well, one of the interesting things about this impeachment, unlike the last time, is there's effectively no legal team. And the process used by House Democrats in a hurry-up fashion because of the limited time left in the president's term, they didn't go through a committee process. They didn't have an opportunity for the president as defendant, if you will, to put forth any briefs or to be represented by counsel. And so that part has really been different than what we saw last time. And in the Senate trial that will be coming, at this point, we don't have any identified legal counsel. There's been talk that Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, may do so. White House counsel Pat Cipollone will be out of office himself come the 20th, and we do not expect that he would have any hand in it. I spoke to Alan Dershowitz, who had been part of the Senate team for the president last time, and he indicated that no one had reached out to him to try to request his assistance, and that he would be speaking about the issues constitutionally. He happened to say that he does not believe it's appropriate to go forward if a president is out of office. So it's a striking thing that a president who has been known for fighting back so much in so many other ways has no real defense to offer. I don't mean the ideas behind a defense. I mean an actual defense of attorneys who could represent him. That is something still to be determined. Allison?
Kelly, last night, the House passed the 25th Amendment resolution urging Vice President Pence and the cabinet to remove President Trump. Vice President Pence responded with a letter to Speaker Pelosi saying, "I do not believe that such a course of action is in the best interest of our nation or consistent with our Constitution." Kelly, we know the vice president and the president finally met on Monday for the first time since the Capitol riots. Do we know where their relationship stands tonight?
From all the reporting we've been able to do, this is now a tense relationship and one that has borne the brunt of what we have seen when President Trump loses faith in or is irritated by someone in his orbit. We never thought that would extend to Vice President Mike Pence, in part because the unique nature of having run together and because of Pence's personality and conduct over these last years, being unfailingly loyal to the president. And in this instance, having to do what he believes the Constitution required of him, which was to count the electoral votes, not to in any way interfere with that process. And in talking with people close to the vice president, there has been real frustration over this relationship being broken by these events, by the president expecting something of Pence that was not in his power to do. And while they have been in communication, it is still a tense, not a friendly atmosphere between the two men. And it'll be a real question mark going forward. Will there be any relationship after they leave office? Allison?
Kelly O'Donnell updating us on all things happening at the White House today. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
The FBI knew about potential threats of violence at the Capitol before the riots on January 6th, but they never circulated a formal intelligence briefing with other law enforcement agencies. One current and two former senior FBI officials saying the department was likely worried about free speech protections. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins me now. Ken, ahead of major events in D.C., the FBI will often distribute what's known as a joint intelligence or special events bulletin, but that did not happen last week. Why not?
It did not, Allison. What my sources tell me is that analysts in the FBI's intelligence branch wanted to do that because they were seeing a lot of threat information on social media about extremists promising to come to the Capitol and commit violence. But they were blocked from doing that by FBI lawyers who were concerned that much of what they were collecting on amounted to protected free speech, even though it was extremist and offensive. And that, I am told, has been an ongoing problem within the FBI in their efforts to counter domestic extremism. They are under different restrictions than when they're looking at domestic actors that are in the thrall of Al-Qaeda or ISIS, because those are designated international terrorist organizations. We don't have that on the domestic side. And so it's been kind of a mess. And I am just reporting, just out now with a news story that says that 2 years ago, the Washington field office of the FBI got a failing grade from an internal audit over its domestic terrorism program over concerns about the way it was collecting and sharing intelligence. In other words, that was not adequate in the view of FBI auditors. And it's some of the same concerns that are popping up now in terms of why this intelligence wasn't disseminated and shared with the Capitol Police in advance of January 6th riot, Allison.
Ken, can we talk about this notion a little bit more? Because former law enforcement officials say that sometimes the FBI is reluctant to share intel linked to far-right or far-left domestic terrorism, but the Bureau regularly issues bulletins about foreign terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. Why is there a difference here? Why isn't terrorism considered terrorism, whether it's foreign or domestic?
Great question, Allison. And you get different answers depending on who you talk to, but I'm going to try to synthesize it. It's certainly true that in the international context, there are groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS that are designated under the law. The United States legal system has said that those are enemies of America. And so if you're an American and you start trafficking in their propaganda, if you're on an ISIS website, the FBI is all over you. And they have the legal tools to immediately begin surveillance on those kind of suspects. It's not the same thing in the domestic context. And whether that's a matter of law or simply political will on the part of the FBI is a matter of debate. But the FBI feels more constrained because, after all, look, it's the right of Americans to say extremist things, to have far right or far left beliefs and say them on the internet. When it crosses the line into violence, though, that's the problem. And the FBI has not been good at figuring out which of these people is going to commit violence. And they've been on their back feet. There were plenty of social media postings we've now seen that have been reported by journalistic organizations where people were promising to come to the Capitol and to to go after members of Congress, to bring weapons, to commit violence. And the FBI knew about some of that, and they didn't disseminate it in a way that we would have liked. And as a result, the Capitol Police was not fully prepared for the onslaught. That's the bottom line here. It's an intelligence failure, it's a sharing failure, and it's partially because it wasn't Al-Qaeda, it was right-wing extremists, Allison.
All right, Ken, we got a little bit of a he said here. The FBI is saying that it circulated some intelligence with local agencies like the Washington Metro Police and Capitol Police. But a Capitol Police official told members of Congress he never saw the FBI's intelligence before January 6th. Do we have any idea what really happened here?
This is very reminiscent of what took place after 9/11, with agencies pointing fingers and saying, you didn't share that with me, you knew about that, but why didn't you tell us? It's going to take months probably in hearings and getting people under oath to get to the bottom of this. But the FBI, you're right, the top official in the FBI's Washington field office, after first saying last week, by the way, that the FBI had no intelligence that anything violent was going to happen, told reporters that, yes, they had some limited intelligence. And there was a report out of the Norfolk field office that said that people were threatening to go to war with Congress and that was shared with the Capitol Police. Well, the Capitol Police told Congress yesterday that they didn't see anything like that, or at least the top officials. And I'm interpreting this, it's feasible to me that it might have been shared at a lower level, but didn't reach the right people. We see that all the time in this context. Whatever happened, the system did not work correctly. And the result was the Capitol Police was thinly deployed. They didn't have enough riot gear. They didn't have a security perimeter, and they allowed very violent people to overrun the U.S. Capitol. And that should never be allowed to happen again.
Ken, let's talk about charges here. The Justice Department saying another 7 people have been charged in federal court. Can you walk us through these latest charges?
Yeah, Allison. So the U.S. Attorney for Washington told reporters that there was a mind-blowing array of criminal conduct that he and his fellow prosecutors are looking at. Everything from very basic trespassing and theft of government property right up until to felony murder and sedition and conspiracy. In fact, he's got a strike force just looking at seditious conspiracy and looking at the ringleaders of this and what he's called the most heinous conduct at the Capitol. He's also got a strike force looking at people who assaulted journalists. And they are looking very closely at 2 pipe bombs that were left outside the Capitol. That could bring major, major prison time. So a vast array of criminal conduct that will take months, maybe even years to unravel. But the federal government is committed to prosecuting everybody who committed crimes that day, Allison.
Ken, we saw images throughout the past week of a bearded gentleman wearing a Camp Auschwitz T-shirt. I understand he was arrested today as well?
I apologize. I have not seen that news. If that's the case, I haven't seen it, Allison. Sorry.
All right, we're seeing him here. I'll find out. We'll get confirmation of that, and we'll find out what he could be charged with here. I think a lot of people wondering if there could be perhaps hate charge crimes connected with any of the actions here. Ken, do we know if that's something that is on the table?
I believe that any potential criminal conduct is on the table. They have a grand jury sitting in Washington, D.C. that they are spending hours bringing felony case after felony case. And hate crimes, if the facts support the prosecution of a hate crimes offense, I have no doubt that these prosecutors will bring in that case because they are trying to throw the book at these people in a way that we have not seen before in the context of domestic extremism, Allison. It's really a sea change.
All right. Ken Dilanian, thank you so much for all of your reporting today. We really appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks.
Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States next Wednesday. But this Wednesday is all about the current occupant of the White House, who was just impeached again. NBC News correspondent Mike Memley is in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the president-elect. Mike, take us inside the transition. Do we know if Joe Biden or anyone on his team watched the proceedings and the vote today?
Well, Allison, hello from Earth 2. It's been sort of a jarring day here as we're covering an administration still planning itself as it prepares to take office next week while all these consequential events continue to happen in Washington. And Biden advisors remaining very close-lipped about whether the president-elect was watching any of this unfold today. We do know that he received a briefing from FBI leadership as well as the U.S. Secret Service as well about security for the inauguration. So that's an important bit of his schedule that we do know about from today. But as we've seen over the last week, Biden has been doing everything he can to sort of be seen as above the fray here. He's been consistently saying when asked about the possibility of this impeachment that he was deferring that to the Congress itself. Obviously, there's impacts to his transition planning, especially as we look ahead to a Senate trial. And we do expect to see some sort of statement on paper from the president-elect about this impeachment development. We haven't gotten that just yet. But again, all Biden advisors saying their focus is on the work ahead, Allison.
Mike, the Senate does not reconvene, as we know, until next Tuesday, the day before the inauguration. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's office has said he will not bring the Senate back before then for this trial. Any reaction from the transition team, particular concern from the transition team to that notion that there could be this trial happening as they are taking office?
I suspect they are, just like we are, trying to decode these various statements that are coming out from Mitch McConnell, whether he seems to signaling he supports impeachment potentially, or at least the idea of an impeachment trial, whether he would bring the Senate back early. Obviously, they give some clarity about that. We know Biden has been on the phone with both leaders in the Senate, Chuck Schumer as well on the Democratic side, trying to sort of learn and sort of work through the parliamentary procedure here, whether it's possible for a Senate trial to occur, but still allow other Senate business, and of particular concern to the Biden team, nominations being voted on and confirmed for his cabinet at the same time. That's certainly a concern on the Biden side, as they're addressing these national security concerns specifically, making a real push for their Homeland Security nominee, for their Secretary of State nominee, for their Defense Secretary nominee to be prioritized among others as this moves on. But so you can be sure Biden is keeping his contacts with Mitch McConnell happening. But once Kamala Harris is sworn in as the president-elect, then it becomes a Chuck Schumer question, and Democrats have a little bit more control over the floor agenda and what they're able to do at that point. Maybe it'll make it a little bit easier for them, Allison.
All right, Mike, in other news today, if you could believe there was other news, but there was, in other Biden news today, transition officials announced former UN Ambassador Samantha Power will head the U.S. Agency for International Development. Could you tell us more about that job and the experience that Power brings to this administration?
Well, Biden often talks about sort of the power of our example as much as the example of our power as a country, that one of the reasons why the United States is such a beacon to the world of freedom is what we do, despite all of our military might, also to try to extend peace and security and assistance throughout the world. And so USAID is the main vehicle through the State Department that helps with foreign aid programs, especially to developing countries. And so interesting to see Samantha Power, who was the former ambassador to the United Nations and also former part of the National Security Council in the Obama administration, coming back to take this position, because typically this might be a position that's seen as a step backwards given her resume, but it's just a sort of an indication of how all these officials want to come back and work with Biden to sort of revive some of these important programs.
All right, Mike Memoli in Wilmington, Delaware, with the latest from the president-elect and his transition team. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is: heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won.
How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news. Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday Boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children! I can't calm down!
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
Lawmakers fired up today, making their case for why President Trump should or should not be impeached again. But this time around, some Republicans back their Democratic colleagues. Take a look.
My colleagues are responsible for not condemning rioters this past year, like those who barricaded the doors of the Seattle Police Department and attempted to murder the officers inside. Others, including myself, are responsible for not speaking out sooner, before the president misinformed and inflamed a violent mob who tore down the American flag and brutally beat Capitol Police officers. Madam Speaker, we must all do better. These articles of impeachment are flawed, but I will not use process as an excuse. There is no excuse for President Trump's actions. The president took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week, there was a domestic threat at the door of the Capitol, and he did nothing to stop it. That is why, with a heavy heart and clear resolve, I will vote yes on these articles of impeachment.
I'm afraid injustice will prevail, but truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
I cannot think of a more petty, vindictive, and gratuitous act than to impeach an already defeated president a week before he is to leave office. President-elect Biden's promise to heal the nation becomes a hollow mockery in the harsh reality of this unconstitutional act. God help our country.
Has expired.
Yeah, Tommy.
In the first impeachment, Republicans said we didn't need to impeach him because he learned his lesson, so no need to remove him. Well, we said if we didn't remove him, he would do it again.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Simply put, we told you so.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Richmond out.
All legal challenges have been exhausted. Congress has certified electors over objections, and Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. President Trump has indicated he will peacefully transfer power to President-elect Biden next week. So why pursue impeachment just 1 week before he leaves office?
They sought above all else to seize control of our government in the name of Donald Trump. Let that sink in. The terrorists who stormed this building planned to hang the vice president, kill the speaker, and topple our government. They took down the American flag and replaced it with a Trump flag.
The left in America has incited far more political violence than the right. For months, our cities burned, police stations burned, our businesses were shattered, and they said nothing. Or they cheerlead for it, and they fundraised for it, and they allowed it to happen in the greatest country in the world. Now, some have cited the metaphor that the president lit the flame. Well, they lit actual flames, actual fires, and we put them out.
Expired. There will be order in the House.
I yield back.
We have a mandate to legislate in defense of Black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back.
Joining me now, NBC News legal analyst Glenn Kirshner, presidential historian and NBC News political analyst Jonathan Alter, and Washington Post political reporter Eugene Scott. Jonathan, we are in uncharted territory here. Trump, the first president to be impeached twice. About this time last year, Congressman Adam Schiff put out a warning that now seems eerily accurate. Listen to this.
When the president tries to coerce an ally to help him cheat in our elections and then covers it up, we must say enough. Enough. He has betrayed our national security, and he will do so again. He has compromised our elections, and he will do so again. You will not change him. You cannot constrain him. He is who he is. Truth matters little to him. What's right matters even less, and decency matters not at all for a man like Donald J. Trump. They gave you a remedy, and they meant for you to use it. They gave you an oath, and they meant for you to observe it. We have proven Donald Trump guilty. Now do impartial justice and convict him.
All right, that was almost a year ago. Now listen to what Schiff had to say today.
1 week ago, the president incited an insurrection against Congress to prevent the peaceful transition of power. It was the most dangerous moment for our democracy in a century. Today, we invoke the remedy the founders provided for just such a lawless president: impeachment.
The most dangerous moment for our country in a century. Jonathan, can you put today into historical context?
Well, Donald Trump now accounts for half of all of the presidential impeachments in American history. Andrew Johnson was impeached in 1868. Bill Clinton was impeached in 1998. Richard Nixon resigned before he could be impeached. And then you have Trump now with 2 impeachments. And I think the prescience that Adam Schiff showed testifies to the idea that character is destiny. If the Senate had listened to Adam Schiff and the other impeachment managers a year ago, we would not have had this terrorist attack on our Capitol. And I applaud the 10 Republicans who stood up. I think they will be viewed favorably by history. About 197 Republicans are at odds with what will assuredly be the historical verdict on our times. They are on the wrong side of history. That's something they're going to have to live with when they try to explain it to their grandchildren. And by the way, I don't think it's going to do them a lot of good politically. I think they're going to find that their constituents in the years ahead are not glad that they stuck by this malignant criminal and arguably traitor who has been president of the United States.
Glenn, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said that the rioters at the Capitol were sent to D.C. by the president. Take a listen.
Those insurrectionists were not patriots. They were not part of a political base to be catered to and managed. They were domestic terrorists, and justice must prevail. But they did not appear out of a vacuum. They were sent here by the president with words such as a cry to fight like hell.
Glenn, outside of Congress, the D.C. Attorney General is also looking at whether President Trump incited violence. Is it possible that he could be facing other legal consequences once he leaves office besides this Senate trial?
Sure, he could be facing prosecution, and there's already an investigation underway by my former office, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Allison, we saw a press conference yesterday by unfortunately, two relatively low-level federal officials, the assistant director in charge of the FBI Washington field office and the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, recognizing he is one of 94 U.S. attorneys nationwide. But the one thing that caught my attention was when the U.S. attorney, acting U.S. attorney Tim Sherwin, yesterday said that my former office is not only using its national security division, which would be the appropriate group of prosecutors to investigate the national security crimes that unfolded or were committed at the Capitol on January 6th. But importantly, he said he has also organized a strike force of public corruption prosecutors to be part of the criminal investigation, and if the evidence supports it, prosecutions on the public corruption front. Well, when we involve our public corruption prosecutors, that tells me that there is potential criminal liability from government officials, because that is who those prosecutors investigate and try to hold to account.
So, Glenn, let me ask you this. President Trump released a statement today reading, quote, "In light of reports of more demonstrations, I urge that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind." Could that statement help him at all if he is charged after leaving office, or is this simply too little too late?
That doesn't help him even a little bit, Allison. I think what people don't always recognize is that Donald Trump launched this attack. He pointed his supporters in the direction of the Capitol and said, go. And he did that from a place of a false premise that the election had been stolen from him. Often it is a challenge for prosecutors to prove corrupt intent or criminal mens rea, guilty state of mind. In this case, not so much, because Donald Trump launched this attack from a place of fraud. And Allison, it is no excuse or defense for him to say, well, I thought there was election fraud. If I walked into your house, Allison, and I took your TV and I walked out with it and I said, well, I thought it was my TV. Guess what? That ain't a defense.
Yeah, and I'd still want my TV back. That's for sure, Glenn. Eugene, there is a petition to oust Liz Cheney from Republican leadership after she said yesterday she would vote to impeach the president, which of course she did. Cheney says, though, she is not going anywhere. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is saying that the Trump impeachment may define the future of a divided Republican Party. Where do you see the GOP going from here?
Well, what we have seen so far in the response to Liz Cheney, led by some Republican lawmakers like Jim Jordan, is that some of these individuals who spoke out fervently against cancel culture seem willing to embrace it when it works for them. And that's what we're going to see moving forward. We're going to see that this group of lawmakers still cannot get past Trump, even when he leaves the White House, because he will remain one of the most influential people in the Republican Party. Days after the Capitol riots, Quinnipiac University poll revealed that more than 70% of Republicans give Trump job approval, think very highly of him. And so that is going to shape how Republicans move forward as they try to legislate in the Biden administration, knowing that Trump is in their heads and he's in the hearts of the voters, and they are going to want to see policies and ideas that reflect that.
So, Eugene, let's talk about the Democrats. Mitch McConnell says the Senate won't start its trial before President-elect Biden takes office. How will an impeachment trial at the start of Joe Biden's term potentially affect his administration and the Democrats' agenda?
If the Democrats are not specific and intentional in terms of making sure that they move forward with trying to provide relief to the millions of Americans struggling economically and find a better rollout plan for the vaccines in response to coronavirus, the Democrats will have a hard time moving into 2022 when it comes time for midterm elections, because Republicans will argue that they were consumed with trying to impeach Donald Trump, and that could mobilize some GOP voters. However, many Democrats, despite wanting to see relief because of the economy and wanting to see a response to the pandemic, also want to see President Trump held accountable for not only his actions last week influencing the riots, but for many things he did over the past 4 years that led them to believe that he was unfit and moved them to vote against him last November.
Jonathan, impeachment scholars Brian C. Colt and Frank Bowman write in the Washington Post about the historical precedent for what they are calling late impeachability, convicting a president after he's left office, saying the framers were concerned not just with the risks of leaving a bad official in place, but also with the danger to constitutional order such a person might pose if readmitted to the government in the future. What is your take on the historical precedent for late impeachability?
I think it's very clear that they made a very good case, and other constitutional scholars have as well. The thing to understand historically is that in 1789, at the Constitutional Convention, in real time, that very year in England, there was a guy named William Hastings who had been the governor of Bengal, and he was tried after he was no longer governor. And remember, the framers of our Constitution, they looked to England and British common law for their guides on impeachment. And the Hastings case, this was happening right then, was very much in their deliberation. So it's clear that the original intent was to allow for trial after the person had left office. It happened again in 1798 when a senator tried to steal Florida back for the British. And after he left the Senate, he was tried by his former colleagues in the Senate after an impeachment. And then it happened again in the Grant administration. So there is plenty of precedent for late impeachments and late Senate trials. I don't think there's any question about that.
So, Glenn, let me ask you this. To impeach the president is one thing, but this is a president who very recently we know was considering making an announcement that he was going to run again in 2024. So there is concern now, talk now about what needs to happen to prevent him from being able to hold office again. What do we know about that, about the law here with regards to President Trump being able to run for president again once he's impeached?
Well, he will be able to run for president again unless he is impeached, he's convicted, and the Senate votes to prohibit him from ever holding public office in the future. But I have to say, Allison, I am firmly convinced that he will become a criminal defendant. I suspect New York State is perhaps ready to charge him criminally. One of the biggest indicators that the New York District Attorney, Cy Vance, is moving toward indicting Donald Trump is recently it was reported that he hired a bunch of really expensive forensic accountants. And I can tell you as a former prosecutor, when you're investigating a case, you don't start to hire really expensive forensic experts if you're moving away from a criminal charge, only if you are moving toward a criminal charge and a trial. So not only that, but I think he could be charged federally, and I think he should be charged federally, especially if he grants himself a pardon, because that will have to be tested. A self-pardon cannot be allowed to stand as atmospheric precedent if a president grants himself a pardon.
Eugene, let me ask you then, many people would have said that last Wednesday that the president's political future became very, very dim after the Capitol riots. But we certainly know that this is a president who doesn't always see perhaps the loss, who doesn't always make the concession when other people think it might be appropriate or that time has come and gone. What is your sense about the president's political future and the Republican Party, not only as we talked about bringing itself back together because it is clearly splintered right now, but breaking itself from President Trump and Trumpism, if you will?
I believe the future for the president, the political future for him, is dependent upon what the Senate allows after this impeachment. If they allow him to run again, he very well may run again. But if they don't, I have a hard time believing that he could have a political future legally. And I think what that would also communicate to other Republicans who are interested in higher office is that if they behave in ways similar to President Trump, there will be repercussions and consequences. The reality is that the president has millions of dollars in debt that will be due in a couple of years. And that probably is more of a priority for him than anything else, finding a way to monetize his presidency so that he can be in a better financial situation. But that doesn't mean his political future will be over all across the board. He could still find some way to remain influential, perhaps in conservative media, somehow find his way being a kingmaker, maybe a PAC. It's not really clear. But in terms of being able to actually be in the White House as president of the United States, that is going to depend on what we see happening after Biden's inauguration when the Senate considers this impeachment.
It just seems like such a crazy thing to be even considering. I can't remember talk in in decades at least of a president who was not reelected considering another term. Jonathan, can you offer any sort of historical perspective here, as you are far more the expert than I am, of if we have had conversations? I know we've never had conversations surrounding a president who's been impeached twice, but talk of a president thinking that he still had a political future once he was voted out?
Well, Grover Cleveland was voted out. He was succeeded by Benjamin Harrison, and then 4 years later, he came back. So the order goes Grover Cleveland, Benjamin Harrison, Grover Cleveland again. So it is possible. And actually, Herbert Hoover, who got thumped by Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, he was a candidate for the Republican nomination in 1936. He didn't make it, and it's kind of hard to believe now. So you really, in politics, you can't rule anything out. And the intensity of Trump's support suggests that he continues to be, a real threat. I think that it's something that needs to be taken seriously as part of this Senate trial, because the country must be protected from this man. So they need to either have a conviction, which would prevent him from being in public office again, or what they're calling a 14th Amendment solution. The 14th Amendment, Section 3, has a provision for preventing anyone who engaged in insurrection from holding public office. This was ratified after the Civil War and used to prevent former Confederates from holding federal office. And it can be applied by majority vote. So there are some other options. This would have to work its way through the legal system, but there are some other options for barring him from holding public office.
All right, I'm going to ask our panel to stick around. Thank you so much for your insight so far. We will be coming back to you. In the meantime, you are looking at live pictures of the United States Capitol. We're going to bring you back to those. Where any minute now, we are expecting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. There it is. We will, of course, bring that live to you as soon as it gets started. Meanwhile, as we have been saying, this is a presidency like no other. The House voting to impeach President Trump for a second time today. The unprecedented move coming 7 days before he leaves office, 10 Republicans breaking ranks and voting to impeach the president. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now. Sahil, you have been watching this develop for about a week now. What stood out to you most about today's vote and today's proceedings?
Well, the big question coming into this, Allison, was how many Republicans would break ranks and vote to impeach President Trump. And it turns out 10 of them did. And that's a very significant number. I don't believe any of the previous 3 impeachments in American history have had that level of support from the president's party to impeach him. So that's significant. And the most notable name on that list, of course, was Liz Cheney, the 3rd-ranked House Republican, a member of the party's leadership who voted to impeach President Trump. She said his betrayal was unprecedented, and it was, in her words, a grave betrayal of his oath of office and of the Constitution. That probably stood out the most to me, because that's the kind of thing that will get other Republicans who are sitting in the Senate now wondering how to vote on conviction to consider and to look at the kind of Republicans across the spectrum who decided to vote to impeach President Trump.
Before the vote today, Sahil, Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton responded to criticism from Republicans about a second impeachment. Here he is.
I don't revel in this. This is a sad day for me as an American patriot. I'm a Democrat, but I'm an American first. And this is not what I came to Congress to do. We're not impeaching Donald Trump because we want to do it. We're impeaching him because of what he did. And it's unfathomable.
Sal, as we've said, 10 House Republicans voting with the Democrats today. Do you get the sense that this impeachment push is even more serious than the first one?
Yes. The first impeachment of President Trump was on obstruction of Congress and abuse of power, things that, are not completely unprecedented, but incitement of insurrection against the United States government is not something that presidents are typically accused of. That's highly unusual. That's highly remarkable. And that's the kind of thing that made Democrats believe that they couldn't sit idly by and not use their constitutional authority to respond to this. Now, there has been division among Democrats because they are doing this at a cost. They will likely have to sacrifice a little bit of President-elect Biden's early days by holding a trial in the Senate, which could prevent the new Democratic-led Senate from quickly confirming his nominees or bringing up legislation. I see Speaker Pelosi walking in here.
All right, Sahil, I'm going to have to pause you right. Yep, there she is. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is getting ready to speak after the House voted 232 to 197 to impeach President Trump a second time. Here she is.
Good evening, everyone. It is my honor to be here with members of the House leadership, Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark, also with our managers for the impeachment, our lead manager, Jamie Raskin, Diana DeGette, David Cicilline, Joaquin Castro, Eric Swalwell, Madeline Dean, and Joe Neguse. I think Ted Lieu and Stacey Pascal are in here electronically one way or another, but we're very proud that they have accepted the responsibility, a responsibility we did not think 1 week ago we would have. Today, in a bipartisan way, the House demonstrated that no one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. That Donald Trump is a clear and present danger to our country, and that once again, we honored our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help us God. And now, I sadly, and with a heart broken over what this means to our country, of a president who would incite insurrection, will sign the engrossment of the article of impeachment.
Thank you. Speaker Pelosi, are you disappointed that Leader McConnell said that he will not hold his trial until the 19th? Speaker Pelosi, how long do you think the trial will last? When do you plan to sign the paperwork for the Senate? Response of McConnell tonight, Speaker Pelosi.
All right, let's go back to NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you there, but obviously we knew the speaker was coming forward and wanted to hear from her. Your reaction to what we saw there, the speaker saying her heart broken by what happened today.
Brief remarks here, Allison. It kind of speaks to what I was just mentioning a moment ago. This is not something that Democrats had in mind. They did not envision spending the last days of the Donald Trump presidency impeaching him for a second time, especially when the prospects of convicting him remain murky, to say the least, in the Senate right now, which is Republican-controlled, but will be 50-50 split in a matter of days, exactly 1 week from now, actually, I should say. So the trial is what comes next. What is needed to convict President Trump, make him the first president ever to be convicted in an impeachment trial in U.S. history, is at least 17 Republicans. That's what it would take to get 2/3 of the Senate if every Democrat goes along. Yeah. It's hard to count to 17. It's not impossible, but it would require a dam-breaking moment. And as my colleague Casey Hunt and I have been reporting, it would likely involve the support, either the explicit support of Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, or a clear signal from him to various members that they should go ahead and feel free to vote to to convict this president after he left office.
Sahil, you have some new reporting today on how impeachment could define the Republican Party's future. Let's talk about that. Where do you see the party going from here?
Well, it's certainly at a fork in the road, because the future of this party will, in some ways, be shaped by Donald Trump. The idea that he's going to go quietly into the night is not something that I find realistic. He still has a passionate following within the Republican Party. A Quinnipiac poll that was taken fully after the riots on Capitol Hill found that his job approval within the party is about 71%. That's a pretty high approval still, and the passions run deep, and the following is pretty intense. And he will still have a broad appeal and a pull with the Republican base. So it's not out of the question that Trump could try to run again in 2024. This arguably is the last best chance that Republican lawmakers have to make a clean break from the president. And that would likely require not only convicting him, but also adding a provision on here that bars this president from holding office again. The Senate has the power to do that. And if Republicans do that, that would instantly take him out of the picture for the next presidential primary in 2024, where he will undoubtedly be a factor. He'll either run again or he'll get to play kingmaker and kind of pick favorites and shape that primary. This is the opportunity that some critics of President Trump see to make a clean break from him, Allison.
Sahil, I have to ask you about something else getting a lot of attention on the Hill today. There are, of course, extra security measures in the Capitol after the riots last week, but several Republicans either skipped or ignored metal detectors, some of them expressing extreme discontent that they were there, doing that before today's vote. How are other lawmakers reacting to this? What are you hearing about this on the Hill?
It's a remarkable scene on the Hill. Usually members of the House of Representatives are able to walk on and off the floor freely. They don't have to deal with any kind of security measures because they have that special privilege. Now, after this extraordinary attack that we saw a week ago today on the Capitol, people are rattled and security measures have been intensified and lawmakers have to go through metal detectors. And there have been certain, shall we say, rebellious members, all of them Republicans that we're aware of, who are just kind of pushing and shoving their way through, who are going around the magnetometers, who are complaining that they have to wait in lines in order to get on the House floor. They don't want to do this. So it's a little bit of a Wild West situation on Capitol Hill in the House of Representatives as, the security force is trying to figure out how to keep the peace here. And the leadership of the House of Representatives, specifically Speaker Pelosi, is trying to keep the place secure.
Yeah, a really tough job these days, indeed. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering President-elect Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down. No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
This is a troubled time, a sad time. It is a time where all of us have stood almost to a person and lamented the violence and the assault on this Capitol and the assault on democracy itself.
It's always been about getting the president, no matter what. It's an obsession that is now broadened. It's not just about impeachment anymore, it's about canceling, as I've said. And now with just 1 week left, they're still trying. In 7 days, there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time in our country. But Democrats are going to impeach President Trump again.
We must do our constitutional duty once again. While the president failed in his attempt to upend our democracy last Wednesday's events, make clear that if we do not hold him accountable and remove him from power, a future attempt could very well be successful.
The president must be impeached, and I believe the president must be convicted by the Senate, a constitutional remedy that will ensure that the Republic will be safe from this man who was so resolutely determined to tear down the things that we hold dear and that hold us together.
I believe impeaching the president in such a short time frame would be a mistake. No investigations have been completed. No hearings have been held. But here is what a vote to impeach would do. A vote to impeach would further divide this nation. A vote to impeach will further fan the flames of partisan division.
He poses a continuing threat to our nation, to the integrity of our elections, and to our democratic order. He must not remain in power 1 moment longer. Not 1 moment longer. The danger is too great, We must impeach.
Emotions are still high, but in this moment, we need to be focused on toning down the rhetoric and helping heal this nation as we move towards a peaceful transition of power to President-elect Joe Biden next week.
On this vote, the ayes are 232, the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Security in Washington, D.C. at levels we have not seen since 9/11. Thousands of armed National Guard troops patrolling the Capitol today while the House debated and voted on impeachment. Those troops also bracing for more potential violence in the days leading up to the inauguration. This morning, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stepped outside during the impeachment proceedings to personally thank the troops for guarding the Capitol building. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins me now from Capitol Hill. Ellison, you were reporting from the Capitol grounds last Wednesday during the riots. How does the security we are seeing today compare to what you saw there last week?
Allison, just a week ago, you could make your way all the way up to the Capitol, the front of the Capitol, and now you can see this place is essentially a fortress. There are these barricades, some 9 feet tall, surrounding all sides of the Capitol. They have these flat bases here, which make it nearly impossible for people to flip this over if they try. Behind these barricades, there are armed military members, National Guardsmen, surrounding every side of the United States Capitol. As of today, some 6,200 Guards members are in the nation's capital. They have deployed from 6 states as well as the District of Columbia. The Army General who oversees the National Guard, he says that they have gotten requests from the Secret Service, Park Police, as well as Capitol Police for assistance. And as of Monday, they have activated 15,000 Guard members. D.C.'s Chief of Police said earlier today that when all of this is said and done, he thinks that it is possible the National Guard will have a footprint within the D.C. area of upwards of 20,000 members of the National Guard. Allison?
Ellison, there'll be thousands of National Guard troops, all sorts of other law enforcement in D.C. for Inauguration Day. What else do we know about the security preps for the 20th and the couple of days leading up to it?
Yeah, right. Of course, there's all of the stuff that we can see. And then there's also a lot of things happening behind the scenes. The District of Columbia, they have actually asked the DOJ to authorize the FBI to give them daily intelligence and threat briefings leading up to Inauguration Day in D.C. The D.C. mayor has also asked people to stay home. She says if you wanted to celebrate the inauguration, do it virtually. She has also asked the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, to cancel any First Amendment permits they may have issued or any others that could be coming between January 11th and the 24th. Those discussions are still ongoing, and they're a little bit tricky because one senior official I spoke with at the Department of the Interior said it's hard because they have issued First Amendment permits to the Presidential Inauguration Committee. So canceling some but then allowing others, that makes things a little tricky. There's also all of this. See these military trucks down here? Roads are blocked blocked off 2 and 3 blocks away from the United States Capitol, closing all of this area to any vehicular traffic. Just past these military trucks, there are police cars. You can't see them from this point, but they have their lights on where they're making sure people are not able to come through this area unless it's absolutely necessary. This part right here has been almost entirely closed to any sort of vehicular traffic. Allison?
All right, Ellison, it is just incredible to see what a difference a week makes in terms of security. Ellison Barber at the Capitol, thank you so much. President Trump's second impeachment looks very different than his first. For starters, the president doesn't have Twitter to respond to the proceedings in real time. And second, there's no apparent coordinated or aggressive defense from his White House or his allies. NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joining me now from Washington. Kelly, 10 Republican House members, as we know, voted to impeach President Trump today. How is the White House reacting to losing that support? And what are the concerns now about how Republicans might vote in the Senate?
Well, certainly there is a displeasure that there are so many Republican defectors, but you set it up in a way that is very descriptive of what's happening. There just really aren't allies in the president's orbit who are out publicly defending him. Nothing like what we saw in 2019 when he went through his first impeachment, where he had a defense team and vigorous arguments were being made, and allies who were on television and out in the community trying to defend the president in all sorts of ways. This has been very, very different, in part because of the nature of the allegations against the president, in part because we're near the end of his term and some of his allies have left his orbit. And so it's a stark difference. And the president, without the ability to communicate directly using his social media, is at a bit of a difference as well. The White House has put out a video that it made where the president denounces violence and says there should not be any more political violence. He does not speak directly to the issue of impeachment. Part of what's notable about this is the president has all the powers of his office until next week, and that includes the access to speak to the public directly through the White House media. And yet, he's not doing that, instead having an internal White House team, government employees, do a video for him and then putting it out, making it available. Now, normally they would just post that to Twitter. They did release it to the various networks, and then some of the allies of the president are certainly putting it out on their social media. But again, that's a president who's been accused of inciting insurrection, impeached by the House for it, and is not engaging with a free press. It is a sign of how much he is in a bunker and how much he does not want to deal with the normal conventions of his power and the tools of his office. So instead of independent journalists being able to observe what the president has to say and to be able to ask questions and so forth, he's put out a video message. That's very different than almost any kind of important address from a sitting president. You might see it for a campaign-related matter, but not official business like this, where the president is speaking in his capacity as president. Now, that doesn't change the words he chooses to use. In this case, he's saying he denounces violence. Of course, we saw last week the first video that they released, also done by the White House. The president talked about loving his supporters and that they are very special people, speaking to those who had gone to the Capitol. So a different tone from the president, not addressing impeachment directly, no official statement from the White House about his historic role as the only president ever impeached twice. Allison?
Kelly, outside of Washington, D.C., New York City saying that it is terminating its contracts with the Trump Organization. What is the Trump Organization saying about that move today?
Well, even that is starkly different because the Trump Organization has a statement and is responding, functioning in a business capacity where they are concerned about the revenue lost by New York taking this action for things that the Trump Organization owns, where the New York City taxpayers through contracts are paying rent and services to the Trump Organization. Things like the ice skating rink is one example. The Trump Organization says that the city does not have a legal ability to end these contracts, and they're calling it a political attack. And they argue that the city will still owe tens of millions of dollars to the Trump Organization because they are canceling these contracts without cause. So they will push back very severely about this. There's a lot at stake for the president, his family, and his organization when part of the president's identity has been so wrapped up in his wealth and his power through his organization. To have this kind of loss of revenue is certainly going to be painful to that and a threat to his viability. And it comes after we saw the PGA, as an example, withdrawing plans to host one of its important golf tournaments at the Bedminster Trump National Club. One of the prides of the Trump Organization is their ability to attract that kind of business. We've seen a hit on Trump business through his time in office. Now, very clearly, there are corporations and now cities like New York who are stepping away from the Trump brand. Allison?
Speaking of stepping away, Kelly, today was Hope Hicks' last day at the White House. Could you talk to us about her decision to leave right now?
Well, this is one of those important figures who had been with the president from his time in the Trump Organization through the 2016 campaign and through much of this term. She left for a period of time and then returned and has now left again. And this is not a specific statement about the events of the last week. We are told that she had planned to leave in advance of the inauguration. It's also true that in these final days, typically, top officials, unless they have an immediate job they're going to, try to stay to help with the transition, to complete all the business of government. And many people inside the Trump White House who are less well known than Hope Hicks have also already moved on, making it harder for the Biden team and harder for the functions of government that need to continue over these next several days. Allison?
Kelly O'Donnell updating us on the Trump administration and the Trump organization. Thank you so much. The FBI collected intel on potential threats of violence ahead of last week's Capitol riots, but never issued a formal intelligence bulletin to other law enforcement agencies. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian explains why.
Allison, NBC News has some new reporting on what is increasingly looking like an intelligence failure that led up to the January 6th riots. You know, the FBI told us last week that they had no intelligence indicating that there was going to be anything other than a peaceful protest. Then that same official told reporters yesterday that, in fact, they did have intelligence and that they shared some of it with the Capitol Police. But Capitol Police officials, we are reporting today, told Congress that they didn't see any such sharing by the FBI of any intelligence. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, but the top Capitol Police officials said they didn't see it and it wasn't a part of their plan. What's more, Allison, the FBI never put out what's known as a joint intelligence bulletin. The analysts within the FBI's intelligence branch didn't write up everything that they had gathered from social media postings and human sources around the country about the plans and intentions of extremists who wanted to march on, potentially attack the Capitol. They didn't write that up and distribute it to local law enforcement agencies, in part because, I am told, FBI lawyers were concerned that what this was actually First Amendment protected free speech, even though it was extremist, and that therefore the FBI had no business writing it up in an intelligence report. Well, some of my sources say that was a complete misjudgment. It led the Capitol Police to be woefully unprepared for the riot and the attack, including people who left pipe bombs outside the Capitol and people who were armed with lead pipes and flexicuffs and pepper spray. And thankfully, Allison, we're going to be asking a lot of questions about what went wrong here, but now the government appears to have completely pivoted, and the FBI is leaning forward and putting out intelligence reports about every possible threat. And the security presence around the Capitol is massive, led by the Secret Service. There are thousands of armed National Guard members. There's fencing. So if anything, the U.S. government is now overreacting to make sure that the inauguration and other events around Washington are secure. But there's going to be a lot of questions and hearings and investigations going forward about what went wrong leading up to that January 6th riot. What did the FBI know? What did they share? What did local police agencies know? Why weren't they better prepared? One thing is clear. It's very much like after 9/11, agencies pointing fingers at one another, and we just don't have all the answers yet, Allison. We're getting some, though, by the day. Back to you.
While the House impeached President Trump for a second time, President-elect Joe Biden met with transition officials, added more members to his National Security Council, and nominated former UN Ambassador Samantha Power to head the U.S. Agency for International Development. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, we will get to Joe Biden's latest staffing picks in just a minute, but first let's talk impeachment. Any reaction from the president-elect or vice president-elect?
No, Allison, I keep looking down at my phone because you would think that such a consequential day in Washington, we would hear in some form from the president-elect. We do expect a statement at some point, but here we are, have not received it yet. What the Biden team has sent out is some scheduling announcements about what we'll see tomorrow from the president-elect. He's going to be giving an address in prime time Thursday night about his economic recovery and his plan to vaccinate Americans. So what does this tell us, Allison? It tells us that the Biden team continues to want their message, their focus to be seen as on their plans for the future and not about what's happening in Congress right now. This has been their posture consistently. We've heard Biden ask several times about impeachment, saying that's up to Congress, obviously concerned about the impact it could have on his legislative agenda and really what he's been promising to try to do to bring this country together. Impeachment, as we've heard all day on the House floor, potentially only further dividing Americans. But at this stage, we haven't heard anything from the president-elect. Likely to change at some point tonight, but just not yet, Allison.
All right, Mike, as you continue to check your phone for updates, the Senate returns next Tuesday. That's the day before Joe Biden's inauguration. What are the transition's latest concerns about the potential timing of the Senate trial, what this could mean for their first 100 days?
Well, absolutely. Biden has been working the phones, talking to both Mitch McConnell, to Chuck Schumer, to other Senate leaders, trying to understand really parliamentary procedure here. Can the Senate hold an impeachment trial in the afternoon, but have some confirmation votes in the morning on his his cabinet nominees? Interesting, though, we did get some news about at least some progress towards confirming those nominees at the committee level. The Senate Intelligence Committee is the latest committee to announce just this afternoon that they will hold a confirmation hearing on Friday for Biden's nominee to be the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines. The Biden team has really been pushing, especially this week, on the Senate to hold those confirmation hearings for his national security nominees, including as well his Defense Secretary nominee, Lloyd Austin, his Secretary of State nominee, Tony Blinken, and his DHS Homeland Security nominee, Alejandro Mayorkas, arguing that because of this unbelievable situation we've been encountering in Washington, this unique threat environment that we face, they need to have a cabinet, Senate-confirmed cabinet officials in place, if not on day one, as quickly as possible. And so, at least on that front, some progress, Allison.
All right, Mike, let's get into today's staffing announcements. I know we said this last hour, but there were other things happening today besides the impeachment debate and vote. Joe Biden added 3 new members to the National Security Council. He also named Samantha Power U.S. Aid Administrator. Could you tell us more about those picks?
Yeah, so the Samantha Power one is really interesting for those who, follow the transition, who understand sort of the tiers of jobs in an administration, because it looks like Power, who was the UN ambassador, who also previously served on the National Security Council, taking a step backwards here by agreeing to serve as the head of USAID, overseeing all these aid programs run by especially the State Department. But it's a measure, the Biden team says, of just how important this program is to President-elect Joe Biden, that he's asking Power to do this. And as part of this announcement today, the position of USAID director is being elevated to a seat on the National Security Council. Now, among these other appointments that were announced today, I find interesting not necessarily who he chose, but what he chose her for. Ann Neuberger is going to be the choice to serve as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Threats. That's a new position, and given what we just saw with that hack being attributed to Russia, a significant indication from the Biden team of how much a priority this is.
Yeah, Mike, a new position and what seems like a very necessary one, given what you said. Mike Memoli, thank you so much for updating us on the Biden team. Republican lawmakers calling for unity while debating impeachment on the House floor today. Democratic lawmakers arguing the president must be impeached to hold him accountable for inciting violence. Take a look.
This is hardly the way the House should undertake such a serious act. Mr. Speaker, there's still a way to unite the country. Let us look forward, not backward. Let us come together, not apart. Let us celebrate the peaceful transition of power to a new president rather than impeaching an old president.
If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does.
In 7 days, there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time in our country. But Democrats are going to impeach President Trump again. This doesn't unite the country. There's no way this helps the nation deal with the tragic and terrible events of last week that we all condemn. And Republicans have been consistent. We've condemned all the violence all the time.
What each of us chooses to do today, whether we vote to hold this president to account or look the other way, will we be remembered by history, by our children and their children. The facts are clear. The evidence of Trump's insurrection, overwhelming. History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient.
Some of my Republican friends have been trying to lecture us about unity here today. Unity after they voted to overturn a free and fair election in the United States of America.
The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business.
Last week on this very House floor, an attack on democracy, that symbol. But it was an attack from within. This very floor, let's be clear, cause and effect. Rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse, and an attack to this chamber. A police officer was killed. And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law, not the president if he has 4 years or 4 days. We must do the right thing for all Americans because he must be held accountable. I yield back.
I urge my colleagues to vote against this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good. Of course, it feels good for the Democrats to have a united constituency for a few more days. But I was elected to come here and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment, vote in favor of a unified nation, and I will forsake partisanship and work with you, no matter who you are or what party you come from.
Let us condemn that which must be condemned and do so loudly. But let us do it the right way, with deliberation and without disastrous side effects. We must end tearing apart our nation by social media and sound bites. Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this nation together.
I too urge my colleagues to unite, but to unite in love of country and to hold this president accountable. What unites our country is respect for the rule of law. Without accountability for those who would shatter the rule of law by overturning a presidential election, we cannot take seriously the cries of being a united people. This president remains a serious threat to our country and must be held accountable.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
All right, let's go to our panel for this hour. Duke Law School professor and NBC News election law analyst Guy Charles, presidential historian and NBC News political analyst Jonathan Alter, and Washington Post reporter Jackie Alemany. Guy, Congressman Chip Roy said he believes President Trump committed impeachable conduct, but he still voted against impeachment. Take a listen to his reasoning.
If the House approves the articles as written, the language will be used to target members of this body under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. It will be used to suggest that any statements we make are subject to review by our colleagues and to send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square.
Guy, what do you make of that response? Does this article of impeachment have political speech concerns?
I don't think it has political speech concerns. I think the question here is whether the president incited people to engage in rioting and insurrection. That's very different than making speeches on the House floor or the Senate floor. So I think those are two very different things that we're talking about. Political speech considerations I don't think are at issue here. And so I don't think that's a relevant consideration in this particular context.
Jackie, Congressman Lee Zeldin said that President Trump should not be impeached because the Capitol attack was pre-planned. Take a listen.
We all know that this was a pre-planned attack. We all know that there was pipe bombs being discovered while the president was speaking. We all know that the Capitol perimeter was being breached during the president's speech. We know that this was pre-planned and it started while the president was speaking. Why is that not in the articles of impeachment?
Jackie, you tweeted today that you don't buy his explanation. Why not?
Yeah, well, look, Congressman Lee Zeldin basically is arguing that Trump is exculpated by the fact that the attack on the Capitol was premeditated, pre-planned. But presumably, if it was premeditated and pre-planned, which we know that it was, then the president should have had some idea that this was going to be playing out, which makes his actions potentially even more problematic and criminal, that he continued to encourage the mob to storm the Capitol and follow through and execute their plan, and even continued to encourage them as they were dragging and beating police and watched it on live television. Zeldin was one of the congressmen who doubled down on his defense of President Trump. I should note that he is close with President Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. And I think this is a taste of the battle that you're going to see in the Republican Party as leaders grapple with the toxic legacy that President Trump has left behind, that at all costs, people are still going to defend this president if it's politically expeditious for them.
Jonathan, the impeachment today sets up a trial in the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying he will not agree to bring his senators back to D.C. before January 19th. That all but guarantees that this trial will take place once the president's term is over. Some experts say impeachment can only happen while a president is in office. Others say it doesn't matter. What does historical precedent tell us here?
The precedent is very clear. There are many precedents that, where people were impeached, left office, and then the Senate trial took place after they left office, including the British impeachment case that the founders were examining when they wrote that clause of the Constitution. So this isn't really an open question. There will be an impeachment trial in the U.S. Senate. I don't worry at all about it distracting from the Biden agenda. You know, Biden, as a former senator, understands it, as he puts it, you can bifurcate the Senate schedule. So you do the business of the new administration in the morning and the impeachment trial in the afternoon, or vice versa. They can walk and chew gum at the same time. It's going to be a very interesting trial because a lot of the evidence is only now coming out. And the reason that, free speech will not get Donald Trump off in this trial is that a lot of the case against him, it's now clear, is going to come down to what he did, or more precisely, did not do when the attack on the Capitol was underway. It was more than an hour before he even tweeted about it. And remember, we have video of the terrorists looking at their cell phones, trying to see, what is the president telling us to do? What should we do? If he had immediately, in the first minute, if he had tweeted, stop, pull back from the Capitol, what are you doing? This is nuts. Then he might have a better case in the Senate. But he's in a real tight jam on the facts in this particular case.
Guy, looking ahead to that Senate trial, some lawmakers want the president to be barred from ever running for public office again. But those two aren't exactly one and the same. How does that process work?
So it's a two-step process. So there'll be the trial, and if there's a conviction by 2/3 of the Senate, then the president will be removed. And then there's going to be another vote to determine whether he can hold federal office again. So both of those steps have to take place in order to make a determination whether he can hold public office again. So first, the question on conviction, and then the question of denying him the ability to hold federal office, including being able to run for president again.
Jackie, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy called Joe Biden the legitimate president today and urged his colleagues to work with the next administration. We've been talking about what will happen with House Republicans with that party. Will a statement like that be enough for House Republicans to follow his lead, perhaps for us to see a Congress that is a little more united than divided?
I don't think so. And it's certainly whiplash for those who have been following Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy closely, or my Kevin, as Trump has referred to him as a pet nickname for a top ally in the Republican Party, who has really shown little daylight between him and the president. But he's been a great source of frustration for his members. If you'll remember, just last week, he did support the Electoral College challenge. And that in and of itself was frustrating, because people were already feeling like McCarthy wasn't doing enough to distance himself from President Trump, even after the president was blamed for the 2 losses in Georgia and for really being the cause of Republicans losing all of their power in Washington, D.C. McCarthy has so far not publicly said whether he supports the impeachment process, but that he has privately said he's personally opposed to impeachment. He has left the door open, trying to follow sort of in the footsteps that Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is. But as you saw today, he voted against this. And he's really been all over the place since this process began. Another sign of just how Trumpism is still alive and well. And as one staffer noted to me, McCarthy is now just doing enough to distance himself and criticize the president only because potentially there's not the fear of God in him, really, with the president potentially hate tweeting McCarthy for betraying him or not following through on what the president wants McCarthy to do.
All right, Jackie, Guy, Jonathan, thank you all so much for being our panel this hour. We are grateful for your insights and perspective. He's unfit. He's forfeited his moral authority. Just some of the reasons why several major newspaper editorial boards say that President Trump needs to go. The Boston Globe, USA Today, and the Houston Chronicle among them. We spoke to the leaders of those three boards to better understand their decisions.
If a Congress that was directly attacked at Trump's behest can't find the courage to impeach and convict him now, its members do not deserve the privilege of serving in public office in our democracy.
This is no longer about Donald Trump. This is about the country. Our nation of laws is under attack from within. We have no confidence that the threat has been neutralized.
By egging on this deadly insurrection and hailing the rioters, the president forfeited his moral authority to hold the nation's highest office, even for 13 more days. I'm Bill Sternberg, the editorial page editor of USA Today. We quickly concluded that Trump needed to go. In the history of USA Today, we had never taken sides in a presidential race, but that was always premised on that we had two capable candidates running against each other. So in 2016, the board broke with precedent and urged voters not to vote for Trump. Not just for the USA Today editorial board, but local editorial boards around the country. When we speak up in a serious voice like this, it's because it's what we think is best for the country, and we hope people will listen.
I'm Lisa Falkenberg. I'm the editor of opinion at the Houston Chronicle, and I also oversee the editorial board. The editorial board has faced some really tough decisions in recent days. We've deliberated long and hard, and we've decided to take some pretty strong positions, starting with an editorial calling for the vice president and the cabinet to consider using the 25th Amendment to remove the president of the United States immediately because of the incitement of armed insurrection at the Capitol. That was followed by an editorial calling for the resignation of Texas Senator Ted Cruz for his weeks-long effort to perpetuate the myth of widespread voter fraud. The editorial on whether or not the 25th Amendment should be invoked to remove President Trump from office was a difficult one for us. One of the problems with resignation editorials is that they're not practical in a way that they're not going to be followed. But we felt in this case that what he had done was so egregious, and inciting an armed insurrection at the U.S. Capitol required a really strong response from us that said, this is not acceptable.
I'm Beena Venkatraman. I am the Boston Globe's editorial page editor.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
When a president abuses power like this, when a president breaks the law like this, that president ought to be impeached and ought to be convicted. We always have a vigorous debate as an editorial board, and yes, we did have people who disagreed with the notion of calling for impeachment, and I really believe that that kind of deliberation and dissent and disagreement both makes our positions stronger and is important. It's part of the deliberative function of democracies, for that matter, but it's also part of how editorial boards work. We are not out to punish political leaders disproportionate to their acts or their crimes. So I think that this is a very serious thing for us to do. And I think the fact that so many editorial boards are making this call right now is an indication of just how far this president has gone against the grain of American democracy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
new records.
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway, she closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children! I can't calm down!
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
And we have some coronavirus news today. Johnson & Johnson saying that its COVID vaccine candidate is safe and appears to generate an immune response. That's according to trial data published today in the New England Journal of Medicine. So let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks for being with us today. This vaccine candidate being called a potential game changer. Could you tell us how it's different from the Pfizer and Moderna COVID shots that we already have?
Sure thing, Allison. So, we are eagerly awaiting the results of their phase 3 interim analysis. So what was published today was actually data from the early phase trials. And if you may recall, the phase 1, phase 2 trials of an investigational vaccine are really showing us, number one, the immune response that's elicited that you can test in the laboratory or in the blood. You want to see the development of those neutralizing antibodies. But what we're waiting for is whether or not that actually translates into protection from infection. That's the real exciting data that we're hoping to get at the end of January or early February. But again, when we see this kind of early robust data immunologically, we do get excited. Now, it differs in a few very important ways from the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines that are currently approved. I think the biggest advantage for the J&J is going to be two things. One is that it is one shot, not two shots, and it also can be stored in regular refrigerated temperatures for far longer and doesn't require that cold chain at all that the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines do. So it'll be beneficial and advantageous to have it anywhere, including in the US, but I think it will be particularly helpful for the rest of the world in places that are, low income and very, very warm climates.
Dr. Azar, the New York Times is reporting, though, that J&J hit some production snags with this vaccine. It was supposed to have 12 million doses ready to go by the end of February, 100 million by the end of June. But the Times is saying the company is potentially 2 months behind that schedule. How concerning is a delay like that, and how big of a setback could it be when we are already struggling right now to get Americans vaccinated?
Well, it's certainly not a good thing, Allison. I mean, to state the obvious, you know, and, the article goes into a lot of, explanations of how and why that happened. I think this is one of the first time we already saw a little bit with Pfizer's, what they promised and what they ultimately were able to deliver was a little bit discordant. And I think that just should remind everybody that, we talk about these numbers and millions of folks who need the vaccine and millions of doses. There are so many moving parts, and at any point you can get to a hiccup. Manufacturing is one of those places, just as important as allocation and distribution and administration. All of these, phases of going from production to shot in the arm need to work. But look, I mean, it appears that they've identified the issues and are going to ramp up production. We need as much vaccine as we can possibly get our hands on. We certainly don't want demand to exceed supply.
Dr. Azar, do I understand correctly that you got your second COVID shot today?
I sure did. I got it about 2 to 3 hours ago. Oh, were you going to ask me how you feeling?
You look great.
This delay is killing me. You know what? I think that I'm feeling. I know, right? I'm so over it. I think I'm starting to feel a little bit achy. I'll be honest. In the other arm, even though I had it in the left arm and maybe a little bit in my hands, the nurse who gave it to me said, take Motrin 12 hours after the shot, which would be 4 in the morning. So I think I might go to bed with some Motrin or Tylenol tonight. Although I really kind of want to wait and see what reaction I have. I don't really want to mask the symptoms, and I also don't really want to mask a fever right away either, because that is the immune system working. So we'll see. I'm not gonna be a martyr, but so far so good.
I love it. That is the doctor speaking, saying that you really want to understand what's going on in your body before you treat it. Dr. Azar, thank you for sharing your experience with us and for being with us today. You are our only bit of non-impeachment news today. So for that, we are very grateful.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. It is good to have you with us.
As we start a new year, we're right there with you to kick it off right.
Let's go 2021.
Stay healthy.
We're going to show you all the ways to keep calm and de-stress.
And stay connected every morning on Today.
I'll tell you what the American people's mandate is. Heal the nation. It's why he ran. That is why he won. How close to the breaking point is our hospital system? Why should we feel confident that vaccine distribution will go smoothly? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The coronavirus exploding to staggering
President-elect
new records.
Biden moves forward with his transition. What are your priorities going to be on those first days? With vaccinations ramping up.
How are you feeling? Incredibly optimistic that we're at this point.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Trucks carrying the first U.S. shipment of the coronavirus vaccine. Hope for a whole lot of people who have been waiting months and months.
It's news made for your streaming world.
Are you ready?
Monday boost?
Are you ready for a boost?
How do you feel about that book?
We love those nurses. That was beautiful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I didn't know, was my child dead? Is my child passed out?
I just kept saying, please be okay, please be okay.
You rush your child to the hospital.
A woman came in, normal clothes. We get down the hallway. She closes the door. They were accusing me of child abuse.
And that's when the real nightmare begins.
Hey, calm down.
No, it's my children. I can't calm down.
Do No Harm. All 6 episodes, plus a special bonus episode, are available now. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
We have been living in perpetual grief. The incomprehensible loss of life, shuttered businesses, the fabric of civility ripped apart. We found solace in our heroes. And now finally, we see what hope looks like. Our worst year is over. Thanks to science, defeating the virus appears to be in reach. How we heal the wounds left behind will define how history remembers not just the virus, but us.
This is an NBC News special report, the second impeachment of Donald Trump. Here's Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air on this truly historic day to bring you live coverage of the House of Representatives as it takes up for an unprecedented second time the impeachment of President Trump, this time for incitement of insurrection.
That's a live look at the House floor, and this is coming exactly 1 week after a violent mob attacked the Capitol as the Congress was counting electoral votes for president. 5 people died, including a Capitol police officer. And it has become increasingly clear that an even greater tragedy was only narrowly averted, perhaps by feet or seconds. The article of impeachment to be voted on today charges the president with inciting that violence. It's called incitement of insurrection, according to the official charge.
And today, with impeachment a virtual certainty in the House, the question is how many Republicans will vote to support it. There are growing indications that Republican support for Trump, which has held firm for 4 years, is now beginning to erode. At least 5 Republican House members have said they will vote for impeachment, including Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the third-ranking Republican in the House.
All of this is on a very fast track as Joe Biden will be inaugurated a week from today as the 46th president of the United States. The House is expected to vote for impeachment today and then quickly send it to the Senate for trial. And significantly, there are now reports that Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell privately supports the Democratic effort to impeach President Trump. He has not said whether he would vote to convict, but of course, this is just an indication at how fractured the Republican Party is.
Yeah, and Savannah, the voting has concluded now, I believe, in terms of the procedures leading up to this now debate over impeachment. This is the clerk now beginning things. We saw Speaker Nancy Pelosi a few moments ago making her way toward the chambers, and she will, of course, preside over the beginning of this debate. Let's listen in a bit.
To the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States, and that on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There, he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that, in context, encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed, in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021 followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results and threatened Secretary Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all of this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The clerk has just read the sole article here, incitement of insurrection.
Equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on HRES 224.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Madam Speaker, in his annual address to our predecessors in Congress in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln spoke of the duty of the patriot in an hour of decisive crisis for the American people. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the lattice